onto it. The spaceship was rocking. She was shaking hard. I think it's this new setup we've got in here. Are you guys okay? Is everyone okay? Going through some massive interstellar turbulence. Shit is getting real, man. I think that was probably the bank. I think they put some tracking device on it, but good luck. Fucking guys. Messing with the audio now. Jesus. Hope you guys are suited up and ready. Because this is going to be a fantastic night. And I do mean fantastic. Wow, what a card. This card brought to you by the members that keep the memberships going while we're not live. Big special thanks to Blitz Strange, 15 months at the S tier, boofing 6 months at God tier, and Eduardo Sika, 6 months at Legend tier, all while we were chilling, recovering, being a cripple. Much appreciated, man. I couldn't outrun that bank without you guys. Holy hell, though, look at this card. We've got Toshank Go Gators, and this thing's probably going to be happening soon. So I ain't going to be yapping too long. Because we don't want to miss the action. But holy hell. We've got Punch. This guy said that he's ready to redeem himself on this card. He wanted to match up against a Boazon. Now look, I don't know what it is about Boazon. Something about the class. Alright? There's some Boazons that sometimes they're just late. They just don't show up. Alright? So I gave Punch 2 of them. Alright? He's got 2 of them. You like that, Joby? That's the spaceship. Yeah, I'm actually still in the spaceship, but y'all are seeing a mirror image. Yeah, good observation. Good observation. Parallel dimensions. That's what it's all about. But Punch has 2 Boazons, and he's thinking he can beat him on his barb. He's ready for the redemption tonight. Is he going to be able to do it? I don't know. It hasn't been done in a very long time. The barb is just notoriously bad versus the Amazon. And just let me tell you, like, the Amazon is a complete ass. All right, extreme distance, vicious damage, dodge, avoid, and evade. A very technical character, but if you can master it, man, does it pay off. And Punch, trying to take out his opponent on a barb. Let me tell you something about the barb. Man, they ain't got a lot of good matchups. They're pretty sexy looking, with a whirlwind, hyper aggressive, very difficult to play, very unforgiving. But they do have those fast cast frames. And man, oh man, thank God for that. He's going to need to be catching up to the Amazon players tonight. It's very good, though, versus a Necro in recent history, at least. Barbarian at least making some sort of redemption, that Necro being knocked down a peg. Unfortunately, this build is bad versus just about everything else, including the Amazon. So, how it's all going to go, we really don't know. But I'm looking forward to finding out. Now, one thing in particular. Look at all of the melee matchups that we've got. We even got some bonus ones that have been thrown on the card. So you're in for more than scheduled here. This is going to look sexy. This is going to look great. Man, oh man. We've got 23 duels, potentially more on the card, actually. I should probably refresh this. I think there might actually be more. I think somewhere added in. Yeah, look at that. 24. Jesus. Yeah, that's what it is. Here, let me scroll down a little more. Yeah, that's what it is. Wow, man. Absolutely insane. I'm going to check the Discord, see. I don't see those guys in there streaming just yet. So that's good. Give us a little bit of time to look at this card in particular. We also have Sound versus Nate. I love just about every matchup on this card tonight, man. Sound versus Nate is a pivotal one. These guys are absolute savages on the din. Sound is the din from the old age, the original second top din, because nobody can outrank the people's top din. It's just impossible. But Nate Diesel, in recent history, taking that spot, the second top din. And now it's a battle between the old school and the new school. Is Sound going to be able to come back and prove his dominance against this new school up and rising din in the DFC? Title challenger and very decorated player. We're going to see who comes out on top. Toe says Gators randomly MIA. Should be back soon, though. I'll let you know. And these guys are going to dance soon. Good to hear. Very good to hear. Thanks, Toe. Yeah, that's going to be an epic match, man. And then we were supposed to see Dazer versus Doombringer, but we haven't heard from Doombringer at all. This guy said that he wanted a title shot in recent history, and look, right now we got one jammed up here. Toshank versus Go Gators is going to be insane. But I wouldn't be surprised if the winner of Dazer versus Doombringer is the next one that goes for the title. I don't think we'll be able to see that one tonight. Dazer is on that EU time, so he's over there in the European sector of the world. So it's quite late for him. We haven't heard from Doombringer yet. He's probably working on some jet engine somewhere, but that's fine. These guys are likely going to get this duel underway in the next couple of days, but I'm very curious about that one because the winner is really working their way up the ranks. It's going to be a good one. Going to be insane. And if you're worried about missing that one, right? If you're worried about it, just make sure you're in the Discord. It's linked right in the description of this video right here. Just make sure you're in there. And that'll get us there. That'll ensure that when these guys go live, you've got yourself a front row seat. And man, oh man, just melee out the wazoo. The heyday of melee has arrived. I think we're probably... This is, I think, the last event before we'll have enough data to do a title bout for melee. We're going to have 2 champions in the DFC. Potentially 3 in the future. But melee is going to be the next champion crown, and I think we're going to have a good idea tonight of who should challenge for that. And holy shit! Brute Pendragon, my dude. Look, hold on. We gotta go to some special place for this. This is wild. Man, since we got this sign, it's dusty. Back of this fucking thing. This hasn't been washed since we got the place. Good thing is, though, you just wait. We've got the good stuff. We've got the good stuff under the counter. This will increase the blood flow 10x. Big cheers to Brute Pendragon, man. Thank you so much for those 10 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Look, I don't have enough under here for everybody, so I hope that y'all have brought your own and can tip one back to this guy. That's the type of stuff that allows us to pay the mortgage on this. It's actually, we don't really owe anything on the mortgage on this, but we got to keep paying for the cords of wood for the fireplace back there. So, I mean, costs stack up. Be nice if we got some fucking business. But the point is, let's tip one back to this guy. Because that's the type of shit that keeps us flowing. Big cheers, Brute Pendragon, man. Much, much appreciated. We back in it. Look, Sincor, I don't judge your bar. Where's your bar at? I'll come visit it. I'll come visit your bar. And that we could compare bars. Is it a Lambo Diablo dong? That would be sick. That's like my dream car, man. For obvious reasons. It's obviously. Yeah, big cheers to you guys. But big thing is, I'm like super excited about this card, man. In all seriousness, I think this is going to be really good. It's going to be an epic night. I got to get ready for the melee, man. There's going to be some melee going on. And we got to be ready for it. I I got something special to show you guys at the end of stream. Involves this guy. Got something a little special for you. Who are the ones to watch, in your opinion, in the Melee division? Honestly, I think Vegeta is probably win or lose tonight. Gonna be somebody who's challenging for the title next week. He's done extremely well in the DFC so far. He's the guy that's on the Melee Druid. He's on the Fury Druid, and he's just been tearing it up, man. So I think win or lose, he's on the card. But then also, and I believe if I've done this right, we probably match these guys against each other, because if I'm correct, no, we didn't. Okay, we didn't. Root and Kramer. This is an interesting match in Melee right here, because Root showed up on the scene and was just completely dominant. This guy has a lot more Melee experience than one would initially think, from someone that has quite a wide range of experience in just regular HLD. So he's got 2 matches tonight. He was kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit. Some of the people that showed up in Melee early on got 2 matches right on the first card. So we have a bit more data for them. Trees and Root kind of showed up a little later, so I'm actually glad that we were able to get that duel in there. I'm going up against Trees tonight, so is Root. Root also going up against Kramer. I think the winner of Root versus Kramer is a very interesting one. That's potential. I'm gonna say keep an eye on Vegeta, Root, and Kramer. So far, I think those guys are looking good. Those guys are in a good spot for title contention next week, I think. But yeah, we've got this guy. He's still kind of the same old dude. Ever since, I will say though, ever since we lost to, I'm just gonna make a normal game for Melee here. I'm gonna make Jack 1, password 1. Any Melee dueler that's just chilling, feel free. But ever since we lost to Casino with my very crafty setup, I had Rune Master at one point, and this is a perfect Rune Master, man. Like, you can't make him any better. You can't put better jewels in these. We tried to make this build work, but we got 10-1'd by our boy Casino, and I said, all right, we'd be better off on some other variant of this build that we've made in the past. Literally any one of them. It could have been the budget setup we'd be better on. But coming soon to the Coooley Live channel, I am going to break down what I think is the best possible build, and it does have some merits. Best possible build for Rune Master. The item finally has a use, right? We finally have a use for it. It does have a good use. I think that if it comes down to dueling other budget paladins, I think it's very rare you're ever going to get beat by another budget paladin if you're using Rune Master. I think it's just the budget killer, like the budget din killer. I was slaughtering budget dins, but as soon as Casino came in with like one of those rare fool's weapons and like decked out shit, full inventory of 32020s, I stood no shot. But it was cool to see the success rate of this weapon right here versus like other people that weren't on that level. Like it was extremely promising, but unfortunately she fell apart. So this is what we've got here tonight for this setup. We're going with the Steel Wrens. We've got enough attack speed to reach the break point. We've got some 213 Gore Rider Myrmidon Greaves. And yeah, just teched right out with max AR lifers. I think it'll be fun either way. What do you guys think of Melee? You guys enjoying the Melee division? I'm telling you, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad there's so much interest. So many new players coming in. So many HLD players too coming in. Big fans of Melee. I think it's awesome, man. Really, really cool to see. All right, I'm gonna try to do this with the one hand. Hold on, we gotta unstrap a little bit. Ourselves a little bit of leverage. Man, Melee is all I do on Xbox, dude. I'm telling you, if you're playing on controller, like any sort of controller, whether it's console or just controller period, I think Melee is a pretty fun way to duel. And it gives you some chase items, like, you know, there's so much to it. The the format is so much deeper than I ever thought. Like, it's just a really cool way to play. My favorite part is the click, but also the hold. Yeah, not a lot of people have those skills that I do too. It's something you really got to work on and master, you know. But once you get it, you can really sharpen them up, just like in HLD.
Impossible.
Like I said, my click and hold skills, top tier. I've never seen anybody with better. Yeah, it's actually statistically proven that nobody skill-wise in Melee, when it comes to technical skill on the battlefield, is better than me. None. No one. There's people, some people are close. Yeah, it's like calculated gambling, because over the long run, that's why we do 10 duels. Because over the long run, you know, it usually comes out to how it should. Like, the better built character usually comes out on top. But in the short run, and theoretically, even over the course of a first to 10 duel, it can go ways that you don't expect, which is kind of cool. Still very rare, but it can. And yeah, also something that we're gonna put in the rules for next week for Melee, by the way, is yeah, you don't have armor. I'm not gonna kill you. Is that when it is a title match, when a title match is on the line, then duels are win by 2. Any other time, though, it's just first to 10. Holy shit, Cooper swinging hard here. Pillow, what? Pillow who? My dude, thank you so much for the Legend tier membership, bro. Big cheers to you. Big cheers, brother. After I take out Lycan here, we'll go ahead and let's give a quick cheers. We gotta get the click and hold skills going down here. Oh, it's actually wax off. We gotta get it going this way. There we go. See those click and hold skills, man? Telling you, just so good, bro. Thank you so much for that Legend tier membership. Hello, what? GG, man. Really appreciate that. That's huge. That is huge. All right, so I'm gonna message Trees, see what he's on. Perhaps while we wait, me and Trees can get our match done.
$20 Canadian from TOESHANK. Do not fear, the champ is here.
Hell yeah, Toshank, my dude. What? With that 20 Canadian. Oh my god, what, dude? Holy shit. The champ is here, by the way. Let's all tip one back to the champ. Look, hold on. I've got something for you, Toe. It's another one of those situations, man.
$20 Canadian from TOESHANK. Do not fear, the champ is here.
Sign keeps smashing me in the head every time we switch scenes. Every time we teleport around, it's tough. Look, we got the real good stuff under here. I got you. Here. Let's slide that right down the counter. Big cheers to you, Toshank. Thank you so much, man. Really, really appreciate that, brother. That's huge. Now I have no choice. I've got to root for Toshank. You know, I was wondering how this duel was actually going to go between these two, because it's theoretically the same player. So, no wonder Go Gators is MIA. I mean, we shouldn't have made this match up in the first place. We knew the truth. But somehow this is probably going to work itself out, and I'm just rooting for Toshank, because at the end of the day, win or lose, it's the same guy. Right. Yeah, Primo knows what I mean. In case you're not privy to the joke, Go Gators was dueling for the title one day. He's dueling Elite back in the day. Elite messaged me thinking that Go Gators was actually Toshank. Toshank playing on Go Gators' account. That's how good Go Gators is. And now we basically get to see Toshank versus Toshank, or Go Gators versus Go Gators tonight. So we finally get to see it. Let's do it. All right, Trees is actually in this game too. He's Jaw in this game somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, there he is. So I think even though we've got players in this game, it's unlike regular HLD where, you know, you kind of can't go at it if there's multiple people in close proximity in the moor. You can just jam it, dude. We can just jam it with a whole bunch of duels going on all at once. And that's pretty dope. All right, I'm gonna have to leave and come back because I got that Fortitude proc. But that being said, I think me and Trees can start up our duel. He is Jaw in game here. So he has a Din. He's on a Zealot as well. Wonder if I should go. It all depends on how he's built, man. If I start losing, I might switch to the Rune Master setup. You never know. You never know. DFC duel starting. All right, let's make sure we're in. All right, here we go. You too. All right, let's do it. Oh shit. Yep. Yeah. Good. Thank you. We didn't even have the holy shield up. He could have taken that. He could have taken that. Easy win. Easy win. All right, so we're gonna go this way. We're gonna wax on in this one right here. This is a wax on situation. Oh, I didn't do it fast enough. I didn't do it fast enough. Toe Gators. 0-1. All right, here we go. Look, we would have jammed it with no holy shield. We would have jammed it. Oh my god, dude. He's smashing hard. Yo, what the fuck? All right. All right. We're going to go to We're going to let this play out, okay? We got to collect a good sample size of data to see what the hell's going on. All right, wax on. These are the skills that we need to employ here. Yeah, wax on. Wax on. Wax on. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's what I was forgetting to do. One, two. Yes, sir. All right, let's do it. We back in this. I had to leave the game there and rejoin because I had the Fortitude proc, and there's no pre-buffing, right? It's against the rules. All right, wax on. Here we go. Wax on should be pretty easy. Be pretty easy. Just got to get this rhythm down. There it is. Just like that. Just like that, baby. Oh, shit. He was camping the waypoint. I'm not sure if I had the Fortitude proc either way. That was good, though. I can't carry anymore. Twos. All right. This wax on, I'm telling you. That's the thing. Okay, here we go. Oh, I was a little sloppy there with my wax on. There's a lot of lag going on here, I think. Oh, we almost got it. We almost got there with the wax on method. 2-3. Hell yeah, big cheers to that, Johnny Dubs. I am overburdened. Big cheers to that. We're getting our melee match underway here. It's now 2-3 in favor of Trees. What if this guy wins 2 duels tonight? Maybe we were all wrong. Perhaps Trees is the guy to watch. With a name like Jaw, you know this guy ain't on a budget. Oh, we good. We good. We ain't got no Fort proc. We good. With a name like Jaw, you know he's probably he ain't on no budget. All right, here we go. Let's do it. It's now 3-3. 3-3. 4-3, baby. 4-3 in favor of the people's top din. Big comeback time. Five, 3, baby. I told you the comeback is real. Negan goated right now. Bro, you see? Do you see the big difference? Y'all were laughing at me the other day. Y'all were like, oh man, your click and hold skills suck. But I'm telling you, when I actually came online, we started doing these click and hold skills. Look at that fucking shit! Look at that shit! Just another day at the office. Click and hold skills on point. Y'all see the fine tuning. I lagged a little bit. Also, I couldn't get the name lock right off the rip. LOL, the NK. He cute. Get him. All right, here we go. It's now 4-6. 4-6. Let's get the wax on motion going. There it is, baby. 4-7.
I am overburdened.
4-7, baby. 4-8.
Overburdened.
We ain't messing around. Yeah, this wax on tech is OP. Brand Doom knows what I'm talking about. I think he's one of the few, man, that really knows. Now that we know that this strategy works so well, I don't know if I really want to explain it to a lot of people, you know? We just kind of need to keep it a secret and just keep fucking jamming, just like that. Just like that. 4-9, baby. That's it. Wax on band. Wax on method for the win, baby. GG's, man. Yeah, in all seriousness, good duels. Good duels. Thought you had it in the beginning. I almost switched. Yeah, that was a dominant start for him. I was like, what the hell is this guy rocking? What's going on? That was a nasty comeback, though. Nasty comeback. Yo, what's up, Laser? How's it going, man? Big cheers to you. Yeah, might need to show Lycan and Sentinel topped in. Yeah. Oh shit, look at this. Oh, this is what he was rocking. Holy shit. Holy shit. Actually, let me move over here real quick so y'all can see this. This is what he was rocking. This is actually savage. This is the only thing this is missing is a little bit of IAS there would make it easier to hit the breakpoints, but other than that, man, this is pretty solid. It's got the Cruel Fool, E-Rep, couple of wasted stats there with mana and light res, but other than that, I mean, it's got all the important stuff. Even a little bit of added max damage there as well. Pretty dope, actually. Like we were getting smacked around with that, which I'm actually surprised we got there. Like this was certainly the build. I'm glad I didn't try to switch off after the first few, because if we would have swapped to Rune Master, we would have got trashed. We'd have got trashed versus any sort of Fool's Weapon. it just loses to like Rune Master loses to it. So I'm glad we didn't swap off from that. But wow, yeah, that was wild. GG, man. All right, let's check the Discord. Let's see. I see some people in the channel here. Elk Brew, and then we've got I2IV312I2AT, which is I believe that's the proper pronunciation of that. I believe that is an Irish name. Yep, he is also in the Discord. We also got the champ. The champ is here. Now I'm fired up. Because that means we're probably just about ready for the title bout. 20 mins? Okay. All right. We're coming in hot. All right. Well, in which case, we're already in a good melee game here. What we can do is fuck yeah, dude. By the way, big cheers again, Toshank. Thank you so much, man. You were super generous, my dude. Are these guys doing official DFC match? Official DFC match going on? If anyone's paired up, feel free to start. We'll watch. Just chilling and killing. I don't yet know who in-game matches up to arena name and Discord name, but we'll figure it out over time. By the way, holy shit, Fax, I see you, man. We're a little in the future here. We're a little in the future, but you know how the spaceship works. Look, I don't even have my headphones in today because, look, it's a new computer setup that I got going on. Long story short, I need bigger headphones, okay? I do, but that being the case, Maximus, the man, the myth. Brother, thank you so much. Big cheers to you, man. Legend tier membership. Holy fuck. That support is huge, man. Thanks to you. Actually, I'm gonna message them right now. Now that we've got the Fax Legend tier membership, that was exactly what I needed. We're gonna message a technician, have him take the fucking tracking device off this thing. The bank's really trying to repossess it still. But thanks to that support, man, we're good. We're looking good. We are right rear and ready to go here. All right, so this is okay. So Agromati. All right, this is cool. These Agromati just kind of sounded off in the game. That's cool. He's Paul Aladdin. Paul Aladdin is Agromati. Now this guy, I know that there was some sort of mix-up with melee matches earlier. But he should be going up against Bruno tonight. I believe that match is still on. I believe those guys are still good. Bruno has really been diving deep into melee, dude. I think melee was always Bruno's format, dude. I think it just always was. Now, this is an interesting match right here. This is Fury Druid versus Conk Barb. And these guys, Kramer, you know, wildly enough here, has the same name in-game as he does in Discord, which makes things easy. But that could be another one to watch right there. Kramer, from what I understand, is an absolute savage. Now, he's got a couple of duels after tonight in the DFC. But man, something tells me next week's duel for the title is going to be epic. Like, it's going to be... It might be an item showcase / epic melee duel of biblical proportions. Man checks his drink to make sure. Keep up the work, dog. You're the spokesperson of the D2 PvP community. Facts, hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Look, there's other people that do it. But, you know, with the $2 billion organization of the DFC, it's really hard to come up with those funds these days. We changed the laws. Banks no longer loan out that much money to individual people. So we kind of broke it. We are now a monopoly. That's all right. Just don't tell Joe Biden. We should be fine. All right. Hope we don't need any of that shit. Don't let him know. Big cheers, though, man. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Who's really got a spaceship? Laugh my ass off, Rep Life 5. What the hell is what? You have to concentrate, Coooley, otherwise you'll unleash the fury. I see. Look, I love this guy. He's a punny guy, real punny guy. But I think, like I was saying, I think Kramer is actually might be way better than we've seen yet in the DFC. He might be a sleeper. Might be a sleeper in the melee community, in the melee dueling bracket. So it's, like I said, real hard to tell who's going to be going up for the title next week. It's really going to, I think, depend and be defined by some results of this event, right? Because things could go in ways that we don't expect. That could also be a thing, right? Like, could just go completely the other way. We never know. It's an inside joke, Coooley. I'll share the facts lore later. Okay, thanks. I was like, what the fuck? What is this? I think everybody else would love to know as well, though. I feel like this might be an inside joke. At least upon first glance, it doesn't seem demonetizable, so I'll fucking send it. I say it with love. I was like, wait a minute. It's like Rep Life banned on Fury Druid and other formats or something. I was like, I've never seen any rules about Rep Life and Melee. It's interesting because Melee is a format where Rep Life really doesn't matter. I've thought about kind of making a joke and making a medic paladin, basically, that zeals, and you're just healing life back ridiculously and just seeing how good you do. Like, I don't think you would do that well, but the fact that you still wouldn't do that well with a medic paladin, just like staying right there, just shows you how much life rep really matters. Like, this is a format where you're making a lot of sacrifices anyway, and just in the gear that you choose, the skills that you put your points into, there's a lot of decisions to be made. So if you give up fanaticism for fucking meditation or prayer or some shit, man. Sawtooth and I about to go. GG. Thanks for the heads up, man. Is somebody streaming that? This is Elk Brew. All right. As soon as we see it, bro, we'll pop in. This should be a good one. Make sure we got the spaceship dimensions all set and ready to go.
I am overburdened.
Look at this melee crew just chilling. No one checked this saber? What if that's the next melee weapon used in the DFC? It's not. It's not F. It's not going to be good. I wouldn't even. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time with it. All right. I can see some shit. Let's make it happen, boys. We've got our first duel of the night going on. Let me get the window set up here. Boom, cutting over. In this corner here, we've got Steas-ish. And Steas is going up against Sawdust. This is going to be an interesting match. This is Sin v Neck, but not necessarily what you might expect of the matchup. Usually when you hear Sin v Neck, you might think, oh, this is going to be a long distance duel, or maybe your next level, and you're like, maybe that Sin's a ghost, and this is going to be a cat and mouse kind of duel. But no, this is a different one. Steas, after many duels that we've seen here in the DFC, and after a personal message where he just sends me these good reminders of what he's actually on, so I don't give him bad matchups, but interesting ones. This guy is on a kicker. This guy is notorious. One of the dudes that he's the guy that introduced Mosaic into the DFC. The first ever Mosaic win that we saw was this guy right here, and he's still on these sort of Mosaic builds here, still experimenting with it, bringing it into the blood more, and I'm curious to see how it's going to do versus a Necro tonight. Now, the Necro is a matchup that it's possible for the Ghost to win. Possible for the Ghost to win a matchup like that. But the Kicker is a little different. He's got a couple of steps. He's got to set up those charges. He's got to catch the Necro, claw him up a little bit, set those charges up, jam, slam, and Alabama. And I'm very curious as to how he's going to be able to do it. I've always wondered, with a Mosaic setup in the DFC or for PvP, competitive PvP in general, what's the best strategy? Do we do a cube bow and put chaos on the swap? Do we just go full send mosaics on the front side and, you know, with battle orders on swap, pre-buff claws? Like, what is the best setup for this? And I'll tell you, there's never been a player in a better position to give us an answer to that than this man right here, Steesish. This guy's a savage. We're gonna see tonight. Kicker versus Necro. Mosaic Sin. This is a Mosaic Sin. We ain't calling it, like, this is a Mosaic Sin. The first ever Mosaic Sin in the DFC, Steesish. About to throw down. Quill Rats. Yeah, luckily I don't think these guys are noobs. Only noobs get killed by those. Whoa, what is this? Bartux? Dude's got a Bartux? It's not even perfect. What is this shit? Interesting. He's got fire. He's got fire facets in his Bartux. So not only is this guy the first dude to bring in mosaics, but he's also one of the only players that's not a cold sorceress to actually use facets. Wait, I take that back. Has Paulie used those before? I'm pretty sure Paulie's used them before. They're just something that's very rare in PvP. You don't really see people using facet jewels a lot. Yeah, those are Pog's Claw, man. That's a Pog's Claw right there. That is savage. Leave it to these guys. The two most creative sins in the world, NYC Maxim and Steesish. These guys are just at the forefront of making the wildest, craziest, freshest sin builds, and they're so exciting to watch. He's got his Bartux claws on, the 09 Wonders. You know, I believe patch 1.09 is what changed these indefinitely from what they used to be to what they are now. Believe it or not, Bartux actually used to be worse. It was the 08 version of them that was just worse. It might have even been 07. Claws were bad. But in their final form, and the only form that they've ever been in D2R, I have never seen them out in the blood more, but we're going to get to here tonight. Why not Fire Lizard Claw? That's interesting. Let me actually check this out. Hold on. I know what you're talking about. There's a unique claw that does something. Let's check it out. I'm gonna see if I can find it. It's a class specific unique. Yeah. These guys are getting ready, but Fire Lizard's claws. Because doesn't really add much. I would assume maybe you just want the Bartux. I would assume they're just better. So I'm looking at it right now. It adds fire damage. It does have some IAS, and sure, you could put a fire facet in there. But the Greater Talons or Runic Talons are actually going to have better base attack speed by 10% anyway. So the 15% increased attack speed that you get on Fire Lizards is really like 5% attack speed. So at this point, we have the same amount of skills to martial arts, 2 to assassin skills, which is going to help with claw block, fade, burst of speed, whatever you use. Yeah, just after looking at him quickly there, I can easily see why it's Bartux. Easily. Yeah, stats, a lot of things. All right, here we go. Round 1. Steesish on the kicker, trying to track down and catch his opponent, Sawdust here, who's also rising star in the DFC. This guy's a pretty savage Necro player right here. Certainly seasoned, experienced, has played the best of the best. This guy's been around the block a few times, and if Steez thinks he's just going to easy this guy real quick, he's got another thing coming. And look at this. I love the play style here, too, of Sawdust. He's just right in the pocket. He's not the typical Necro that you see teleporting all around the map, trying to remain, like, overly evasive. He's kind of giving Steve's just like, he's baiting him in. He's just like, come fucking kick me, man. I'm right here. Like, he's dancing in close quarters. And I don't think steas expected that. This is big, though. Now steas trying to keep the distance. Steas trying to sort of kite him into some blade sentinels is what it looks like. He might have seen some success with that. Now, that is something also that we have seen this in the past with these more physical damage-based sins. Oh, dude, that was big damage from steas. And now Sawdust in trouble. Is he going to be able to catch him? He's got that dragon flight going on, but he's half life, man. He's probably 2 spears away. Nice catch there, but not a big payoff. Shadow Bay PK, though, for steas, and there it is. Round 1 goes to the creative sin player. Wow, man, that is insane. He says, bam, I lost bone armor. I figured something happened quick in that round because Sawdust was doing great. Sawdust was doing phenomenal there. But all of a sudden, he just got 80%'d. So this is a straight kicker. This isn't a mosaic sin, no nothing. This is straight kicker. I think I just got ganked in game. You might have heard some sounds there. Look at this. Who did this shit? We're gonna find him. And we're gonna hunt him down.
I am overburdened.
Took the gold and everything. Gosh. Melee duel is just bullies. They're jealous of my expensive build. My LLD charms, fucking all the jealousy, you know? That's what it is. I thought this was a format where I could go AFK while out of town and hostile. You mean to tell me this isn't that kind of format? Gosh. I'm just kidding. I totally deserved that one. I would have done it too. I totally would have done that. I made a ghost on ladder. Sometimes you got to play almost like a trapper with your blade sentinel. Makes sense, dude. Yeah, that blade sentinel is really a godsend for like a lot of the physical damage duels or duelers. And I gotta say, of all the sins to watch, man, the physical damage ones, be it a ghost or, you know, be it a kicker, are just the funnest ones to watch. Like, those ones are wild. I mean, it's just a different playstyle. Not to say that it's impossible to see a good trapper, you know, a good aggressive hybrid sin. You know, love watching Dazer Duel. I think that guy's phenomenal. But I think a lot of players at the HLD level, especially with trap style sins, fall into that sort of step back 5-stack approach, right? Like that step back 5-stack approach, or even the even Coooley, watch Sawdust screen. I'm lagging. All right, GG. Yeah, no worries. Got you, bro. This isn't the right one. Where's Sawdust at? Oh, Sawdust is trying to stream. Sawdust is in there, but not streaming. Waiting for it. We'll give him a little bit. Look at this. What a hell of a guy. Steve's coaching him through, helping him do it up. What a hell of a dude. Central game is up for anyone that needs it tonight. H-map and cleared. Also, $20 US anyone who gets a Fire Shrine PK. Details are in the DFC chat. I mean, technically, that's a situationally risky shrine right there. Situationally risky. One could argue it's a significant advantage for, say, an ES sorceress to hit such a shrine. But otherwise, no significant advantage. And fun fact, though, for anyone that tries it, you can't actually kill somebody with a Fire Shrine unless they're at maybe 1 life. I think you can, but otherwise you can't get them. They have to be wonned, and in which case that would be a sick way to do it. I'll allow it. Yeah, exactly. I'll allow it. Fucking, I'll allow it. $20 US to whoever gets a Fire Shrine PK. I think I might have to pick up a duel tonight. Going to this central game. Go get my poison din. Yeah, who's around? Anyone around? Trying to go up against a seasoned din with excellent din play, excellent din skills. just wondering. No reason. If you PK yourself, does it count? Good question. Barb players. Yeah, that is actually a good question. Punch wondering the same thing. It is technically a player kill. We're getting real technical with this. By the way, Elk Brew sent me a message, says you can't miss out on Punch's BOA matches, by the way. He says it's going to be good or it's going to be an utter fail. Man, I can't wait. Cannot wait to see that. All right, Sawdust still looks like he's trying to stream in there. We don't see it quite yet. Or what's going on? These guys might be trying to get suited up, trying to figure this out. I know that steas is lagging a bit. Ping of 94. By the way, speaking of lag, dude, I should be on fiber internet like next week, and I'm pretty pumped about it. I'm hoping that the days of like 75 ping are over. Maybe we'll have even Canadian ping. Yeah, it's actually going to be sick. Like I'm kind of pumped that finally somebody is hopefully competing with Spectrum around here, but we're going to see. It could just be one of those times where like they say it's all good and then it's not. But it's allegedly 2 up, 2 down. And that's going to be good. 2 gigs up, 2 gigs down. It's going to be wild. Allegedly. So theoretically, we could have that Canadian ping. We could, if y'all are going to see the ping and be like, did you move to Canada? What's up, Dio? Speaking of Canada. How's it going? This time we weren't talking shit. I actually mean that. I promise. You see it progressing? I wish I could see it progressing. Still feel like a cripple. Gimped up, limped up. I think these guys are still trying to figure it out. Montriana has also shared his screen. I see Cam sharing his screen. These guys might be ready to go if these guys need a little bit of time. All right, no, it looks like these guys are just gonna roll with it. All right, let's jam it. He's gonna jam it even with the lag. Look, these are the true Sin players right here. True Sin players. I believe it's 1-0 too. 1-0 in favor of steas. By the way, Coooley, send up kind of late, but if there's an opponent for you to toss my way, let me know. If not, no worries. All right. I will keep that in mind. Perhaps we even get we might have to do a poison din duel so that somebody can get the $20 $20 bounty for a Fire Shrine PK. Holy shit! Bro, is that real? Did he just build up 3 charges and just unleash them? These are legit charges too. That wasn't even like no mosaic shit. Those were like legit charges. Those were legit. Holy shit, man. Kicker Sin for the win. This is wild. Yeah, that was nuts. It weren't no 4-second DOKO, but man, that was close. I should have clipped it, but I don't have. I would have impulsively did it, but now it's clipping shit. It's like a little bit of a hassle. Wicked One Ball, what's up, my dude? Big cheers to you. Welcome, welcome. We're underway watching a Kicksin right now go up against Sawdust. And the performance of steas on this Kicksin is wild, man. He doesn't even have mosaics. We're not talking about mosaic Kicksin. We're talking about this guy's using Bartuks. This guy is straight Kicksin. Has to build up the charges, and when he lets them go, they are... one charge is gone. Like, they get depleted when he lets them go. So this is interesting. A very interesting duel. All right, here we go. 2-0 in favor of steas. He's looking for that quick 4-0, looking to show off this Kicksin versus what is a back and forth matchup, I would guess, with the Necro. I wonder if we're going to see Sawdust here kind of play back a little bit now, because he has, for the last few rounds, enticed his opponent to try to get up close, try to hit, and he was trying to trade there for a little while. But for the last couple of rounds, it hasn't necessarily gone in his favor. So I'm wondering if we're going to see him back up a little bit and sort of make steas chase him, make him get those name locks. Yeah, and there it is. Like, he's in, and as soon as he gets that Mind Blast, he's out. Like, he ain't messing around too much. He's going to be opportunistic, pick his shots, and there it is. Steas trying to build up. Now, steas can build up off the Golem. Nice stomp there from Sawdust, but he just... I don't think he wants to stay at close range like that. I was going to say it would have been a good opportunity to fire off a spear, maybe a little bit of harassment toward his opponent, but it's kind of a high-risk, low-reward situation. You can get one spear and then possibly just get trashed on, get charges built up, and it looks like steas does have one charge built up. He might... I'm not sure if he's going to get greedy and go for more, or if he's going to unleash this with a Dragonflight. We're going to see. And he lost it. That charge is gone. I love watching Sin play like this, man. It's sort of reminiscent of the Ghost Sin. And if you're not familiar with what a Ghost is, Ghost Sin is a assassin that's trying to do a lot of her damage with Whirlwind. She's not trying to be a trapper, you know, necessarily. She's not trying to Wake of Fire you to Lightning Sentry you. Instead, she's dealing all the damage with Venom, Whirlwind, the up close and personal types of skills. That's an exciting class to watch. But right next to that, I would have to say, is the kicker here. But there's another step involved in this. steas has to build up charges, right? He has to build up charges and unleash them. Looks like he's lost his blade shield there too. That could be something that I'd imagine that might be important in this duel if he had it. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I think it might have actually been my eyes playing tricks on me. That was his Shadow Bay that had blade shield. But yeah, there it is. And he's got a charge built up. Now, the big risk with building up that charge, especially going with Dragonflight, is you could just hit the Golem. And there might be a little bit of splash damage that comes off from building up a charge, but it's probably not going to be a lot. So you really have to... I think that's why we see steas kind of getting greedy a little bit. And, you know, trying to keep those charges up, because he wants to just be able to chain. Like, Dragonflight, and you're almost guaranteed to hit him with that next one. So that's probably why he's at least trying to go for 2 charges. But man, I love this build. I love the fact that it also is a non-mosaic kicker. Like, mosaic was such a devastating change for PVM, but even a kicker in the DFC still choosing not to use it. Like, it's very interesting. What an incredible impact on PVM with literal 0 impact in PvP. It's amazing. Nice kick there with a charge to it. Couple of charges that time for that chain Dragonflight. And there it is, 3-0 so far in favor of steas. He isn't using light. He's using detail for the splash. If he hits Golem, it's full damage versus neck. No shit. No deflight from him. He doesn't want to waste the charges on that. Look, Max, it might take me a while to see things, but that's only because I have one arm. Right? See how well you could see with one arm? Right? It's Tiger Strike plus Tele Detail. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it's Tiger Strike is what he builds up with on the left click. And he's teleporting and dragon tailing. So that's basically the kick at close range. Now, an interesting thing here is that Dragon Flight is 23 frames slow no matter how you look at it, right? There's no way to speed that up. But with D-Tail, that is affected by IAS. So that allows him to get in, kick, and get out, right? If he needs to. So it's actually probably a better play, but also requires a bit more aim. That requires a bit more aim. So yeah, and in which case, is that full splash damage then to the Necro, even if he hits the Golem? But yeah, it is. Okay. Yep. Charges with detail so strong. Iceman's got a broken arm too? Mine's not broken. It's just I had surgeries on it. I had a couple of surgeries, two procedures done on it. This thing will be laid up for quite some time. Toshank and Gators live now. We might have one more round of this. Was that 4 rounds or was that 3? I think it was 3. Right after this, we can kick into the championship fight here. Go Gators and the champ ready to go. That's going to be sick. What a card tonight, man. By the way, also, Toshank, thanks so much, man. I'm a little in the future, you know. We see this stuff before it comes in. I just want to say a big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for that. $2 Canadian. Fuck yeah, man. That's like $24+ in Canadian, which is about 15 cents American. Just kidding. That's like a lot. It's like $20. It's good stuff, man. Much appreciated. Big cheers to you, brother. We'll pop over to it right after this. This might be the last round, or it could be the start of an incredible comeback from Sawdust. His left hand is in a cast or something. No shit. Yeah, if it's in a cast, it's probably broken. Yeah, mine is in a sling. I tore the rotator cuff. They had to repair the subscap and reattach the bicep, which was it was a perfectly fine bicep before the surgery, but apparently it cannot survive the subscap surgery, so they have to do their thing. So I'm a gimp for another couple of weeks, three or 4 weeks. 3-0 so far in favor of Steesish. The kicks in, not even using Mosaic, mind you. This is the first ever Mosaic Sin player to get a win in the DFC, which was phenomenal, and he's back on that kicks in now using dual Bartucks with, I believe, at least one of them had a fire facet in it, which is wild. And now he's off to an incredible start here in the 4th round, possibly even flawless victory in the 4th round. There it is. He went to Plague. He went Plague for this matchup here. Interesting for open wounds, deadly strike. Now these plagues right here, that one is set right up for a trapper right there. A trapper with some tricks with a detail. There's dragon flight. There's some really interesting skills on that. GG, man, that was solid. Just an incredible build from Stees, an incredible showcase of the power of claws, the power of this class with claws that are not mosaics. Really interesting to see this in PvP, and I'm so glad we got to see Stees' matchup here. GG, man. Big virtual round of applause for this guy. Man, oh man. This is what we've got now. Here it is. You guys know what time it is. This is the most epic event of the night. This right here is the title bout between Go Gators and Go Gators. Who's gonna win it? In this corner, we've got Toshank, and these guys are off to a crazy start. Go Gators trying to keep the distance. Toshank trying to close it. Toshank, watching his gameplay right here, you know, if you're prone to seizures, you know, you might want to just just draw back from the television for a little bit, because this guy's going to be doing so much CT casting. This guy could trigger you. It is wild, man. This guy is straight pro CT caster right here. And by that, I mean, you might see on the sides of his screen, the character screen pop up, the skill tab pop up. And the reason he does that is to give himself a bit more leverage when it comes to teleporting, catching his opponent, casting his traps. And that's what it boils down to, man. He's getting more leverage. He's casting those further. It shifts your character to one side of the screen more, giving you more leverage, further distance, covering, just being optimally efficient with the casting of your spells. And this guy is a pro at it. Look at this. This is a Trap v Necro duel right here. These things can usually, we've seen these drag on before, right? I mean, hell, in the title match with Dazer versus Toshank, these things, we know how long they can go. And this one off to an incredible start here already. Both players damaged quite a bit. This could be anybody's round, but the action is just non-stop. Action-packed round here so far. Let's pop over to Go Gators. See what's going on here. He's got a nice train going on, but Toshank set some traps to break him out of that. And Toshank just keeps whittling him down, dude, every time he comes up, whether it's some hit from Shadow Bay, whether it's a kick. I'm not sure if he's on kick or not. Still have a little bit to see. Yeah, it looks like there's no shot he's chaining like that if he's not kick, right? There's no shot. Like zero shot if he ain't got tricks there. He's got the blade shield up. He's got some tricks, man. That or it's his Shadow Bay. It's really hard to tell. There's so much going on. Very, very fast paced. And now Go Gators with the chains, trying to finish up. I think he's trying to kite Toshank into getting overly aggressive so that he can up spear him. And he's trying to give him the option, the opportunity to grab that chain lock, and he's going to try to punish him for it. Yeah, it very well could be that Toshank is on straight trapper here, and he's chaining for that fire blast. There's a lot of reasons. We're not exactly sure 100% what the tricks up Jess's sleeve are yet, but we do know that Jess is the type of player that always has some, man. This guy, we saw him use Iron Golem, the first ever Iron Golem player in the DFC. Used Iron Golem in the last title fight versus Dazer. A duel that he eventually won after 2 long, grueling weeks that we got to see both sides of that duel. It was an epic, very fun one to watch. Dude is super creative, though. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. I would figure that with getting a little overly aggressive, it could be that Go Gators is trying to punish him for that, because when he does do that chain, when Jess is chaining you like that, he doesn't have traps up, right? The only trap offense that he has is that fire blast. And that's what he's trying to do up close, but he needs to keep those traps up. Otherwise, he is weak to that up spear. And up spearing is when Go Gators is teleporting away. He notices Jess is right there and he's stomping him. He's just going to shoot a bone spear at a 45-degree angle up. And what that's going to do is it's going to immediately catch. He doesn't need the name lock or anything. It's just going to immediately catch his opponent. And with Jess being at such a low life total here, that could be deadly. Now you see Jess backing off a little bit, realizing that it could be that he's getting kited here hard. Malice Iron Golem would be interesting to keep people leaking. Oh yeah. I can't remember what he did. I think it was a facet golem, I think is what it was. Like, so when the golem dies, it casts like Blizzard, which will slow down the Sin, giving him the opportunity to get in there, land some damage while her IAS frames are not as high. It was very interesting. Some call it cheesy. I call that skill. Oh my god, and a big finish from Go Gators. Incredible. That was exactly what he was trying to do in that round. That was exactly what he's trying to do, is bait Jess into that overly aggressive style and punish him with those up spears. We called that one, man. That is exactly what happened. We saw it coming. Wow. Incredible. Yeah, he could have easily fallen to that, though, because Gators was so low. It looked like Toshank was trying to fire blast there to finish him off, but that's a risky move. Honestly, though, respectable, because the other way around that is both players play extremely cautiously and the duel lasts forever. Dude, Toshank, with everything on the line as the champion, still just with the balls to go in and fight close range. You can't get more exciting than that, dude. Like, you just can't. Yeah, Jess is boss 100% on Trapper. This guy's really good. Yeah, Necro has the technical advantage because his range is a little bit longer, right? If he can stay out of range, Go-Getter stays out of range, he can technically get there over the course of a very long duel. So it's going to be on Toshank to close that distance, try to punish him, but look at that. He eats another up spear. Let's check over on the champ, see how it's looking. Yeah, he caught some mad damage there. And now he's trying, I think he has a little bit more respect. I say that, but nah, he's still chaining. He don't give a fuck. I was going to say he might have a little bit more respect for the skills of Go-Gators here. Nah. No fucks, dude. Oh, nice stomp there from Go-Gators yet again. Incredible lock. Unbelievable. Go-Gators now 2-0 in this championship bout. Jess might need his body there. He's gonna be sorely surprised when he goes out to battle orders. He says, free, smoke the fatty. All right. Usually that makes him better. Usually. It might take a few seconds to kick in, though. All right, and here we go. A little bit of blinking from Jess's screen there. I think the way that he's got it set up is that if he alt tabs out, it will make his screen go black. Dude, and I don't think he's doing that, official, but even if he is, at least these duels are fast-paced and exciting. I just hope nobody had money on them, if that is the case. Like I said, I doubt it is, but yeah. I think Toshank is just a naturally exciting player. And unless there's like some sort of grudge match or like pissing contest on the line, he's actually just going to play aggressive, like no matter the stakes. But if it's a pissing contest, this is the type of guy, just to remind you, back in the days of LOD, this was my introduction to Toshank right here. One of the things that I heard that he did, and I saw either a clip of it or saw him doing it live, I think, was he was dueling somebody in the Bloodmoor. He was on a paladin. There was some sort of pissing contest / grudge match going on. This dude drops all of his lifers somewhere randomly in a corner and switches to like CTA so that he can rep life back without battle orders over the course of what was like a 2-hour duel, just so that he wouldn't lose to this dude. And I was like, all right. Once you trigger that side of Jess, man, you're probably not going to win. By the way, Tommy Fred's Trains, my dude, thank you so much. Wow, man. $1.78 for the spaceship. Big cheers, dude. Nice chains there from Go-Gators. Yeah, that was some interesting fire blast there. I think he just saw it and anticipated probably at that point that it was too late and that his opponent's just going to teleport away anyway. So if he takes the time to lay down a trap, Go-Gators is gone. But if he doesn't, Go-Gators might see it as his opportunity to sort of trade at close range, and it might be something that Jess believes he can win, or at least come out in the positive with that exchange. High level trades going on. Yeah, it's all a calculated thing. Especially when you play aggressively with a Sin. You got to. Like, and that's all that Jess does, man. He's just a hyper aggressive player. Like I said, the only time I've seen him back off is if there's any sort of pissing contest. Like, that's it. That's it. Otherwise, dude, look, this guy's the champ. And he's like, I'm just going ham. Nice chains from Jess, and it looks like Go-Gators probably at about half-life. Both these players are about half-life. Let's check over on Go-Gators. Currently up 2-0 versus the champ. Yeah, just a little above it. About 60% life. Oh yeah, Toshank plays just about every character. I think the only character I haven't seen Toshank play is a sorceress, but I'm pretty sure he'd be good on that one too. Yeah, he plays them all, dude. All of the FPK characters, additionally Paladin, like he plays them all. Oh, nice train there from Go Gators. And now Jess is extremely low. Very good gameplay here from Go Gators. This guy is incredible. The type of guy that will always show and prove. Like, this is the dude that Elite thought was Toshank. I mean, this guy, the CT casting, the aggression that this guy can pull off, and we've seen it in this duel as well. Incredible right there. You wouldn't have expected it. He grabs that name lock, teleports in on Jess, and finishes. Not a lot of Necros do that, man. Especially versus the Sin. When the Sin's got those traps up like that, that's the last thing that a Sin player expects is that Necro to stomp. And Go Gators gets it, man. He's just, this guy, incredible, man. I would say underrated, but in my opinion, I don't think he is. The guy is a savage. DFC veteran, and he is looking to secure himself the DFC title here tonight, and he's off to an incredible start. 3-0 so far versus the legendary champion, Toshank. Incredible. Overpowered Necro, lame. Nah, I honestly can attest, Necro is not overpowered, but a good player on the Necro will make it seem miserable. It's the old story of Elite, right? Elite, every time he dueled somebody for the title, it was miserable. Like, it felt miserable for them. But anytime anybody else dueled on a Necro, it seemed more fair, right? And what we're seeing now is just a totally different. This ain't no Elite playstyle right here. This is a very aggressive player right here. A Necro is a ranged player, a ranged character anyway. But that being the case, we're still seeing Go Gators go in, grab these name locks. Nice train of Bone Spirits, and I think those connected with Jess. Let's check it out. Surprisingly, no. Claw block OP. You want to talk about OP? There was 3 Bone Spirits just fucking that smashed down on top of the champion, along with 2 spears. Exactly 0% of them connected. Claw block OP. That's truthfully where it is. I see you, Fax. Big cheers to you, brother. I see you, man. Thank you so much for that, brother. Incredible aggression and some kicks there from Jess. We finally do see it. He might have, depending on the setup, depending on his weapons here, he might have some source of open wounds. And that's going to be a bitch for a Necro. Gets right through the bone armor, chews up at least 1k. Yeah, it looks like it did do some damage there. He did connect again. Hard to tell if that was Shadow Bay or if that was a kick. It all happened so fast. But look at this. Speaking of fast, Go Gators right ready for the close range exchange there. When Toshank teleports in before he gets those traps up, Go Gators just ready to go. This guy's incredible. Oh, no shit, Coolio. Yeah, like, if it doesn't go off, Sin is so fucked. It's sort of the same thing with, like, dodge, avoid, and evade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, both these guys are low. Some more aggro stomps there from Jess, but the thing is, Jess is 1 spear. Incredible change there, but now Go Gators setting up to fight back. Yeah, wise for Jess to back off there. When you see Go Gators after a couple of chains start walking down, he's ready for it. Like, he knows what you're doing and he's ready for it. Jess trying to get in with that Fire Blast, but I don't think Fire Blast alone is going to be enough to get there. He needs probably another big hit with traps. And that big hit could be just enough to get him there. Now, Jess certainly Teeth PK. And that's exactly what Go Gators is going for. He's not going to let him get close. And Teeth is like the antithesis of a Sandman. If you aim those correctly, especially in a concentrated pattern, you're almost guaranteed to connect with the Sin coming in. And there it is, man. Beautiful play from Go Gators and new DFC champion, much deserved. There it is, man. Let's check out this guy's setup. GG's, my dude. Incredible back and forth. And I got to tell you one thing that's super impressive here is that this was a neck v trap sin matchup, and it didn't last more than like 20 minutes. This shit is wild. That might be the first one in DFC history. That is wild. Zybe versus this neck might happen, dude. It might happen. Yeah, big congrats to Go Gators, man. That's solid. Much deserved. Big cheers for the new DFC champ. Yeah. Yeah, I think Jess was just hyper aggressive there. That's just how he prefers to play. Like, that's how Jess prefers to play, man. It's like I said, unless it's a pissing contest, Jess is not gonna like, he's not gonna lates, he's not gonna like play the distance game. He's just like, let's do this. This is a duel. That's his style. So I gotta say, it's a refreshing style to see, man. That was incredible. All right, Jin Shin, I also see his live. One big virtual cheers to our boy, the new DFC champ, Go Gators. Incredible match between him and Toshank. I mean, it's basically the same guy, right? Like, Toshank is still the champ. Yeah, like, it's the same person. So, there's no change of titles. So. GG's the best champ. Jess 100% aggro, 0 pride. We were just saying that, Gators. Incredible duel, man. It's so respectable to see that even at champ level, right? Like, even at the championship level, title on the line, he's just like, I'm gonna play aggro, man. That's my style. That's what we do. All right, and here we go. Jin Shin. Jin Shin going up against... This is... He's got 2 matches on it. Hold on. We gotta find him. We gotta find him. This is Butter. Okay, this is the match these guys asked for right here. These guys asked for this match in the Discord. So this is Jin Shin versus Butter. Butter asked for this match. If I was a betting man, I mean, technically it's in favor of the Zon. But Butters was so adamant, saying, look, I want to go against Jin Shin on an H-Din this week. We're going to make this happen. That is something that I have never seen any player ask for, right? This is actually a tough matchup. Incredible skills here from Jin Shin, avoiding a lot of damage. And also very respectable from Butter there, getting up that swirl, that FOH. But unfortunately, Jin Shin so quick at just taking him off his game plan there. All of those hits, those stuns from the jabs, from the arrows, just making it so that he could never get in the rhythm of that chain FOH stomp. Very well played from Jin Shin, but also very well played from Butters. I didn't expect that. We're used to seeing Butters on a Barb. That's the main class that he's played with. We haven't really seen a lot of him on a Din. And to see these skills on an H-Din, coming in, switching to the Fanaticism aura for that increased attack speed, getting that initial hit in there for those swirls, and implementing that FOH, telestomp, stun lock game plan is very impressive. But Jin Shin just staying just out of the way. And this is the power of dodge, avoid, and evade. I'm pretty sure some of those hammers actually should have hit. But unfortunately, the Zon has these overpowered skills called dodge, avoid, and evade that will just completely negate all of the damage from any of these well-timed, well-placed attacks. And there's nothing you can really do about it. Even if you're on a good strategy with good timing just like that, that was incredible timing last time when Butter came in. Incredible timing, but still dodge, avoid, and evade for the win. Yeah, it was an interesting request, Coolio. It's allegedly, it's actually a good duel. So according to Stadium PK, who is very good on its on, and also according to Muchez, if you have, who's, as we know, previous DFC champ, both of these guys, if you're on a Zon and you're going up against a very good a very good Hammerden player. It can actually be an incredible duel. And this is very close. Butter landed a ham there, but not quite enough. He says, good duels. Looks like we tuned in a little late there, but we caught the winner. We caught the general gist of such a duel. Congrats, he says. Yeah, Butter asked for that one. I thought for sure he might have had Jinshin's number. Jinshin rising star in the DFC. This guy, Zon player and incredible extraordinaire in the Blood Moor. Guy is a savage. An absolute savage. Very nicely done. All right, Montriana also up and live here. It looks like this guy, what the hell is going on? What is this? What is this barb? Yeah, GFG Jinshin, man, that guy is incredible. We've seen his build before. The guy is decked out, inventory full of 32020s. Just the most beautiful, perfect gear. The best stuff that you could ask for. And that's typical these days of Zon player. I say typical. The best Zon players, the top Zon players that we see, that doesn't just come down to their items. It comes down to their level of play, their level of skill, their ability to adapt and, play skillfully in heated moments, much like we saw from Jinshin there. There was a couple of times he was in a lot of trouble, but he didn't panic. He's walking down, creating the distance, forcing his opponent to get in, land that smite telestomp FOH or smite FOH telestomp combo. And tonight, Butter just couldn't do it. But man, both of these guys played well. What's up, RH? I don't think that's necessarily what it is. I think that it's... You see a lot of Zon players, like you see a lot of good Zon players with good gear. I think our boy is AFK here, so we're gonna swap over, see if we get some melee going. But I just think there's a lot of pride in the Zon players, right? Like they spend so much time mastering the skills that they just spend their resources on their character, right? They make it happen. And once you get the 32020s, I mean, you can kind of swap them out. Like you can go to a barb, you could go do melee if you wanted to. There's a lot of options kind of open to you when you have those, and it's certainly the most expensive part of the build. So I just think more and more you'll just see good Zon players taking pride in their character and going the extra mile to get perfect charms, like in perfect gear. You don't necessarily need it. I've seen some not budget Zon players, but like I've seen some Zon players who were new to the class, such as Stadium PK. It wasn't the items that he had, it was his style. It was just his dueling style. It was so good. Like there was nothing you could do. And I think that when people figure that out and they get those skills down, they take pride in their setup and they invest more in it. Got to get this set up. Get this arm in the right position. All right, boys, we're looking for some duels. I'm hoping we didn't miss any melee here. We kind of went AFK a little bit watching some other duels. I'm hoping we didn't miss nothing. Let's check the DFC results. Primo's got mine in there. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. Shapendi versus Cam. Shapendi 10-1. What? Yep, we did miss that one. We did miss one melee, unfortunately, with Cam and Shapendi. Unfortunate, but that's all right. These things happen. People have schedules and lives, and that's okay. That's all fine. It all makes sense. These things happen. Let's get some more action going. Can we see Gator's setup? I think he pieced out. I think he pieced Reet out. Unfortunately, I was hoping we did. I don't think he had the stream up when I mentioned that though. But yeah, it would have been really cool. I mean, it was probably, if I had to guess, he's probably using T-Gods, maybe a 10% wisp. But I would guess T-Gods, a helm, 220. Like if you wear a 220 amulet, it'll make up for the cast that you lose from switching away from a rack. So he probably just had pretty typical top tier necro setup with the T-Gods, if I had to guess. All right, Paul Aladdin wants a piece of the din. All right, I mean, we got the wax on skill, so I don't know what chance he stands, but I mean, the wax on skills cannot be beat. Bros, we got the win in for melee tonight. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Just low wisp. Oh, that's what it was. No shit, just low wisp. Okay, so low in the helm in a wisp ring. Yeah, solid, man. Yeah, Consparb is good in melee. We were just seeing before when we were doing some practice duels. We were seeing a Consparb, and dude, it's good. All right, wax on skills online. There's no shot he's winning. We've got the wax on skills. Oh, that's the first time I've ever legit seen that. It's the wax on skills, man. I've seen it happen with CTC skills after death. But those were actual connections right there. That was wild. Oh, hold on. We got a wax on here. Gotta get the wax on skills. There it is. There it is.
Hello.
Yeah, you don't want Zerk for sure. Zerk is magic damage, but additionally it drops your defense to 0, which is certainly not a good thing in melee. Sentinel. Proven to be the king of the ring out here. We're gonna have to set this guy straight. You got a cheap, cheesy win after death against me. Look, I have to set this guy straight. Show him who the real king of the ring is here. All right, we got the wax on going. Here we go. He's got that fort proc. No fucks given. No fucks given. King of the ring. Zerg melee barb. LOL. It did? What? No, I haven't given up on D4. I think D4 is good. I can't wait for the next season. It's like getting better, I should say. It isn't good, but it's getting better. I almost did a video this season about the barb that I was running, but because I thought I was going to be original and no one had actually really nailed the charge barb. But there was two things that stopped me from doing it. First, Rax did it. And I was like, oh, the secret's out of the bag. There's no longer that piece of the shock value, right? It was practically the same. Like he had figured out the same shit. And but on top of that, the other piece of it that I wanted to do was I wanted to get some PvP in there. Like I actually wanted to have some player kills. And when I went into the Fields of Hatred, there was literally fucking nobody there. So we didn't get the PvP aspect of it, which I feel like with any video that I do, I feel like that's the interesting angle that I bring to it. And at that point, I'd kind of committed so much time and energy to the build that I was like, there's nothing new about it. There's nothing like exciting. It's like there's, you know, we don't have the PvP aspect of it. This was just before the Gauntlet came out too. He says King of the Ring. Yeah, it was just before all of that happened. So it's like it was weird timing. I felt like even though I'd committed so much time to it, the style on the main channel is I like to put out bangers, and I felt like the content for my D4 season 3, I was like, there's nothing special about it. Like there's nothing good about it anymore. So I'm like, well, unfortunately, we're gonna can it. We're gonna can the idea. But now taking the different direction with the Coooley live channel, I might have actually put something out for it. Like I'm kind of taking a different approach with this channel, and I might have still put it out on this just so that it was out there. But the other problem is I like to make what I call durable videos, stuff that like is kind of relevant regardless of the time. Like regardless of the time someone watches it, and with the way that seasons change and shit in D4, and you know the adaptations, it's like that build is irrelevant next season. Like, you know, so that was another thing. That's why I just didn't make main channel. I'm like, I can't do it. Like, even though we've put a lot of time, like, it just doesn't make sense to. All right, I see Elk Brew live here. I'm gonna hop over, see what's going on here. What is going on here? We've got Elk Brew versus Javito PvP in an NVD FPK match. So, this is a new addition to the rule set right here. We actually added an FPK division. Okay, it's we could theoretically crown a champ in this new division. But what we're doing is just trying things out. There's been a lot of requests in the past for an FPK rule set, right? Which is more in line with what other organizations for PvP use. And it kind of dials back the power of the Necro a little bit, limiting them to 13 points, hard points into Bone Spirit, which caps their damage a little bit, much similar to what it was in LOD. It makes it so that in this matchup in particular, the Necro can't use Teeth. It's also the same in the DFC. But the Druid can only use Bear, which is also the same in the DFC. The only big difference here for this matchup in particular is the damage of the Necro. In my opinion, this will be an interesting one to watch. I'm very curious to see if I'm missing something here. My bet is on the Necro. Is on the Druid. Is on Elk Brew. Personally, I think FPK NVD is not fair for the Necro. Yeah, but it will make for a better watching experience, Kreider, with like trap sins, right? Because trap sins have to be straight trappers. They can't have any of the cheesy tricks that the tricks people call cheesy. Like, it's just straight trapper, right? So you might see Fire Blast, but that's about it. There's not really going to be much of anything else. It's going to be a trapper that you're going against. And with the Barbarian, we kind of see this in DFC anyway, but a lot of them, there's very few Barbarians that will do tricks, right? That will have like, oh, bust out a bow or be a throw barb, right? We don't see that very often. I mean, the ones that we do see are clearly people's top barb, but you know, there's not many, right? But regardless, in FPK rule set, it limits you to that whirlwind barb, right? You can chain Zerk, you can do all of these things, but the Necro matchup, again, the Necro can only be 13 Spirit. So we're trying this out. We're trying this out to see how well it goes. In my opinion, I'm not sure if it will be better or worse. However, I didn't want to just factor it out. Stadium PKs put together a great rule set. I think it's immaculate for teams. The team rules surrounding it are great. It pretty much, and it also limits the block that any character has. So this might actually be better for Barb versus Druid in the DFC, and it may be something that if we don't adopt this entirely with like just an FPK format that we just throw people into in these FPK matches, if we don't adopt it entirely, perhaps considering some sort of block limit for characters is a good way to go. I think it certainly makes for playing against a Barbarian. It makes it a little more fair to the Barb, which is typically at the bottom of the ranks in a lot of ways. So, Lamp theoretically dueling tonight. We shall see. If Negro had Holy Shield as well, it would put Sin riding shotgun. Yeah. Man, can you imagine? By the way, I see Vegeta is live, so we'll pop over to that right after this. That is a match I'm very interested in. Cannot wait to see that. That's going to be a high-profile one. Trees versus Vegeta, I believe, is that one. An interesting approach here from Elk Brew, being very cautious. Trying to set up his approach from the outside. These guys weren't even hostile. I was gonna say, some of those NATOs were very well placed. I was like, yeah, Javito's gonna eat some of those the way he's teleporting. So what Elk Brew was doing, we now have a DFC, by the way. It's not a DFC event unless some number of players have forgotten to hostile each other. Okay, we're finally, the night can begin. FPK rules work well within the context of FPK characters. Once you have Zons and other stuff, then a lot of balance upsets happen. Yeah, well, the other thing is they make an exception in there for Zons. They say, unless it's a Zon, your block is capped at this. Yeah. But that's the thing. That's kind of what we're trying right now in the 1v1s, like implementing randomly like the FPK rules. We almost did it for the championship bout tonight, but I was like, nah, this is straight HLD DFC. This is what these guys signed up for. We're not going to ruin it like that. By ruin it, I mean, it's not that it's worse. It's just, it's a shake-up last minute. I agree, though, Max. I think block exists for a reason. It's underutilized. Like, it's... Some people call it cheese, but it's just like, it's really not, man. It's a mechanic in the game. A lot of people like to call mechanics in the game cheesy when they're just not used to being dueling against them. But it's legit. I mean, it's a mechanic that's built into the game that got worse in LOD. Some nice spears there from Javito. Incredible FPK matchup here between these two so far, but a nice stomp from Elk Brew, and down goes Javito PvP. Wow. I need to stop NATO locking. Why? NATO locking is sweet. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, I think I know what he means by NATO locking. So there's a trick. I grinded some of these duels, not going to lie. I grinded some Necro versus Druid. And when I was on the Druid, I was going up against like a good Necro. So I was getting my ass kicked. But I noticed that there's a couple of different ways to lock your opponent, right? To like hold their name and continue to stomp them. To grab that name lock, you can do it in a couple of ways. What's very common is people do it while casting Tornado. It's very efficient, right? You're casting Tornado. You can just kind of move your cursor over, grab your opponent's name, lock right onto him, right? And that way you can tele-stomp him right after. But the thing is, the drawback to that is that while you're hunting for that name, and potentially when you need to teleport, you're stuck in that NATO casting animation, which doesn't seem like much, but in the heat of battle, when you're trying to chase somebody down or potentially even trying to tele-lock them, it's you probably want to be on something like throw lock. And there it is again. Second round goes to Elk Brew in an incredible tele-stomp finish. Javito realizing the power of this guy. Now, speaking of people who might be underrated in DFC, I would say Elk Brew, certainly one of those guys. This dude, pretty savage on the Druid and pretty consistent on it. A lot of experience, a lot of players that this guy has felled right here. Incredible player. I would say for the most part, yeah. You're not entirely wrong about that, Coolio. Like, there are some cheesy things, such as weapon block and dodge, avoid, and evade, all right? But we're not going to talk about that. Right? We're just going to... Technically a mechanic in the game, right? It's not a fair one, but it's there. All right. Sound versus Lamp after the melee duel. Yeah, I want to pop into Vegeta after this as well. He's been patiently waiting, got a nice melee duel going for us, and this guy, very likely, I hate to make the promises before things materialize, but very likely going to be challenging for the melee title next week. This guy's undefeated in melee and has a very interesting character. The Fury Druid is just cool to watch. It's a very unique build. A lot of people think melee and they think zealots. But there's a lot of other builds out there that are viable, and Vegeta is showing that with a Fury Druid. He's just piling people up left and right. Who knows? We might find out next week. We might find out next week. What a savage matchup here so far. We have Elk Brew in the lead with 2-0. Now, these guys, again, playing on an FPK matchup. So these spears not as damaging as they would be in typical DFC HLD rules, right? The only big difference in this matchup between this and the DFC, and like regular HLD DFC rules, is the power of the spears, right? The spears are going to hurt a lot more in traditional HLD DFC rules, but in this FPK matchup here, these spears aren't going to hurt as much. And in my opinion, and what I would believe the data suggests as well, is that even under HLD rules, the Druid had the advantage. So this was an interesting one. I think of this, like, we're to the age in D2R where I think rules almost, much like Max has said in the past, almost need to be matchup specific at this point. Like, you have some basic rules, and then you have some matchup specific rules. It's just kind of how they have to be to make things most exciting. It's down to that like granular thing, right? And to some degree, it always has been. All of the Sorb rules were probably made when Trap Sins came out. No one really gave a shit about lightning sorceresses because they never really were a thing, right? So to some degree, I think the heart of them exists in versus certain matchups anyway. Yeah, no worries, Doom. I saw that. I actually told him that. I saw that message, and I was like, dude, Doom's probably working on some fucking F14 or some shit. Like, and yeah, so no worries, dude. We told people to tune into the Discord because I'm sure we're going to want to see that eventually. And I'm pretty sure the winner of that, it might be next in line for a title. Now, that being said, Go Gators is the new champion of the DFC, and this guy is Savage on a Druid. All right? So I will happily give you a match against this guy, but I don't think you're going to be too happy about it. Okay? I just want to put that out there. Doom brought up that he thought he deserved a title shot, and I don't disagree. The thing is, not a lot of the champions in recent history have been very conducive to a cold sorceress, and this is certainly no exception with Go Gators. Yeah, FBK rules have kind of been different for a while. Nice hits here so far from Javito PvP, slowly working his opponent down with some spears and spirits. By the way, Pottle, what's up, man? Big cheers to you, man. Good to see you here. Yeah, this is wild. I almost feel bad that the spears don't do as much damage here, but then you see rounds like this. You see rounds where Javito just comes out on top with that superb walk down skills right there. Those are the next level shit. That was what Mr. Llama SC was trying to do against your boy. Who remembers that? DFC 100? That's what they was trying to do versus your boy. But, you know, it's just the top-in skills are hard to beat, okay? Llama figured that out the hard way. But the people that really know these walk-down skills and can punish their opponents, much like Javito's doing right now, he's catching that cadence. He's catching the cadence of his opponent here, really getting in the rhythm and landing those spears. That was an incredible, incredible round for him. Now 2-1, still in favor of Elk Brew. We're going to see how it goes. That's what it was, HH60M Blackhawk. Word, dude, that's solid. If I had any idea what that was, I might be able to speak intelligently on it, but I'm going to assume it's an expensive military-grade aircraft. And props to you, bro. Look, we got that spaceship. You know, we got the spaceship. This thing, maybe this is the guy we've been looking for, right? We might need your help. In case you missed it, there's a fucking tracking bug on this son of a bitch. We're going to need your help here eventually, so stay tuned. Fucking bank's been trying to repossess that thing ever since I took out a $2 billion loan that I had no intention of paying back. Yeah, they've been doing some real juck fuckery to us. We're gonna need some help with it. Platosaurus, I see you, man.
$20.24 from Botosaurus. Take us to warp speed.
We're getting there. Right after this round, we're gonna warp speed right into Vegeta for the melee match. Bro, thank you so much. 2024 US dollars. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that support. We're gonna put that right into Doombringer's paycheck when he takes out the tracking device on that fucking thing. That's where it's going. Like to be full transparency. And there it is. We saw the culmination of this round right there from Elk Brew. It's now 3-1 in his favor. Incredible performance so far. This guy's a savage. Like I said, possibly a little underrated in the DFC. Sedated. It's an interesting strategy. I wonder what you're building up to do with that. Is it that your teeth are sensitive to certain things? Trying to numb them up, trying to gum them up with that Jolly Rancher shit. Nice spears there from Javito. Javito is not letting this affect him, man. He's down on the scorecards right now with 3-1 in favor of Elk Brew, but he's not letting it. A lot of times players get defeated before the match is over, right? When the score is not in their favor, they get defeated before the match is over and they start playing like shit. That is not the case with Javito. He knows that this duel isn't over until it's over. And that was an incredible walk down spear there. He's still being very evasive, very difficult for Elk Brew to catch. And he's landing some good shots. If this was traditional HLD rules right now, I'm pretty sure Elk Brew would be like 20%. Not really. I don't think many people decline the mana pool option. There's some classes that don't really need it. It's just there in case in case you do. We have tried it with limited mana pools before, but even then we had to kind of open them up for certain classes because there was just no way they could do it, like Zons teleporting. Well, actually, no, we did ban it on Zons and said fuck Zons for a while. But there was certain classes like what really did it for us. We banned mana pools for a while, almost in their entirety. And then we just saw how Sins were playing. Oh my god, an incredible comeback from Elk Brew. Right back and forth there. That was nasty, man. That was nasty. Very, very close round. But what we ended up seeing was that Sins were equally as miserable with no mana pools. So we were like, this is one of the big reasons why we banned them, and he's still miserable. Check out that kill again, man. That was quick. Incredible comeback here. You can see this. Might not be able to see the life to. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna move over a little bit. A little bit of double Coooley vision here. But you can see how close this is, man. And I thought for sure that with a well-timed spear, we were gonna see Javito take that. But we didn't. Like, this is just the power staying in the pocket. Look at this. Such low life from Elk Brew there. Incredible, man. Big comeback. And this guy back on the horse, racking up those wins. Let's cut over to Vegeta. This guy trying to speaking of winners. Speaking of winners. This guy trying to rack up another one. The undefeated melee player, Vegeta. Can he do it again tonight? See if we can pull up some stats on this guy. With our new DFC statistics machine, courtesy of our boy Sound. See if we can check this out. Might be AFK here, so probably a good opportunity to do it. Let's just see what's going on here. A little fresh to the DFC here. He's got 3 duels under his belt, but guy is undefeated. Like, just undefeated. You can't hit win rate of 100%. This is starting to look demoralizing for any melee player going up against this guy. So this is why right here, after, you know, the few duels that we've had in melee, the few events that we've had that's featured melee duels, this is why this guy is looking great. Again, it's very early to tell who is a long-term dominant melee player. But early stats might suggest that this guy right here is that dude. Yeah, and he's gone up against a couple of players. He beat me, I believe, on the first night. He also beat Jeep, who we saw his setup. This guy ain't no chump. And we also saw Root absolutely destroy people on his Fury Druid. And these guys went Fury v Fury, and Vegeta came out on top. Now, it was a 10-8 victory. He won by 2 even. Like, it was a bit closer. But I'm telling you, man, this guy's got some promise. This guy is looking good. He might have something figured out that not many people do. And whatever it is, I can't wait to see this guy's matchup tonight. I'm hoping we didn't like miss it or something. He's running around. We see him. Oh yeah, okay. He's getting ready with his opponent here. That's who he is in game. Corn. Absolutely savage. Yeah, and I believe, let's check the card. I think he's going up against trees. Let me see. Let's check her out. In the melee bracket. No, he's going up against Tempest. Oh my god, I'm so glad I matched these guys up. I was hoping it wasn't trees, actually. Yeah, Tempest is actually on a winning streak with his melee druid as well. And so this will be interesting. If Tempest wins, that's a big win for Tempest, especially if it's like a blowout victory, right? But alternatively, if Vegeta piles up another Fury Druid and makes it look easy, there's no doubt this guy's championship quality. Yeah, and I do see Tempest in game here, so it looks like these guys probably right on the precipice of getting underway. Yeah, going up against Tempest. Tempest was a melee newcomer last week, but a very nice performance, man. I had the pleasure of dueling up against his druid, and what I love about it is he's got some nice gear, but it's not like unobtainable gear. Like you can get it with a little bit of work. And not sure if the same could be said for Vegeta. Dude's got some savage shit as well. But man, you always wonder. You never know. You can't really count people out. This is melee, right? Just because if someone has more expensive items, or, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter. I mean, as we've seen in the past, it's all a digital roll of the dice, and theoretically, although 10 rounds is a lot of rounds, anything can happen. But we're gonna find out right away how Tempest stacks up against the undefeated Vegeta. Does he have what it takes? Can he make this guy sweat? It's over 9,000. Sounds sus. People getting fed to wolves. All right, and here we go. We're looking at this from Vegeta's perspective. Big hits from Tempest. And there it is, a quick finish. And he does have that fortitude proc, so his friends are gonna take this right off of him by killing him after the duel there, just so he can reset and not be pre-buffed for the next round. But that was fast, man. Those were some big hits. But alternatively, Tempest also got some nasty hits in there. Now, this is an interesting duel when it's Fury v Fury. Morphing back to Wolf form at 1 life in versus any other class is banned, right? But in Fury v Fury, it's encouraged. And we saw a little bit of that last week with Root. Versus Vegeta and Tempest here, these guys, when they get down, when they morph back to human form, which is what happens to a druid when they're morphed into a werewolf, at 1 life, instead of getting killed, they'll get morphed back to a human, and then if they're hit again, they'll get killed. But this can go right back and forth, and here it is so far, 2-0 victory for Vegeta. This guy off to a dominant start in this round. I love how this guy career melee player right here. The only waypoints in Act 1 that this guy has is the Bloodmoor and Inner Cloister. That's it. That's it. This guy ain't fucking around. That takes some testicular fortitude right there. You got to give up some terror zones, right? You got to give up some terror zone access. That's solid. Shut up, Joby. You know what I mean. Fucking Joby. I thought you were getting ready for your trip. Who fucking invited this guy here? And there it is again, close round. But this one yet again goes to Vegeta. 3-0 so far. Yeah, who is that guy? Why does he have a wrench by his name? No need to have CP waypoint when you can teleport to it mid-duel. It's fair. That's fair. All right, here we go. Round 4. 3-0 so far for Vegeta. I wonder if we're going to see sound switch anything up. Big hits early on. Not looking good for, I'm sorry, not looking good for Tempest. 4-0 so far. Dominant start. Dominant start for the potential title challenger next week. This is big. You can't dodge a wrench. You can't dodge a Joby. That's what it is. And Joby. By the way, what do you think? Dude, the green screen is fucking up a lot less ever since the new desk setup, dude. I just got a sit-stand desk. Y'all might have noticed me, like, moving around and shit. I did it because I'm handicapped. And I also have a bad arm. So, in which case, I figured it was better to have the option to sit down or stand up. And man, I'm telling you, with the setup, I got better lighting as just a natural result. Worked out pretty good. All right, big hits from Tempest. This could be his, I was going to say potentially his first round win, but no. No, not at all. 5-0 so far for Vegeta. Now, it didn't look like there was any attempt on behalf of Tempest to morph back there when he morphed into a human form. He technically can. That's the thing. It didn't look like he was either busy blocking, but it didn't look like he even went for it. You technically can. It's the only matchup where you can. Yeah, finally leveling up. Yeah, it was time. It was time. All right, and here we go. Round 6 between these guys. 5-0 so far for Vegeta. Big hits. This could go either way. This could go either way, and there it is. Tempest hoping to mount a big comeback here. And it's now 5-1. Can Tempest do it? Can he mount the melee comeback of the night? It's going to be tough. We're going to find out. This is coming down to the wire. It's coming right down to it. He's got a limited amount of time. I wonder if he changed anything. We have been looking at this from Vegeta's standpoint. But I wonder if he did change anything. Tempest not necessarily streaming it. But that was still a close round. It's hard to tell because the round was so close and other rounds have been close as well. And there it is. Now 6-1 in favor of Vegeta. Whatever, if he did change anything. These duels are certainly a lot closer. The score right now is not indicative of how back and forth these have been. But this is wild. Hold on, what the hell is Bill playing? Bill, kill that shit! This is a fucking melee duel! Sorry, And there it is. Wow, holy shit, 6-2 now. I'm telling you, the comeback is real. The comeback is real here. It's possible. These things can happen, man. These things can happen. We've seen crazier shit. Dude, I got 5 wins in an FT10 versus Casino. This could happen. The side advantage worked? I don't know, man. But it could be. It could be. You never know. There's a lot of superstition in melee dueling. There's only one person with proven results with click and hold, and that is with the wax on, wax off method, coined and patented by yours truly. So if anybody else uses it, they have to pay me royalties. But that's not superstition. That's just facts. But other than that, some people say positioning. Some people say mouse placement. It's all superstition. But now we are looking at 7-2 in favor of Vegeta. What is so far looking like it could be a landslide victory for him, unless Tempest can mount some sort of, unless he can see some sort of resilience here and mount a big comeback. But that's what we're looking at so far, 7-2 in favor of Vegeta. Now, I didn't get a good look at his gear, You know, and I couldn't tell if he was wearing like a white style helm, Vegeta, but I wonder if he's not wearing the Cerberus's bite, which is oftentimes something that you'll certainly see it on a druid. It's a big attack rating bonus, but I wonder if there's times where you switch to something else, specifically versus a druid. And there it is again, 8-2 in favor of Vegeta. Wow, this is wild. I'm not sure what game these are in, Nightfall, honestly. Not sure. But if you let me know the game, I can actually just pop over and watch you. That's the beauty of melee dueling, is I can just pop in your game and watch you. So if y'all want to, just get a game up, and then we're gonna pop into Sounds Duel after this. But after that one, I can pop in if y'all are ready to go. Oh, and he tries to morph back, but doesn't quite get there. Now we're going to get kind of a look here at his helm when he picks it up. And see, I'm curious to see if it's white. If the color of it is white, it may suggest that it's Cerberus's bite. It's not. It's not fucking white. He did swap off of that. He did swap off of this. I was wondering. And here's the thing. I was told that versus a druid, attack rating is good, but it's not necessarily as important. There's the defense on a druid isn't that high. By the way, big cheers to Primo. Thank you so much for that 14 months at S tier and Wicked One Ball 2 months at Legend tier. Holy shit. We might have to... This is wild. And by the way, speaking of wild, it's looking like Tempest and that comeback is real. This is getting wild here. Absolutely insane. Man, really got to watch out for this fucking sign, man. Always just kind of plunks right in the dome whenever we come to the tavern, but I gotta say, special cheers to Primo for 14 months, my dude. Go ahead, pull up a seat. I saved a chair for you, just right on the other side of the bar here. Let's come on in. Let's tip a few back for this guy. Just wild, all that support. And also, Wicked One Ball 2 months at Legend tier, man. Big cheers to you. Really appreciate that. You guys are the best. Now let's pop back over this. And the next round is up and ready to go. Close one. I'm telling you, the comeback is real for Tempest. Yeah, absolute legend, man. 8-5. The duel ain't over till it's over. And you know for a fact that this guy, Vegeta, is a serious melee dueler. Because look at this. All of his charms match. I can promise you, we do know one thing. Those are 45 life shapeshifter grand charms in his inventory. Perfect. Okay, now he's swapping out, putting some more attack rating on. He's got 36 20s in that stash as well. Now he's up in the attack rating. I think it could be that has a little bit more respect for the defense of Tempest, and he's going to try to test that out. He thinks he's going to hit harder, so he's cranking up that attack rating. The fact that he's throwing in the charms there, again, didn't really see the gear, but I'm going to assume that he's not wearing angelics. But that's probably because this type of dude, I'm going to promise you, has some sort of fool's weapon, and when you have that, you really don't need the angelics. That's the tipping point. When you have the fool's weapon, that's when you can swap off. And he gets Tempest Oak there. That could be big. And it was. Proved to be right there. Now 9-5. There is no win by 2 rule if it's not a title shot. So technically, Tempest just needs 5 more. He needs to get him back to back here. Can he do it? We've seen crazier shit. You don't need angelics on Wolf, period? No shit. Bro, I gotta really build a Wolf build. I feel like they're so expensive. 45 lifers and all of this stuff. I feel like they're hyper expensive, but there's certainly one in Melee that I want to learn more about. You don't even need them for like... Well, I guess not. Because I guess if you're going up against a Paladin, you just use Cerberus's Bite. Or if you're going up against a Barb, or like a high defense character. I guess that makes sense. No, there never was. The reason we don't do that is because theoretically, you could have... I think it was unclear last week, but I think we just decided on no. And there it is! tries to morph back, but now it's 9-6. Still in favor of Vegeta. But the reason being that we don't do the win by 2 is because theoretically, in a non-title fight, the duel could last forever. So that's why we just do FT10. In a title fight, we'll gladly watch a duel that goes twice the distance. We'll gladly watch one that goes like 18-16 or like, 30-28. That shit's wild, especially for the title. But like, it would just make it so that melee matches on stream, like just imagine getting 3 melee matches that there was a win by 2 rule in effect, and they both go like hours long. This is a close one, but that is it. Oh my god. Okay, so technically... Okay, never mind. No, he didn't get killed by... I was going to say, if he got killed by Tempest, it's a draw. However, since he didn't, it is not. And there it is. Vegeta takes it 10-6. Incredible, dude. That was very nice. He's going to show off the gear here, which I like that. Would love to see this. Coooley, let me say one thing. All right. If I get a shot at the title, I'll whip out a meta-defining build. That's what he says. Oh, I can't wait to fucking see it. +6 Fury Helm. Okay, that's what it is. And he's got max damage jewels in this thing. Man, I can't wait to see that. I'm interested in this now. Now he's got to get it. He's certainly there for next week, I think, after this win. This is solid. +6 Fury, some insane crafted gloves here. He's got the defense roll on him too, 10/20s with strength and dex. Sick melee ring. That thing's probably worth quite a bit. Yep, sick melee ring. Very nice roll. Death. He does use it. Okay, so he is using Crushing Blow versus the Druid. That is a Druid killer right there, man. Death is the answer. Big Crushing Blow to that huge life total. And he has got a ED 99, maybe attack rating on that. I didn't quite see it, but yeah, perfect Raven Frost. Basically, he's got that melee jewel in there. Okay, yeah, so it is. It's attack rating. It's like a 30-60-99 wannabe, but the good thing is they don't have to be perfect to be worth a lot. They're actually just very rare. So the fact that he's got one in that Storm Shield there, that looks good. Good looks on that stuff, man. Amazing character. We will certainly see this guy at 4-0 challenging for the title next week. That secures it. Like Vegeta going in for the melee title. We see our first player. The next one is going to be determined to yet be determined. But we're going to find out. Just an incredible thing to see there. Let's thank you so much for that, Vegeta. Good duels, Tempest. That was nuts. Let's cut over to sound real quick. Let's see what this guy is up to. This guy ready to go. Man, oh man, that was wild. Good duels, dude. Melee is interesting to watch. You never really know. It's like, they're all nail biters, all so very close. And he says he's going to bust out a meta-defining build. What the hell has he got up his sleeve? What is this? I can't wait to see it. All right, and here we go. This is a big match. Nate Diesel versus Sound. Some of the top dins in the DFC. Oh, wait, no, this is Lamp. This is Sound versus Lamp. Sound had, yeah, my bad. Yep, Sound corrected me in game. Yeah, this is, Sound has 2 duels. Sound has 2 duels on the card tonight. We didn't go much over the card. We just kind of glanced at it in the beginning. Maybe this is why I should talk about him, jog my memory a little bit. He's got 2 matches on the card tonight. One versus Lamp, and one versus the other top din in Nate Diesel. But this one right here is versus Lamp. This is going to be an interesting duel too, because it's hard to tell if Lamp is full Vita Blizz right now. It looks like he is. Yeah, full Vita. He's got the red armor on and everything. Full Vita here. Big hits from Lamp, and he's in and out. It's going to be interesting because from what we've seen, nice CT. That looked like a CT cast right there. Possibly even a Marrow cast. A Marrow lock, if you will. That was off-screen shit right there. That was wild. But yeah, what we'll see is usually a pattern that I picked up on that we really wanted to put Lamp against somebody who knows how to punish him for this. because I think it's a good test, but he's prepared for it in his build. And that is this. We've noticed that in a lot of Lamp's duels, I can appreciate this, but it certainly gives a chance to his opponent. He doesn't do a lot of CT casting, like especially when escaping, right? And if you get a good chain locking player, such as Sound, such as like any of these good VT or even TV players right here, they can really punish you for it. And that's what Sound's going to be looking to do. But I can tell you this, Lamp is going to make it hard to catch him. Lamp is going to make it extremely difficult to catch him. And possibly, we might be seeing some CD casting here. No, we're still not. No, we're definitely not. Like, so it's there. It's there. The opportunity is there, but can he do it? Yeah, let's check it out. There it is, man. We switched over just in time for that lock. I told you, man. That was how it was going to be. That was how it was going to be. If you can get that lock going on, and Sound is incredible at the Smite FOH. He's still going in for it, too. Going in for that Smite FOH Telly Stomp combo. Like, man, that's how to play it right there. I want to see this from Sound's perspective here, because I want to see if there's how much CT casting is going on. I think he doesn't prefer to do it, and a lot of times he doesn't need to. This guy's skill is just on point. His aim is on point. His style, the way that he approaches the duels, the rounds is really good. He can kite his opponent into these blizzards pretty easily by staying in close range, not really going off screen too much. And that's what he's trying to do with Sound here. You see him dropping that blizz and then trying to kite Sound into grabbing that name lock so he can teleport right back in the center of it and damage Sound quite heavily. Sound might have actually caught a big hit right there from that blizz. He almost certainly caught one there. I hate to even switch. Like, I want to switch to Sound standpoint to see his life total, but it's really hard to tell. Like, I feel like if we switch, we could miss it. We could miss it, dude. It could be over in an instant. Sound gets that lock, gets that sick Smite FOH Telly Stomp lock. It's it. That's it. It's currently 1-1. Get Doombringered. Yeah, so this is a full Vita Sorceress. So it looks like Lamp, very skilled on the mechanics of this build, knowing that for certain matchups he's going to want to go full Vita, and then there's other matchups where ES is going to be a thing. And in this matchup he's chosen to go full Vita. He's got that red armor, right? And what that is that's an armor with probably 100 life or close to it in 4 sockets, and he's likely got 4 sunders up in that bitch, like, or 4 facets up in that. Like, he's trying to completely sunder his opponent's PvP resistance in the biggest ways possible, and he probably has a shield with something similar as well. I would guess maybe a Jeweler's Monarch of the Colossus with 4 facets in that as well, ripping his opponent's life total for 40 combined between those 2 items on top of the Cold Mastery, making it so that these blizzards hurt. It takes about 3 ticks to take Sound down. Not sure what setup Sound is on. He could be on the, as far as cold resist goes, he could be on the Dual Raven. He could be on the 410 setup, meaning he stacks up 410 cold resist. Or he could be on Dual Raven. Very nice placement of the Blizz right there from Lamp, and he takes round 3, now making it 2-1. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's see it from Sound's perspective. It's going to be on him to catch these nasty locks. But the opportunity is there. Like I said, the opportunity is there. I think we can still see Lamp not doing a ton of CT casting. I don't think he wants to. I think that's a purposeful thing. I think he wants to cast a Blizz, and he wants to stay on screen. He wants to entice his opponent to try to stomp him. Just finished my ES Blizz Sork today. That's awesome, man. I was thinking about making a cold Sork next, just so that I control Joby. Like, I can troll him hard. Then he'll sword me, and I'll go AFK 6 hours. Won't even duel. We'll just get 1 surprise win. AFK. Yeah, Lamp doesn't want a CT. I'm kind of picking up on that, too. Like, it isn't... A player of his caliber, I know he can CT. But I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to set these blizzards up and just sort of try to manipulate his opponent into grabbing a name lock and potentially punishing him for it by teleporting right back into that Blizz. And now 3-1 in favor of Lamp. Yeah, this is certainly not a favorable matchup for the Din. But it's possible. It's possible. True champion Lamp. Lamp is really good, man. Lamp is really good. Lamp for the title win. Bro, there's so many. There's so many lined up. Go Gator's got his work cut out for him. I can almost promise you he's signing up on a Druid after all this Cold Sork talk this week. I can almost promise you he's signing up on a Druid next week. He's like, yeah, fuck that noise. Lamp versus Gertie rematch? Dude, I want to see it. Gertie's been dodging him. I ain't seen him in the DFC. Ain't seen him. Hashtag Gertie dodge. Yeah, and this is actually very impressive. I expected that Sound might actually punish him with some nasty chains, like especially whereas, you know, but what I failed to realize is Lamp is really good at just staying at a discouraging distance, just like that. A quick 4-1 from Lamp. GG's, man. He's very good at baiting his opponent in. His style, it isn't that he can't CT or doesn't want to, like he just chooses not to. He wants to set his opponent up good. He wants to teleport right into that Blizz, catch him good. That's exactly what he wants to do, and he did a phenomenal job of it. Yeah, very impressive. To be able to escape the CT locks of someone like a player like Sound is pretty impressive. All right, we're trying to swap over here, but we're getting jammed. Hold up. Hope we're not getting too jammed. Are we getting stream jammed? What the hell's going on? What is this? Need to go to the tavern. Man, increase res cap. It's always demoralizing. Always demoralizing. I can really feel for those Din players. That's what brings me to the tavern here. Whenever I see a Din go down to a cold sorceress, it's rough. I can really feel for him. All right, I'm gonna try to fix this here, but it looks like I might be jammed up, unable to see people's duels here in the Discord, much like we saw in DFC 100. We're seeing it again. You see this? Just jammed. I can't see anybody's screen. Let me see about Root. Good thing is about, oh yeah, okay, I guess I can see Roots. Never mind. We're back. We back. Yeah, fire back up, Bill. False alarm. Just fire it back up. Yep. Yeah. Just false alarm. McDonald's what? Yeah, I can't wait for that. I can't wait for the fucking fiber optics next week. We're gonna see. Yeah, it's always crazy, man. Cold Sorks are wild. Like, bro, it's interesting. All right, here we go. This is Root versus Trees. This is crazy. Okay, Trees coming up with a win here. I think, did he win the first round too? Did he win that first round? Oh shit. Bro. I think he might have figured it out. So what we've got here is we've got a situation where it could be that Trees is on some crush and blow shit, which is extremely difficult for a Druid because the Druid can have a lot of life. We've seen Druids like Vegeta's with upwards of over 9,000 life. Legit, over 9,000. Not even fucking around. But the thing that's really good against that is Crushing Blow. Now, technically a counter to that, if y'all are watching the Coooley videos, is stacking up 100% DR, but that's very hard to do. Doesn't matter though, Root figures it out. And there it is. Let's bring this to a different level, huh? Come down a bit. Let's bring this to it. Let's knock it down a peg. Fancy shit, boys. It's fancy. We ain't messing around no more. And there it is. I believe this is... Oh, wow. This is close. This is actually very close, like, to being done. Like, it's 9-4 in favor of Ja, a.k.a. Trees. This is crazy. I would bet he's on death. Death for the weapon with massive crushing blow. That's hard to fight against. That's, some say, the answer to the Druid. But Root says it ain't going to be that easy. He says it ain't going to be that easy. 9-5. Could mount a big comeback here. Needs 5 more wins. Even running around, dude was just blocking shots like nobody's business. People trying to kill Root, they just can't do it. Yeah, that's nuts. I would think, like, if I was on a Druid, I would try to figure out a way to stack up 100% crushing blow, 100% damage reduction. Just because it's theoretically the answer, it nullifies their crushing blow. Wow, Root making an incredible comeback here so far. 9-6. Can he do it? Yeah, death is big chunk, dude. Because the way that crushing blow works from you stacking it up with weapons like death is that it will take a percentage of the player's life total no matter what. And when you're talking about, even with a 50% damage reduction, you're still talking about 450 plus life chunks at the, at max life. And there it is. Good duels, man. Tree comes out on top in that exchange right there with a 10-6 victory. Surprisingly close, though, for Root, with going up against a player with massive crushing blow like that. Surprisingly very close. All right, now Root's ready to go against Kramer. He's got himself 2 duels here tonight. Trees takes that one. Last minute throw in duel. That literally happened minutes before we went live, and I'm sure Trees is happy with that. Gets on the winning streak here in DFC Melee against Root, against a very good player. Certainly had the answer that time. Yeah, he did have death. Very nicely rolled death, too. And massive attack rating. All right, and here we go. Kramer versus Root. Now, Kramer might be a sleeper here. Heard a lot of good things about this guy. Hard to tell if he's on death as well, but we're going to find out here real soon. We'll certainly find out on death. There was no cast on death, so he is not on the death rune word. He might be on BOTD. He might have naturally stacked up some crushing blow in his other, or possibly in his other gear, and is on BOTD. The reason BOTD is good is because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is I believe that even on a barb, the 60% IAS on EBOTD makes it so that you're practically hitting the breakpoint with just that weapon, so you don't need to add much IAS. Tore the rotator cuff, Jenner. So I had some rotator cuff surgery. They did a bicep tenodesis, which is where they reattach that to the arm, and then they repaired the subscap. So yeah, arm's all kinds of messed up. Say Melee is the true pay to win in D2R. I've heard that before for sure. And honestly, there's probably some merit to it, to some regard. But then there's the other side of it, where I don't think a lot of people have actually figured out in its entirety Melee yet. Yeah, and there it is, BOTD. So he just got that Nova cast on kill right there. That suggests BOTD. Yeah, so that isn't the first time I've heard that, Kreider. But again, after talking with some of like the top Melee guys, especially about like wild builds, that nobody really has it all figured out yet. Like with the mechanics and what's best and what to sacrifice and where. It's still, as old as the format is, it's still sort of in development. There's still seemingly things discovered and tried more than you would think. You would think it's a pretty set in stone format, but people change things up all the time. And with the law of large numbers, I mean, like, with how Melee works in general, you just gotta run some duels, And there it is. Nicely done from Root. Yeah, you got to run the numbers to figure out exactly what's better. So it takes some time to like figure things out, and it's so fun to test these things. Now, granted, that being the case, I was never able to beat in any circumstance or situation in a FT10 casinos build, which is, you know, that's legalized. He's got a nasty one. It spared no expense. However, that's casino. I've gone up against some other players, and I've actually done pretty goddamn well. I'm talking unofficial FT7s. Not sure if they were clowning around, testing things. I won't mention any names, but happened to be some melee players that had some decked out shit. And in some unofficial FT7s, your boy came out on top. That means I just don't tell them that I'm actually doing an FT7. We're just having some fun duels, right? I'm the only one keeping score, right? Thanks, Jenner. Appreciate that, man. Big cheers to you. So far, Root is up in this 3-1. Big hits from Root, but big hits from Kramer. Kramer on that concentrate barb. Now, this has been the build a lot of people have been asking about in DFC Melee. And now we get to see it. So far, Root up 4-1 against the Melee barb. I'm pumped to see it, though. Pumped to see somebody on a cons barb. We've now seen practically the full gamut in DFC, with the exception of I don't think we've seen a jabs on yet, but we very well could tonight. Jin Shin also on the melee card, and it's very possible that he's on a jabs on. I'm pretty sure he is. So if we get to see that one will be sick. All right, 6-1 now in favor of Root. Off to a dominant start here. Dominant start versus his opponent Kramer, who ain't no chump, dude. This guy ain't no chump. Yeah, Jin Shin theoretically has a match, versus Nightfall. Yeah, that's who it is. And Nightfall also has like a pretty expensive character, like pretty decked out. He's got the Fury Druid, so that should be a fun matchup to see. If we haven't already missed it. Need bears on? Let's just see how the Zon does first. let's see how. Admittedly, I haven't seen a lot of jab Zons in Melee. They're just as expensive in Melee, if not more expensive than they are in traditional HLD. They've got a very similar inventory. So I would kind of like to see more data, but I'm not opposed to that. I kind of like the crazy shit that people do. He says, didn't realize Death and Oak were allowed in this format. Need more defense. Is that a mistake? Should we not allow Death versus Druid? I say fuck it. I've gone up against Druids without Death and just get demolished. Yeah, probably, Syncor. Probably. As they always are, right? No exception. He's wearing that armor. What is it? Black Hades? There's some armor that gives you Iron Maiden. And he's wearing it. Kramer is wearing it. Now, it doesn't do any significant damage with that proc, but it's just like, it's a high defense armor. I don't think it's Black Hades. There's something else that's just massive defense, and that's why people wear it. Or I've seen a lot of barbs wear it. Yeah, run that Java stuff by again. Steel Carapace, that's what it is. Yep, that's it. That's it. That's what it is. Yeah, I would like to collect some more data on Zons with the current rule set and see how good they are. They have dodge, avoid, and evade, and they have inner sight as it stands. But bear Zons would be cool as shit. That would be dope. Would love to see it. There it is. Root goes down to Kramer. Kramer trying to mount a big comeback here. He might be on death now. He might have swapped. He might have swapped trying to mount this big comeback, and that was still very close, though. Yeah, that's true. They have Penetrate, built-in Viso. Yep, very true. But they don't have a lot of defense. That's the kind of good thing about the Zon. That could be by choice. It could just be because between dodge, avoid, and evade and massive AR, they probably just don't need it. You know, and the 75% block. 75% block, dodge, avoid, and evade, they probably don't need it. So it could be by choice. Yeah, it looks like he might have swapped to death there. He might have swapped to death. Root is certainly on death. You see, when he dies there, Root casts that chain lightning. That's indicative of being on a death build. But now I'm seeing some procs, and it's hard to tell exactly what side they're coming from. But I'm seeing some of those like glacial spike procs on hit. And I think they're coming from Kramer's side. Kramer trying to mount a big comeback here. Yeah, death makes a big difference in these builds that have like a big life pool, such as the Barb, such as the Druid. Yeah, I think especially if both guys are on this or have access to death, it's probably pretty fair. Like they both have asinine life totals. I mean, that's their big defense. That's what they bring to the melee pool, right? That's what they bring to the duel. And there it is, man. I'm telling you, Kramer mounting a big comeback against Root. Root off to a dominant start, but Kramer ain't just gonna lay down like that. CS versus CS. Unfortunately, CS, not necessarily melee, but Muchez wasn't very good, just a lot of money and would tilt immediately. No, I think Muchez was also very good. Like, I think when he started up, that was kind of his claim to fame. But the thing is, you got to remember, Muchez was involved in a lot of like Zon v Zon or even Zon PvP communities. Like, he put the time in to become very good, and it was very clear that he was, especially when he obtained the title. Like, he was a very good Zon player. He might have started off with like zero knowledge and a lot of money, a lot of resources to throw at the build, but he's good. And there it is. Root gets there again after a very close round. Yeah, you have a 6% chance to hit a Zon before defense. Yeah, that's so wild. I'm going to build a Zon and just stack up the defense. So can you imagine a Bear Zon with added life? Bear Zon with added life because she's in bear form. Yeah, that'd be nuts. That would be wild. Might be OP. Big hits early on from Kramer. Kramer looking for a big comeback. And he's landing some big hits. Not really getting hit a lot in his own right, though. Incredible. Root swung at him so much there and missed just about every time. I think Kramer switched some things up here. Possibly, yeah. He did mention in the early part of his duel that he needed more defense. I wouldn't be surprised if he swapped to a bigger defense to make Root miss more. But it still doesn't look like he's on death. He's on BOTD still. Yeah, so I think he just went defense. I think that was the big change that he made. That was it. And that's making all the difference, too. That's mounting a potential comeback for this guy. But there it is. Root shuts him down for that round. Now 8-4 in favor of Root. Could use more Runeward too, right? Yeah, you could. I've seen some people do that in Melee. Bears Zon with F Stone armor. F Stone would be BM, but what is it? What's the other one that repairs? That's a lot of defense. It's basically number crunching. It's basically number crunching, Darius. But it's really cool to see the different builds. That's what I love about Melee. It's a different change of pace. And it's really cool to see what people change and how much it matters. Like, it's a duel of the click and hold. But it goes so much deeper than that. 9-5 in favor of Root. More skill in these than Lamp versus Gurney Duel. No. Jesus. Jesus, official. Prudence, that's what it is. Good call. Facts with that institutional D2R knowledge. Melee for mathematicians. Mathematicians and theoretically the lucky ones. I'd like to think that someday after challenging Casino enough, I will too get lucky. I'll beat him and then I'll never duel him again. Be like AFK 10 years. Kramer trying to make a big comeback. I believe, what is it? Is it 9-5, 9-6 now? Oh, man. It doesn't look good, but it's certainly possible for Kramer, especially if he keeps, you know, if that defense change to his build is really making a big difference here. Now Root landing some big hits of his own. Close one. Very close one, and there it is. Root gets there. A win and a loss for him tonight. I think he actually expected that to go the other way. I think he expected to beat Trees and expected to lose to Kramer. Truth be told, just by the way he was talking before the duels. Very nicely done. G. I see Bruno in live. Speaking of people with that melee at heart, this guy's got some surprises for us tonight. Let's see if Root's going to show us off his gear here before we switch over. See if he can flash this to us, see what he was using. EDC. Interesting. He swapped to the EDC at the end there. I kind of like that. Look at this. Non-perfect gear. This is inspirational. But this is what a melee druid looks like. A lot of them using that Cerberus's bite. 45 lifers with a couple of 44s mixed in. GG, man. That was sick. Thanks for showing it off, Root. It was dope, dude. Congrats on the win. Hell of a dude. Hell of a duel, man. He says that he didn't mean to use that death. Is that BM in some rule sets? I think it's interesting. It's an interesting thing. All right, here's Bruno. He's showing off Brutar. This is his paladin, level 93, because he says, you know what? I don't need to be level 99. I'm going to get there. I can tell he's probably got fortitude on by that light res. That zeal damage looks a little low, but the thing I've noticed with Bruno, he's usually got some tricks up his sleeve. Look at the attack rating and the defense. Defense 24k, zeal attack rating 34k, almost 35k. This is nuts. I didn't have the right build for the death, so I had no IAS. Oh, word, okay. Death is not banned everywhere. There was a lot of weird, confusing rule sets out there when I looked, which is why I had it. Oh yeah, there it is. 26k, almost 36k on the AR for Bruno. This is wild. Yeah, it's not banned everywhere. It's actually very confusing, but what we did was we actually just took the, oh my god, big hits early on from his opponent. Yeah, we just kind of took, the rule set that we have right now is not really that much different than a pretty established and pretty widely used rule set that's been out for a while. We just kind of used that one with slight stream adaptations. Like, no win by 2. Which I think we have to still kind of put in there. But yeah, it's practically the same thing. Yeah, and this is Bruno versus Agromadi. This guy right here, Paul Aladdin. Dude, he's using the wax on, wax off method. Holy shit. I'm surprised he didn't immediately win that. Okay, so he's got... Look at what he's doing here. Look at that aura on his feet. He's got blessed aim that he's using. Very, very interesting. So this is what I mean. Bruno always trying out different things, and it's always surprising. he is connecting on his opponent. But the thing is, that damage being so low, he is connecting more. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured he was using Beast here. He's got the open wounds, crushing blow. The Beast will make it so that he immediately hits the breakpoint. I don't believe he needs much added IAS. Yeah, but I think he needs a little bit. And look at this, a chammed regular bone visage. Bro, what the fuck? I love it. I love it. Dude's taking budget to a new level. I'd rather go no bow than no oak, to be honest. But I'm new. Was 106. GG. Wish no one remembered that rule because no one plays cons anymore. Yeah. The thing is, I'm worried that it might be banned against like certain matchups is what I'm thinking now, just based on like the response of some players in game. I'm thinking that it came as a surprise to Kramer. So I'm hoping that we have it right, but yeah. All right, there we go. You can see that Bruno is connecting quite a bit, but that damage just not being there. He's connecting far more often than his opponent, but that damage just isn't there. Even though he might have some crushing blow, he's going to need to get lucky. He's certainly connecting, but the damage, I'm going to say, needs to be 50% higher to get consistent crack kills, dude. Like, believe it or not, I was talking with Bruno about this. One of the first melee builds I ever brought to the table was something very similar to this. I actually brought, what I was using was Beast. I used Beast for the Fanaticism aura, and the aura that I was using initially was Conviction. A lot of people think that it lowers resistances, which it does, but little known fact, that also lowers your opponent's defense. However, Conviction doesn't necessarily work as well in PvP, as much as you think it does anyway. Like, my opponents only lost like 3 or 4k defense with like a maxed out Conviction. So yeah, it was strange. Now I think Bruno probably gonna switch something up here. He might look for bigger damage. I wouldn't be surprised, or some sort of added crushing blow. Curious to see what he's gonna switch here. Gonna go to that High Lords for IAS maybe. He's eyeing it. Hard to tell what he's gonna go with. But he is in the tank. How to turn the tides of this melee match, Bruno is wondering. It stacks all plus minus defense for skills. Okay, so that's what it does. So if Conviction is negative 95%, your opponent has 600% defense. They have 505% defense. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed it was just ass when I tried to use it. I was like, well, this doesn't work that well. Like, it's not very good. Oak's only banned versus Barbs in the general GM melee format because Barbs can't really make weapon swaps to things like Death to cut through all that Druid life. I see. Okay. Okay, that's something good to know. I'm going to write that down. That totally makes sense, and it also came as a... Yeah, that came as a surprise. Yeah, I saw your surprise with that, Kramer. I'm going to jot that down. All right. Oak Mand versus Barbs. Yeah, because if you swap to Death, you lose so much IAS that it's like hardly worth it. Like, sure, you'll have the crushing blow, but your attack frames won't be there. Is it only affecting your base item defense, I wonder? Yeah, I don't know. All I know is Conviction was just sucked. Like, it wasn't good. I wish it would take 1% of the total, but it doesn't. And now that I think about it, though, it makes me wonder if the percent defense that's on your armor, granted, yeah, it does boost up your defense of that armor, but I wonder if it's calculated in a different way. Because there's really no other place. I guess, nah, Holy Shield gives it to you. Holy Shield gives you a bonus to defense. Never mind. Forget all of what I said. Yeah, and I was going up against the Paladin with it. So, yeah. Maybe I should use it against a Druid or Barb. See how that works. Yeah, well, more testing is needed, but no, I see what you mean now, official. I see what you mean. Yep. Yeah, it would make sense. I know that it, yeah. Like I said, I was wondering if it was banned in certain matchups. Like, Kramer's response made me think. I'm like, wait a minute, he's not used to seeing this. Like, something might need to be adjusted here. Like, I want to try to make this rule format, like, in line with what's known and accepted. But I hadn't really seen these very specific things outlined in any rule set. Like, yeah, we looked around. Yeah. Hard to get those IAS frames. Man, and now here it is. We did see some big hits there. Way bigger hits from Bruno. But he does appear to still be on that death setup. Potentially, what could help this build is having something like a Guillaume's face. Like, I wonder if he's got Guillaume's face at his disposal. Because, theoretically, if you're giving up damage, Crushing Blow and Deadly Strike is certainly something that you want to go off. Like, and he did. He just swapped to Guillaume's face. I wonder if this will be better for him. If he puts a 40 or a ED 15 IAS jewel in that, I think that could be better. But the thing is, he's connecting more often. But the problem is he's not doing a lot of damage. Now, if you factor in, you know, potential crushing blows, you're really not going to get completely low rolls with that. And especially if you're bumping up your Deadly Strike by 15% more. That's probably going to be pretty good. I think that's probably what this particular build needs. Instead of the jank helm that he was using. Oh, but he doesn't have Cannot Be Frozen without the Cham. Dude, even, okay, just to put this in perspective, even without Cannot Be Frozen here, dude just did way better. Like, damage was like, he almost like one-zealed him. Now he just needs Cannot Be Frozen. Yeah, he hit twice as hard with that. That was certainly what he needed. I think he's not going to go for it, though, because it's hard to give up. He has nasty attack rating, and it's going to be hard to give that up for that Cannot Be Frozen. At this point, he's just noticing that that might be his shot, right? Even with that, like, very few connections right there, he had very few connections, and he still half-lifed him. Yeah, that was certainly what this build needed. Crushing Blow. I think he's going to go swap to Cannot Be Frozen here. I don't even know what the score is. I'm just enjoying seeing Bruno, like, try this different shit. Yeah, he did swap off from one Angelic, which may affect his attack rating, but he does have that bonus from Blessed Aim. So I'd be curious to see what it actually comes out to. G-Face with Cham or 45th. Yeah, I think G-Face with Cham is probably the way to go, PK. It didn't even look like he had anything in the G-Face, though. Like, he wasn't prepared to switch to that, I don't think. Something tells me by the next duel, he probably will be, though. Yeah, and I think, yeah, smart move to swap out to the IAS gloves there, too, because he is going to lose a little bit. And whereas he doesn't have, like, a level 26 or whatever Fanaticism aura, that you can't necessarily get there with just a beast. Like, you need a little bit more IAS than that. So, happy to see him swap off those gloves and put on some Cannot Be Frozen. This should be good. I think this, mark my words, I'm betting, all right? I say this, Melee's just a crapshoot, but I'm betting this is going to be his, like, best round. He only really gave up, like, 5k AR, which when you had that much anyway, 29k is still nasty. Yeah, so this is looking good. Defense still looking pretty good as well. He's trying the wax on, wax off stuff. Bro, I'm telling you, this is his best round yet. That's his best round yet. That was very close. One more connection, it was over. That was it. Yeah, I'm saying like a similar setup to this in a 40-15 in the G-Face or ED-15 in the G-Face. Definitely the way to go. I'm loving seeing Bruno like try this stuff out. This is wild. He's even running up, which could be costing him some life off the rip. There it is, baby, and he gets there with a G-Face. I'm so proud of this guy. I'm so proud of this guy, dude. Seeing him try these different things right here and seeing some success with it in the moment, that's something special right there. That's wild. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, that's really cool. And this is a thing I love about Bruno. This guy's been one of the most creative Din players for the longest time. Dude made a proc Din that he was running in regular HLD for the longest time. And we did a fun duel last week in melee with his proc Din, which was hilarious. But also, this guy's just been one of the like think outside the box type of player in general, with a special focus on the Din. So it's really cool to see him do this and like take that sort of same curiosity to melee. It's just wild. Yeah, big hits right off the bat. The thing is with this setup and what he's missing now is DR. So like with all of the damage that he's doing nasty damage, but I think he's running into that same problem that he was having before, is like the limited DR. He's got some really nice charms. 30 defense, 36 20s. Like, holy shit, some really nice charms, man. I'd be swapping that thing out for a 30-20 or something. Yeah, like, dude's got some charms. And a lot of these are budget, too. Like, he's got some nice ones in there. But, like, look at what this dude's rocking. Like, he's doing all of this with, like, very budget charms. We need to hook this guy up. Feral Rage, does it do I'm not familiar with the attack, to tell you the truth. If it does any elemental damage, then it's like a significant amount of it's probably banned. If it ignores like defense, it's probably BM. Yep. But if it doesn't do any of those, it's fine, theoretically. But in DFC though, for right now, like, we've just set it to we've set very specific builds that you have to play in melee, just to sort of be in line with like the melee community. But in the future, I'm hoping to bring in like these other wild builds. Well, it's just Life Leech. Life Leech doesn't necessarily work in PvP, so it'd be cool and all, but I don't think it would really work. It's nerfed so much in PvP. Bruno's gonna owe me royalties for this wax on, wax off strategy. All right, it's gonna owe me royalties. I patented that. That's straight patent right there. By the way, just saw a message from Jess. He was like, I was too stoned for Trap versus Necro. He's like, I want a rematch soon. Yeah, I think the loser of Doombringer versus Dazer fights Toshank for the next title contention. Yeah, bro, his damage is there. I think, I'm not sure what is he using for a shield. Was it Storm Shield? I guess his DR is there. I guess his DR is there if he's using Storm Shield. Yeah, he's got Storm Shield on, so he's got Storm Shield, the belt. He's got 50 DR. I take it all back. This build is wild. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, that's looking good. His DR is good. This build is cool. Oh, word, my bad. Sorry about missing that, Odin. Yeah, it's basically Fury Druid, Concebarb, Zealot, and Jabzon. Those are the four. So right now it's limited to that, but I would love to open it up to other builds in the future. I think we just need data if we're gonna try crazy shit. Right now, I want to see it welcoming to an established melee community, right? Would be cool to try crazy shit in the future, but I think right now, just respecting what other people have put the time in to figure out is a good way to go, especially knowing what I know and my level of experience in melee. Now, we didn't do that with typical HLD, because obviously 4 years ago, I was the king of the ring in HLD. We knew everything. But it ain't always going to be like that, you know. Not always. Yeah, we made some mistakes back then too. But we thought we knew everything back then, but no. Not at all. got completely assed. All right, I do see some people in the Discord, and I'm wondering if some of these guys, I'm going to try to swap over, see if we can pop into some other potential melee duels that are happening. GG's, it looks like our boy, I'm forgetting his name. I'm looking it up. Agromati took that one. I'm just gonna guess. I lost track of the score. But dude, the score didn't even matter. That duel was never about the score. That duel was about seeing Bruno bring in some wild shit. And here it is. We're in game right now with these guys. In game right now. This is nuts. Who else is on the melee card? I'm wondering if any of these guys are in here. We've got Kim Solki versus Nightfall. That's Jinshin versus Nightfall. I'm really hoping that one hasn't happened and we get to see it. Because I know that Jinshin is on a Jabzon, and we haven't seen one in the DFC yet. And Nightfall, we saw him last week. Dude's on a nasty Fury Druid. Recruit him, Coooley. We need more peeps on the melee leaderboard. Yeah, bro, we got like a pretty decent amount so far. Jinshin dodged. Easy. Yeah, bro. To put it in perspective, though, Sound, when we did LLD, we weren't even like it was tough to get 12 people that would like consistently duel. And for the past few weeks, we've had like some pretty consistent melee duels. I also see Montriana. I'm just gonna peek in, see what this dude is doing. Is he going? Is he dueling? Is Montriana dueling? What is this? There's no shot. This dude, what? He's got a fucking insight, man. Montriana is also, this is why one of the most epic duels, like melee grudge matches that we want to see, catch matches, I should say. It's not really a grudge match, but a catch match, is between Bruno and Montriana. Because these guys, both of them, are like some of the most insane and creative players. Montriana on a barb, Bruno on a din. Like, they always try wild off the wall shit, and that's what we see. Like, literally, look at Montriana's. I don't even see any of this gear right now. You can just tell he's got an insight on, like, whatever else he's rocking, and this is just what he does. He's got something new every week. He's just like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try this out. Like, it's not about the winning. It's about trying something different and discovering something. Like, and if you do win, it's about those style points. Can confirm Nightfall hacks, allegedly. Yeah, for sure. But also, I kind of figure with melee, it's probably easier to like drop in and watch people duel. That's the other thing too, is sometimes they may be in the game and we might not know it. That's also something that I'm running into. In the past with DFC, usually when people pop into join the stream, they share their screen. That lets us know they're ready to go, which is still like the best way to do it. But every once in a while, maybe we should start it up so that we have a game up and ready to go. And then when people join, we can just keep an eye on that as well. But then again, it's always hard to tell like who's who. You know what I mean? Just tell them, like, we set it up in the future. We have a game going. We just say join and let me know your Discord name. And then like when you join, and that way we'll know who's here. That would be a good way to see it, I think. By the way, this is Shapendi right here is Noah. These guys might be going at it. Hold up. Let me see what we've got. This is Shapendi versus Cam is on the card. This could be one. Hold up, I'm gonna hostile these guys. I don't think Cam is in here. We've got Framer, Trees, and Agromati and Bruno. Yeah. Either way, I say we kick some ass. Give these guys some time. Yeah, if you do have a melee duel and you're unable to stream or whatnot, we'll keep an eye on the screen sharing. But Feel free to just pop into this game if you're in DFC and have a duel. We're in Jack 1, password 1. $10-1 for Kramer. What? Holy shit. What's Pen, do you want a piece of this den? You got nothing for the wax on, wax off skills, Shapendi. I'm sorry, but it's just wax on, wax off. Too good, too powerful, too strong. Right? Triumphant. Yeah, it's... I wasn't kidding. Best click and hold skills. And it's not even close. I love that there's so many duels going on at once. All right, here we go. Me and Kramer. All right, I might need to switch to a death setup for this. Might need to cheese him a little bit. No, never mind. We're doing wax on, wax off. We almost got there. Wax on, wax off was good enough. So did Lamp dodge sound? No, we saw that. We saw that already. Lamp won. Yeah. What I want to see is Nate Diesel versus Sound tonight. I'm really hoping we can get that going. I'm really hoping we can see that. Because that is actually a duel I'm looking forward to. Kramer versus Agro Madi. It's actually surprisingly close. Kramer just tearing it up, man. I feel like death is BM versus Kramer. Now learning what I've learned. Potentially in the Druid matchup. Potentially versus Barbs in general. Lamb said back to the board. Yeah. Bro, here's the thing. Cold Sorks are so iconic, right? But the thing that sucks and truthfully makes things difficult is the variance in the cold mastery. Like, I think the only way to do it, if we change anything about it, is to keep the rules the same and limit cold mastery. Like, that's probably the way to go. If anything. But yeah, just because it's... Like, every once in a while, we'll see an ES Cold Sorceress go at it, and the duel feels so good, right? And then we'll see, like, Lamp, like, tonight, when he just 3-taps Sound on, like, you know, whatever cold resist he has, 3-taps him. It's like, it feels bad. Just feels bad. So, yeah. If anything, that has been in the back of my mind. Limiting cold mastery effects, such as like, or just limiting cold mastery in general and keeping it simple, but just also limiting the effects, like the Sunder, like, you know, ban Sunders, limit cold mastery, or just ban Sunders in general, or not Sunders. Why do I call them that? The facets, just ban those, and that way, like, cold mastery is predictable, more predictable anyway. Yeah, yep, we're on the same page, Sound. If Sound would have left game and token, he probably could have won. No mercy from Coolio today. No mercy. Yo, we should do some teams. Y'all down for some teams while we wait for some people to pop in?
Yes.
I'm totally down for that. Melee teams. This shit is fun. Bro, I just want to warn you though, the click and hold skills. Alright, I pick Ja. Yo, yo. Kramer is other captain. We're just delegating, making it happen. Oh, never mind. Noah filled the role. You're good. I picked Kramer. I'm not sure if these are supposed to be like all zealot duels, but I don't give a shit. We're just gonna do it. Damn, my next go, Paul. All right, I'll pick. We'll do threes. We'll just do threes. Threes or fours? We'll go fours. Fuck it. Yeah. All right, I pick Bruno. All right, we're gonna lead the team from the back for better viewing experience. Go threes. I'm doing theory crafting. Oh, okay. All right. I'll lead from the back. Maybe not the back. All right. Ja wants the back. He likes to be behind. All right. Our team is ready to go. These other guys are scared. There's no shot. They're all in town. All of them. You see this? Seeing this shit? By the way, Joby, I'll take you on, bro. I'll take you on after a couple rounds of teams here. Joby originally dodged me. I offered ES Fireballer earlier to him, and he dodged. I just want to throw that out there. I know Joby talks a lot of shit, but he probably saw that 46% win percentage in the DFC next to my name, historical, and noticed that he has no shot. Just want to say that. Joby probably just went AFK right there. Yep. I don't think we'll see him again. I think. All right, let's start it up. Let's start it up. Looks like the other team is just about ready. Let's jam it. Oh no, going back to town. These guys are scared, dude. Guys are fucking scared. I mean, can you blame them? Look at this fucking lineup. Look at this lineup. I'd be shitting bricks too. We got Bruno in the back for cleanup. Just if they happen to get through all of us. Look, Kramer just smacking away. You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. Goldman was late to the party there. You don't give a fuck. There we go, baby. Kramer just tearing it up. This line, these dins ain't gonna get through Kramer. Barely. Dude took out more than half the team. We got an EDC for this matchup right here. Oh, man. All right, we got to wax on, wax off. Oh, my. I almost got him. It's all you, Bruno. Clean him up. Clean him up. What? Wow, big comeback. That was close. That was close. All right, I'm going to lead from almost in the back. Better viewing experience. We got to putting Bruno in the back for cleanup. I can see most of the duel from the third spot without having a death screen. Or yeah, that's fine. We'll put Bruno there. Yep, there we go. This will be better. Easy. Oh my god, dude. Jaw just tearing it up. Jaw's gonna wreck that whole team. Almost. Alright, let's go, Bruno. Bruno gets there. Piece him up, dude. Piece him up. Come on, baby. There we go. Get him.
$5 from Lyle. A UFC with the top conceivable hero edited characters, no health potions, preset health cap.
Lyle, first of all, cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much for that 5 spot. Top conceivable hero edited characters, no health potions, preset health cap. I don't think the character matters at that point. You know, because like you can add auras and all of this shit on your items, and you can even give plus to skills on your items. But that being the case, I would probably pick one with the fastest teleport frames, such as a barb or a sorceress. So probably a barb because you have the natural advantage of like battle orders and like big battle orders, natural advantage of like vitality. I would say barb. I think there was a reason why a lot of people use the barb back on like open BattleNet. I would say that's the character, and you should probably just aura the shit out of him. Oh my god, Kramer tearing it up. Come on, click and hold for the win. What? Noah gets there. Noah rips through our team. This is wild. Coop unstoppable, dude. What is this? We gotta get in the zone. We gotta get our Din Barb team in the zone here. We were plowing through these guys a second ago. Alright, these guys have started up, looks like. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on Coop here. Alright, we did some damage to Coop. We did some damage. Come on, Bruno. Bruno did some damage. Kramer cleaning him up. There it is. There it is. Come on, Big Noah. He's got to get there. You got to believe. No hits yet. This isn't looking good. But all it takes is a big one. Man, couldn't even hit him. That was so many swings. Grief is the most OP item? I would agree. Yeah, Grief is pretty, like, I don't think it's OP to the point where it shouldn't exist. But it's certainly powerful. It's certainly negatingly powerful. Like, it negates a lot of other items. Alright, do we switch to 2s here? What the fuck? Hoop going in. Kramer's getting there this time. Easy. Kramer's gonna clean these guys up. Avenges the team for us. Let's go. Come on, Kramer. We believe. There it is. There it is. And Kramer's still in good health. Man, big hit from Goldman, though. Damn, dude. There it is. Oh. That's too bad. That's too bad. Kramer almost did it for the whole team, though. I'm gonna wait for the team to get ready. All right, here we go. We're good. He's using death. That's what it is. That's why he's beating up on Kramer. We got to kill this guy so that he doesn't use death against Kramer. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. There it is. All right, we didn't get a good hit. But we did crack Coop a little bit. We cracked him just enough. Jaw did some damage too. I think we paved the way for Kramer. Kramer to clean this up. I think we did enough damage in the beginning. Kramer has a chance. He is going up against Noah, though. This is big. That's actually a good point. Probably Mosaic is way more OP. But it's build specific too, though. Oh my god, close duel. Kramer almost got there, dude. Oh, I don't even think it's over. Nope. We got Tempest over here. Noah gets there like an absolute savage. Yeah, dude, I love it, man. This is a Melee is a fun format. All right, Noah says I'll sit. What, are we just going at it? Jump. Jump. Wasn't ready. Show Noah's setup. Dude's a Slayer. Let's see if we can check it out. Let's see if we can check out Noah's setup. Let's see what he's got. Let's see what he's rocking. Nah, he's just going into town. Oh, he's busy. He's AFKing us. Alright, I can tell you he's probably got a rare helm. It's hard to tell if it's F, but it's a rare helm with 2 sockets, Viso, and life. And he's likely got either Sham Bear in there or 2 40-15s. Depends on what his weapon is. His weapon appears to be a sword, so that is going to be a fool's weapon, which means he has High Lords, Raven, and a stat ring. And he's got some sword that's like, it looks like a Falcata. He's got a Falcata with like at least the Fool's mod on it. It's hard to tell what else he's got. Can't do Melee Duel today. All right, no, thanks for the heads up, Jinshin. Damn, that's too bad. We were looking forward to that one, man, on the jabs on. I was personally looking forward to it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, give me the heads up when you guys when you do it. I would actually love to see it. Very curious about that one. Yeah, dude is a Slayer. He certainly has a fool's weapon though, for sure. He says, me, Prof. Cools. Oh, word, okay. Those guys are going like, hold up. What's going on? Is that a DFC fight? There's so many fights on the card, I have to double check. So, Prof is Tempest. Tempest, and yeah, he had Vegeta, and then he has technically Sin V-Neck and Trafalgar. Haven't seen Trafalgar yet, though. Am I missing something? Did Trafalgar show up in chat? Dude doesn't have Discord, so he's like extremely hard to track down. That's always the banger. All right, let's go up against Noah. Prof cools down. What? Prof cools down. What? Jagom. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what I see. These guys are setting up teams. This is team speak right here. So he's saying Prof and Cool's down. So we're down here. And then Noah up top. And then is there another one for their threes? I see what he's saying. So he's going first to lay the groundwork. Yeah, all right. Waiting on Paul. Okay, that all makes sense now. I'm on board. I get it. Yeah, I can't wait to see that though. Like I haven't seen many Jabzons in Melee period, but we certainly haven't seen any of the DFC yet. So like for Melee, and I'm really pumped to see it. Hardcore mode is the non-demo version of D2. Yeah, I don't know. Hardcore is a different way to play. A lot of people that like PvP don't play hardcore, and there's a reason for that because it's the PKers. Like in my humble opinion, it's the people who town guard in PvP that are often the people that probably played hardcore or would enjoy hardcore, because PvP players like to be able to die, learn things, try things different, invest in builds, and it's really like people think hardcore and PvP go together, but they don't. Like it's hardcore is PK. Like it's not PvP. It's PK, which is basically what town guarding is. Like you're just PKing people. So I think the people that enjoy PvP don't play hardcore. And it's not because they couldn't slaughter people in hardcore. It's just because they enjoy PvP so much they don't like completely assing a character, you know, just to try to PK somebody. Like, which is all of what it is. There's no good-mannered duels in hardcore. It's all someone else trying to PK and surprise somebody else, no matter how good-mannered it seems. So, like, I think a lot of people that enjoy PvP won't play it. But the PKers, the town guarders, those types of players would love hardcore. 100%. Like, hell, I used to be one of those players. Like, I think that was why I used to enjoy hardcore so much on LOD, is because I actually wasn't good at dueling. Like, so I loved it because I could surprise kill people. I'm just like, oh, this guy ain't ready for me. Come on, baby. Oh, man. He's low, though. He did some damage to Bruno, though. Bruno got him. Now Goemon's up. Now Tempest v. Goemon. That's probably... my head's probably in the way of that. Wow, dude. Tempest tearing it up. Dude, Cooper is a savage. He's got an axe now. I'm seeing some axe action here. Holy shit! He just like two-tapped Noah. Dude, Coop is the man. Coop is the man, dude. This guy's got the shit. We do DFC on YouTube because I like that the VODs stay there and we can watch them like forever. Now, granted, I could dual cast to Twitch. I don't really see a point in doing that. Like, people know where it is if they want to watch it. The VOD is there forever, and I happen to think it's like always super interesting. So that's what, like, basically the way I see it, as I use it the way that it's intended, is just like when I want to keep the VODs up, like, you know, we use YouTube. Oh shit, I should have stayed there. But like with Twitch, the way I see it is we're often grinding speed runs. We're trying to compete for MF. We're like, you know, or get some nasty clips where it's basically just going to be clips, you know, that are going to be usable or cool, or we might be tackling like a certain topic, and in which case we clip that. But I feel like with DFC, the entire event is just like, this is something we always want to go back and see. At least I do. Like... Asia Melee be so proud of y'all. Bro, there's a big community for Melee over there. It's wild. Wild. I think we mentioned that in the most recent video we did. Yeah. The way I see it is like big events and stuff where like the stream is just always good. Like the whole thing is just like an event in and of itself. I know people broadcast to multiple streams, like multiple streaming services. I don't necessarily care about that. I just care about the quality of content. That's my big thing, is I want it to be quality. The reason I got into doing, like, you know, playing Diablo and streaming it in the first place is because there wasn't a lot of PvP out there. Oh my god, we just ran through 2 of them. And we're hitting Goldman. We did some damage. We did our job in this team duel right here. We did our job. Setting the team up for success. And there it is. Yeah, that's also a thing. You can like scroll back in on YouTube, which is really cool. I do like that. I just think it's like kind of a, I mean, it's hard to tell if it's the right thing to do or what. I mean, maybe it is. Who knows? But to me, it's just like one more thing. You know, so I'm like, I could do it, but I don't know. I just don't see the point. A lot of people do it to try to bring in like different audiences on the platform, but I think with a captive audience in a game like Diablo 2, people will find each other. You know what I mean? If something cool is going on, we'll find each other, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch. It's a good idea, Joby. All right, hold on. I got to do the same thing. I'm a little late to the party. I'm number. Hold on, I'll let you know my number. I'm like number 49. I'm like number 49. Smash that like button and let me know what number you are. Apparently, in VODs now, and someone will have to let me know when this goes into VOD status, if you say something like, smash that like button, the like button should light up. Like, so, I don't think it'll do it live, but it certainly does it. Like in VODs. It could just be with certain people and it could be something that's in beta. But theoretically, that happens. Oh, come on. Bro, we did some damage though. We did our job. Noah cleaning him up. This Paul guy ain't even ready. He ain't even ready. Noah tearing him up. Noah's gonna ass the whole team. Oh man, it was close. He's gonna body those guys, man. He came close, and there it is. Our team gets there, man. We tearing it up. I'm telling you, you know who I think it is on our team? I think it's fucking Bruno. I think that's like who's pulling this team together, like the glue that holds us all. Oh, I'm so down for that. Joby versus Coolio. I'll tune into that right now. What the fuck? I totally went into town.
$2.79 from Kyle. New strategy. Spin to win with the mouse.
Don't tell anybody, Kyle. This is it's called the wax on, wax off strategy. All right? Don't tell anybody. Don't spread the word. But yes, that's totally it. By the way, thanks so much, man, for the 279 Canadian. Big cheers to you, man. Good to see you, my dude. How you doing? How are things? We're doing some team melee duels right now. This is a different way to do teams, but certainly cool. Certainly fun. All right, let's jam it. All right, this guy just swung at me. That means it's on. That means it's on. There it is. We got to do some damage. Come on, baby. We almost assed him, dude. Just turned him into an ass. He even had that fort proc. We almost got there. Just running through him. I can play for NA next week. I'll be in Asia. Bro, that's gonna be sick. You'll have to send me food pics, and I fully expect them to be better than Vietnam. The bar is not high. But at this point, we need something. GG's, bro. Good duels. Don't make me fucking switch to death, Tempest. I have it in the stash, and I will do it. Team Melee is pretty sick. I like it. We had some good team duels here for a little bit. Yeah, that was fun. GG. I don't see anybody else streaming in the Discord, but these duels were pretty fun right here. A good event so far. I can imagine there's probably other people that are going to be dueling in the coming days. Be sure, give us a shout out in the DFC chat when that happens. It's really too bad. I see Punch up in here. Is Punch, like, ready to go? Have we heard from Punch's Amazon opponents? That was... I gave him 2 Amazons because I figured they both can't dodge him. There's no shot both Amazons could dodge him. Looking for Nate Diesel? Okay, cool. I was going to say, there's still so many duels I want to see tonight. 99% sure you won't like any of the food I'll send you? If it's seafood, probably not. If it's real food, we might get a little mouth watering going on. You never know. You never know. Things are slowing down. How's the shoulder doing? Shoulder is, well, it's recovering. I'm still looking forward to like a couple of weeks. I'm going to guess between 2 and 3 weeks I'll be out of the sling, and I can't wait for that day, man. Like, it's rough. Rough. Yeah, dude, lobsters look like giant bugs. Like, have you ever seen a lobster come out served on a plate in like a fancy restaurant? Right? Like, lobsters are fucking disgusting looking, and they just smell like seafood. They have that fishy aftertaste, and they're not even a fish. Like, when was the last time, like, if you went to a restaurant that served chicken, and the chicken came out, like, with its head and shit, and feathers, like, on the plate, and it still looked like a chicken, you probably wouldn't eat it. Now imagine that chicken still looked like... imagine the chicken looked like a fucking bug, right? Like a giant, like, cockroach. That's a lobster. And, like, that's often how they're served. Lobsters are disgusting. They have fishy aftertaste. And they look like they did before they died on the plate. Practically. Lobsters are disgusting. I'll never eat them. Boston lobster claws are the best. Not sure if Foos and I going today, maybe over the weekend. All right. I'll give you guys a little bit of time. It's like still early. It's still early. We got some melee duels here anyway. I'll give people a little bit of time. Like I said, I gave Punch 2 Zons because I was hoping they both didn't dodge him. Thing is, with both those Zons, abrasive, and fucking, who's the other one? It was abrasive and audacity. Both these guys are notorious for, like, signing up and not dueling on stream. So that's why I gave Punch both of them. I was just like, they both can't dodge, right? Like, no shot. I guess it's possible. Guess it's totally possible. Nah, not at all. The only seafood that I will ever tolerate if there's, like, nothing else and I'm starving is, like, breaded haddock. Like, I can do that. Like, but I've got to be starving. Abrasive! All right, we got this. We got this. Abrasive warming up. Okay.
$2.79 from Kyle. Lobster is out for Coooley. How about Quill Rat?
Fucking A. Look, I shred those things, okay? Like, there's... I've never been killed by one. So, like, of all the ones that... Like, if I was in a pinch and, like, on a budget... Yeah, I mean, I think it's only sportsmanlike of me to eat things that I kill, you know? That and have never been killed by. Once, ever. Like, not in the Blood More on a PvP character. Big cheers, Kyle. Thank you so much, man. It's only sportsmanlike of me, you know? That's my lobster. Wouldn't eat Quill Rat. Wax on, wax off, baby. Kramer, have you tried blending the crayfish heads into a condiment with chili oil? See, all of this just sounds like... And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing about seafood, right? With the exception of, like, fish. Anything that's, like, not a fish. When was the last time you didn't, like, have to... Or even with fish. I think you could apply this to probably 95% of the people that eat seafood. When was the last time you could just eat a straight, like, seafood dish without, like, dressing it up with something? Like, some people do. Some people just eat, like, straight fish and they don't give a shit, right? But I don't think most people do. Like, and this is... Like, and I feel like if you have to dress something up that much, it's probably disgusting. Like, the same could be said for coffee, because I have cream and sugar in it. I used to think coffee was inherently disgusting, even though I drank it every day. But now I can drink it black, and therefore have acquired a taste for it, or an addiction to caffeine. And in which case, coffee has drugs, so therefore it might be inherently disgusting, but it's good at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, if that probably doesn't make a lot of sense to you guys, but, like, just think about it for a little bit. Coffee is better than seafood. That's the argument I'm trying to make. Max says depends on the fish. I would agree. Like, it depends on the fish. Like I said, I think haddock is the most tolerable seafood ever. Everything else, I could do without it. Could go without it. Alright, we're just going to do the wax on, wax off strategy versus Tempest here, which very well should and could work. Yep, just like that. Yeah, we don't need death. We just need wax on, wax off skills to be on point. Fried crickets are pretty good. Dude, I would eat fried crickets over seafood any day. Like, if it was like apocalypse, it was like, we have two things to eat. We have this lobster, and we have fried crickets. It's fried crickets all day. Like, it's make a meal out of those. What the fuck? Turn those hacks off, Tempest. What the fuck, man? What the... Bro, people used to... When I lived in Atlanta, people would make fun of me all the time because, like, lobster is, like, luxury down there. People love it. And they were like, yeah, hey, Coooley, we're going out. We're going to have some lobster. Don't you want to join? And I'm just like, well, about that. Like, not really. Lobster is ass. Like, you know... They were dumbfounded by such things. I could eat crab rangoons, all right? Again, like fried and dressed up with some other shit. Like, it's tolerable because in a lot of them in Chinese restaurants, you can't really taste the crab. And that's the only reason they're tolerable. Actually, that's fair, Kyle. That is actually fair. I do eat tuna fish. Like, I'll have like a tuna fish sandwich. Or like tuna casserole. I actually have some tuna casserole in the fridge right now. Yeah. Actually, tuna, not bad. Fair play. Tuna isn't real seafood. Insert stupid excuse here. I don't know. I guess it's probably because it's the food that you had early enough to know the difference that makes all the difference. And I think that's the explanation for a lot of things. A lot of food choices, right? And a lot of food preferences. It's the food that you had before you knew the difference. Like, I could probably eat fish sticks because I had them as a kid, you know? Raw tuna slab? Fuck no, I probably wouldn't do it. Probably no shot at that. Zero shot. If it still kind of looks like fish, nope. But then again, all the tuna was like dressed up with mayonnaise and shit, and I'm talking like I'm talking like the Hellman stuff, that like the Miracle Whip, which is, or you know, whatever it's called, which isn't real mayonnaise anyway. It's just like super sweet to hide the fishy taste. I've had tuna that was not like decked out in Miracle Whip, and I didn't like it. I almost gave up tuna. Yeah. Holy shit, I see you, Big Dane. My dude. We're gonna need to cheers to that. I'm all out. Like, this is embarrassing. This is, as you can see. We're all out, man. And you know, Big Dane at Legend tier, I've got something for you, my dude. I think it's actually time that we bust out the real stuff. I'll be right back. This is for Big Dane right here. This might be a process, okay? This might be a process. It's going to be a one-handed process, but this is a big cheers to Big Dane. Because holy shit, man. And the gifted memberships. What? What? Yeah, we're busting out the real stuff for you, brother. This is... It's going to be it's a one-handed... I need to use the legs for this, okay? It's like scissor lock on the legs to hold and twist. It's an interesting life we lead here, but we need to follow the doc's orders. Busting out the real stuff, bro. Ain't messing around. Good old Jim Beam. We didn't even dial it down, but for budget purposes for you. Like we're taking it big. What? It's crazy, man. Big cheers, Steve. Thank you so much, Big Dane, for the Legend tier and the gifted membership, man. That means a lot. Yeah, made me bust out the real stuff there. We, you know, I'm sleeping better now. I think the quality of sleep is good. The bruising, here's the thing. The bruising around my arm is getting better. Like, it's clearing up, which tells me that most of the healing has, like, started and is underway. Like, now it's just about building up strength and stuff. So the reason I wasn't drinking a lot of alcohol early on is like, or any really, is just because I wanted my sleep to be like extremely good quality. Like, and I still do, but at the same time, like it was very important at that phase. They didn't necessarily ban me from alcohol, but I just made the connection. Yeah. Big cheers, man. Really appreciate that, Big Dane. The MVP. This guy. This guy. Dude, where else besides Melee can you just stand in the middle and see two paladins drop at the same time, 5 pallies on screen all at once, swinging axes? That was wild. That was actually wild. Both of those guys died at the same time. That was... It's just you step out into the inner cloister and shit's just happening. Where's Negan and all this? Yeah, we gotta clean these guys up. Gotta clean these guys up good. Time to clean them up. Oh, man. Alright, I don't think I want to stop there. Where's everybody else at? Yeah, we're gonna take on Tempest. We're gonna take him on. We're probably gonna get him. Oh, man, we almost got him. That's how powerful we are. We didn't even cheat. Like, there was no cheating there. He was ready and everything. Like, he basically challenged us. We didn't even use any banned skills for melee. Nothing. That was legit. Alright, Tempest has got something here. What is this? Mithril Point? Trash. Doesn't have fools. One socket, no fools. What is this trash? You get this trash out of my face. I'm just kidding. Just a little guy. The, probably the IAS on that is actually decent, though. Because it's like a dagger class, and I think the inherent IAS... I'd have to check it, but I think, like, the inherent IAS is pretty good. Low max damage, but high low damage. Ah, there's that, too. I didn't even notice. I was looking at the abilities, and I figure that in any weapon that's not fools, you kind of want 2 sockets, right? That's what I figure is like a general rule of thumb. If it's not fools, needs 2 sockets. If it's 2 sockets, it can't be fools because, well, I guess can it? It could be cruel fool artisans. No, you could have, yeah, cruel fool artisans, but then you wouldn't have IAS. You could technically have it. No, I guess IAS is a suffix. I don't know. Either way, most commonly accepted ones are... What the hell? What's going on here? What's going on here? What is this? Just straight jumps by Tempest. He's trying to avenge it. Yeah, so I guess there's a lot of things that you give up, but the most common, most powerful things is that it either needs to be 2 socket in Cruel Masters or 1 socket Cruel Fools. Oh shit, I'm not even bowed. Now we're open wounds, though. We got that open wounds up. We're cut. Alright, hold on. We're switching to the Rune Master setup. We've got beat by this roll guy twice. We're giving him the Rune Master. Giving him the Rune Master setup. We ain't taking this shit lightly. We'll show this guy twice in a row. It's time to bust out the Rune Master. We don't... Fucking budget paladin. You get that shit out of here. Get it out of here. We don't even have the right setup for that's fine. We don't need it. Roll them. Yeah, it's time. Rune Master, that's right. Rune Master. We ain't fucking around. Alright, here we go. Yeah, we just ass all the budget paladins with the Rune Master, dude. We don't... When they want to fuck around, we bust out the Prune Master. That's what it is. They try in some juck fuckery on us, but it never stands up to the Rune Master. Never stands up to it. It's just Prune Master too good. Oh, my AR is really low. I think I need to token for Rune Master, to tell you the truth. Or I actually just swapped out my Fortitude, my other Fortitude, my Fortitude Archon plate, which would allow me to use Fortitude and Prune Master. But I'm actually giving up too much AR for this to be effective. Alternatively, we could do this. Could go Phoenix. Oh, no, that my block's gonna be fucked. I think we're just fucked. Right? Like, just straight effed. We could try this. We could try this. This might actually be kind of cool. We're giving up an IAS breakpoint, but I'm actually kind of curious about this. This is some Bruno shit right here. Bruno's gonna love this shit. Bruno's gonna love it. Yeah, we're giving up an IAS breakpoint. I'm pretty sure. That felt slow. We got the 4015 G-face. We don't mess around. By the way, Kyle, my dude, what's up, man? Thank you so much, and a big cheers to you. We're busting out the real stuff. What's in that prune? Dude, we've got a Zod to make it indestructible because it's ethereal. It's a perfect Rune Master. So 270 on the ED, 5 sockets. And then we've got two 4015s. And then we've got another 4015, but it's 40 ED 15 max, and then the low rune. That was actually given to us in a Zeal PK game. Bro, that's what it is. Believe it or not, the first beer that I had was a few days ago with my neighbor. He showed up to like snow blow my driveway, and like loved it, dude. It was so cool. I went over to thank him, and he's like, "Yeah, come on in, have a beer." And like, I think I had 2 beers, and because I hadn't drank in like weeks, 2 beers fucking hit me, dude. It was wild. Like, I was feeling that. I can only imagine what this glass of whiskey is gonna do. Big cheers to that. Yeah, thanks so much, Kyle. I appreciate you, man. All right, let's go. Man, this IAS breakpoint slow. We're getting rolled on. Then we get those big hits. Then we get those big hits, and it's over. Bro, this actually is cool. Is there a way to make this work? There's gotta be, right? What if we went Raven and 4015 Storm Shield? Then we would hit the breakpoint. We're giving up IAS though, or not IAS, but attack rating, which really sucks. Yeah, our attack rating is ass like this, but at least our breakpoint will be there. We'll get to figure out what's more important, AR or breakpoint. IAS breakpoint. I'm pretty sure it's AR is way more important. Pretty sure that's the thing. All right, let's see. Let's see how well we do here. He was running into that one though. That was cheap. That was cheap, and we still lost. AR is so much more important. It's way more, like, we knew this before. AR is, like, this is what we figured out in the video, and that's why we, like, single-handedly were able to get 5 wins off from Casino, is because, IAS is so low on the totem pole for priority. Like, it's just how it is. Yep. AR is where it's at. So you give up IAS in favor of AR. Just not as good. Yeah, you're giving up too many tickets. Exactly. You know what it is. We can't be giving up that much AR. We give up essentially 5k AR when we only had a grand total of 20 to start with. So we can't do that. Now watch. Complete turnaround right here. How much crushing blow do we have, actually? Very curious with that. It's 59% with 50% deadly strike, too. That's actually really good. I feel like this build was... This is meant... Like, Guillaume's... Now we just got assed, dude. We didn't hit at all. Because D2 makes a lot of sense. Like, this game is awesome and always makes sense. Like, there's never anything that makes you question your build. Ever. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm going back to EDC. He switched to some fool's weapon, I can promise you. He was on DS before. Switched to some fool's weapon. That's why he beats Rune Master. Rune Master loses to fools. Alright, there we go. Oh no, I was gonna say, is he switching it up? Fucking guy. Nope. Now we got him. Now we got him because we got the EDC. Oh, whoops. All right, there we go. We got him because we got that EDC. Switching back. Get him. Told you. Told you. Can read them like books. I don't read many books, but I can read books. You know what I mean? If I had to, I could. Yeah, 50% on that. I gotta figure out a way to make that work, dude, with like... I don't know. I feel like it's a bad idea with G-Face on the Rune Master build. Through testing, I think it is, but like... Yeah, it feels good to have all that crushing blow. I'd probably do it versus a druid, try to figure it out. Yeah, that's just seems good. All right, we'll give him the wax on treatment, and that's probably gonna do it. Yeah. See, what we weren't doing was the wax on right there, and we just lost more duels than we ever have tonight, consecutively. We're just proving the fact here. This is, don't tell anybody this, but wax on, wax off strategy is just kind of where it's at. Like, that's, see, I'm waxing off. And that's definitely the thing to do. You see, when you're on the down, that's what you got to do. You got to wax off. There is so much merit to it. Like, nobody believes me. They call me crazy. All right, wax off. Just wax off. We were losing duels until we started waxing off, and fucking boom. As I'm telling you, it's the wax on, wax off strategy. Don't fucking judge, man. Don't judge. It's ain't no RNG. This is pure skill. Y'all wish your click and hold skills were this good. Get out of here, Tempest. You get out of here. You get the fook out of here. You get the fook out of here with your jumps. I'll fucking get you, bro. Fucking get you. Got him. We got him. Yeah, that was pure zeal, dude. Yeah, my zealot is really good. Like, even on the jump, just gets really hard. Yeah, but that was pure zeal. There's nothing sus about that. Don't go back and watch the footage. That was pure zeal. Whoops. Sorry, bro. Alright, we're waxing on because we're up. Yep, there we go. And the wax on is going to get us there pretty easily, pretty convincingly. Yeah, we're not going to lose because we're back in the zone. My skills were a little lacking there for a moment, but... Oh, we were waxing on. We should have been waxing off. Yep. Here we go. I was waxing on for too long, though. That's the only reason we lost that. And we don't even have the CB set up versus Druid. I wonder if I made a reject Sork melee. You gotta name it something pathetic, too. ES plus max chilling. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you gotta charge him to let him know. That's how I say go. Look, I'm handicapped. I only got... And I got one arm. Look, alright? That's it. Alright. We're gonna wax on because we're up. So we wax on and we win. It might look... It looked like we were behind there because we were... But trust me, it won't always be like that. Look. Just do it again. We'll just do it again. Alright, now we're gonna wax off. And it's fucking... The duel's easy. The duel's easy. It didn't look like he was fighting back, but it was because he was lagging. Which is more acceptable. Punch versus abrasive now? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. We've been waiting on this. Is this legit? This is happening? Oh man, I'm pumped. This is what we've been waiting for, boys. This is something. Finally. A little bit of a lull in the duels, but not for long. This is going to be a fight. Finally, will Punch redeem himself? In this corner, we have To Punch, the once former DFC Season 2 champion. This guy coming up the ranks, fighting for the title. Not tonight, but in recent history. This guy, not to be denied. This guy is the real deal. And tonight, he has one mission. He said, I want to avenge my performance against the last Zon that I played. He goes, you know what? It's time to get back in the saddle. It's time to show people what Barbs are capable of. And that's exactly what Punch plans to do here tonight. He's going up against Abrasive Party. An Abrasive Zon in his own right. Can he take him on? Happy to see Abrasive, man. This guy's a legendary Zon player. One of the OGs. So good to see him in here. And he is not a Zon player to shake a stick at right here. This guy will punish you for making mistakes. Very keen, very clutch, very quick. That's how he rolls. And we're going to see if Punch can get there tonight versus a Boa Zon. He's busting out the shield. This is, I think, what you got to do. There's a lot of Barbs that we've seen in the past going dual wield, and that's really just not the way to go. I'm really happy to see that that Punch has a BVA setup here. BVA being Barb versus all. He's prepared basically for anything, even the setups where he needs to utilize max block. It's hard to tell if he's invested a lot of points and gone max block with this, or if he's or if he's just kind of getting there with what dexterity he has from his gear and just hoping for the best. Any block is better than no block if he's going for that setup, but we're going to find out, man. I would bet that if he's ready for Zons, he's probably got max block. That will be infinitely better in Barb versus Zon, and we're going to see if he can pull it off. If he can, that's a big one right there. That's a statement. Hell yeah, and big cheers to that, Kyle. Good reminder. I was number 49 tonight. I was a little late to the party. What number are you guys? What number were you? Lucky number 100 gets free cheers. But a big cheers to Kyle for the reminder. Hold on, I have to refresh to see what number we're on. 57. Hell yeah, thank you guys for the likes, appreciate it. And what that does is when you like the stream, it actually sends a message to YouTube, right? Let me tell you, a lot of people can get confused and curious what it does behind the scenes. It sends a message to YouTube, actually writes an automated email to YouTube to let them know personally, to the fucking CEO, tells them Coooley has the best Diablo 2 channel for PvP in the entire history of the world. So anytime that anybody has searched for this in the past, if they're even semi-interested in it, they're not going to want to fucking miss this, okay? So put them in the top of the queue and stop fucking around. That's exactly what happens in the background, in case you were curious. So yeah, that was a lot for one click. That was a lot. Bro, that could be an Ethnaga back there, good for LLD or possibly even HLD. Bro, just pick it up and show me if it's Eth Punch. Come on. Just don't tease me like that. That could be... If it's Eth, I'm fucking going in the game. All right, no, it's good. It's trash. Fucking, it's trash. If it was Eth, I was in here. I was gonna join this. I was gonna be like, hold up, pause. Fucking right, man. Cigar? Got yourself a Cuban? Dude, I got a buddy that's like cigar smoking is a hobby of his, dude. We often in the summertime will sit there with the windows open and the fan blowing, and we'll just sit there in his room. He's got like a whole, like, I'll post it in the Discord next time I'm there. He's got like a whole room full of like shelves of whiskey and shit. We just sit there smoking cigars, blowing smoke and fucking sipping all day. And like some summer afternoons, it's pretty sick, man. It's like, he's like a hobby cigar smoker. One of those guys. You know what I mean? Good dude. Barricade, epic explanation. It's true. I mean, it's just what happens. You know, once you're partnered with YouTube, they give you they tell you the stuff. They tell you the dirty secrets, and that's just what it is. I don't know why it's such a complicated process for, clicking the like button, but that's what it does. And they read those emails too. So it's, it's not a waste of time. Dude, Punch getting in there early, man. He's actually showing improving here. Dude, he's showing what's up. Punch is actually avenging himself here. This ain't no fucking joke, man. This guy didn't come to play. This guy came to win. Bro, he's doing it. That's the first round win that we've seen in Barb versus Zon in months. Even if he gets 4-1'd here, he's breaking new ground. I got an Ecuadorian, Cuban, Dominican flavored cigars like Drew Estate. No shit. No shit, dude. You gonna be one of those. You're gonna be one of those hobby cigar smokers too, Doom. That's gonna be you. I give it like 2 months. You're gonna have a room devoted in your house. You're gonna be talking about it with your wife. You'd be like, "Look, honey, we don't use this room for shit." And like, I got a fan so it won't even stink. And like, you know, and then we're just gonna get a shelf and put some whiskey up there, and then I can go up and smoke some cigars. I give it 2 months. 2 months max, dude. That's it. Yeah, Punch is really good, man. I think, bro, I think the game forgot about Punch. Like, I think the people in the game forgot how good Punch was. We had some barbs. We had some barbs on the come up, right? But I think they all forgot who Punch was and who laid the groundwork for all these barbs. The original OG, the original badass on the barb, right? And it's this guy right here. So cool to see him on a BVA. Honestly, I've thought for a while, I've wondered for a while, I should say, how good the BVA is in the current meta, right? It has a decent matchup versus the Necro, right? Pretty good matchup, pretty winnable. But a lot of people don't switch that shield, which would theoretically make them better versus a Zon. And that's what we're seeing here. We already have a round that Punch has taken from Abrasive Party, which is, again, ain't no Zon to shake a stick at, man. Like, this guy is solid. But it's so good to see, refreshing to see Punch on a BVA, because this is meta defining, I think. And then if you also think that, you know, it's kind of miserable versus a Druid, they are limited to 50% block versus a Barb. A good Barb can get there, but again, it depends on the skill level of the Druid. Like, there's a lot of things, right? Well, regardless, if you figure that that's a 50-50 matchup with a good Barb, right, against most Druids, you've got the Necro win. We've seen Punch win against Sins. Good matchup against Necros. Good matchup against Zons, who is a current, Muchez, recent DFC champion. Bro, Barb might be actually in a decent spot as a BVA. And when you get a good player like that, man, that's where it's at. All right, now he's on Telly Boa duty here. Punch looking for that name lock. Matilda Jeffries, a.k.a. Abrasive Party, getting quite low in life here. Punch trying to finish him off. Abrasive going on walk duty here, trying to outmaneuver Punch, but he's got a long ways to go, man. He's got a lot of life to work through, so it's really dangerous. It's really dangerous to be walking, especially running in the wrong direction when you got a player like Punch whirlwinding you just like that. Very nicely done. Till Zon starts using Charge Strike, Barb, no AR, and huge damage. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, Javazon's a different one, right? But Javazons typically don't do as well versus the other classes, unless you're like CJ on a CS Zon, right? CJ was one of the better CS Zons we've seen in a very long time. He actually took a couple of rounds from Elite in their title match, which is pretty insane. I think it was like 5-4 at the end of it, which was close. Like, that was so close. CJ was so upset after that duel, but I don't think he had anything to be upset about. Like, that was so good, especially when you consider that he was demoralized after like the first half of the duel. Like, yeah, it's a whole different build, but they typically don't do as well versus those other ones. So they probably wouldn't climb the ranks like a hybrid Zon, like a Teleboa, like a Walk Zon. They probably wouldn't climb the ranks as fast because they're just not as good all around. Probably better versus Barb, for sure. Kreider is just a Diablo aficionado, period, dude. He likes them all. He plays them all. What do you mean D2R doesn't have the amount of badass jabs available? Like badass jab players? I'm pretty sure you're just either using Titans or some ridiculous, I guess you're probably using T-strokes, right? On a CS zone. But yeah, there's not a lot of people that have taken the jabs on seriously. Which, spoiler alert, maybe something we do tomorrow on stream. Maybe not in the PvP sense, but it's a start, right? It's a start. We may do some conversions of characters that we have, all right? I got a little special something to share with you guys. We'll share it in a bit. If we get another lull moment, I'll share it. I'll show it to you guys. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I got a little surprise. I'm kind of pissed that it happened in testing, but it happened. It didn't happen live, so now there's going to be more videos about how it's fake. A little bit of a spoiler. Nice maneuvering here so far from Abrasive Party. He's done a great job of avoiding a lot of damage. And now he's got Punch with his back against the ropes. Punch is running here, which is very interesting. If he's running at a distance, he's going to drop his block rate by 50%. So, oh my god, but he catches him. It doesn't matter, man. Holy shit. Very nicely done. 3-0 so far for Punch. He wasn't kidding about potentially redeeming himself against Boazons. I don't know, dude. The poison is decent. The poison is, it's just a consistent open wounds. And especially, I don't know, man, when you've got a Barb, even if he has 75 poison res, depending on how many points you've committed to that poison jab, TFC Priest used to do that shit all the time. And when I went, granted, I ain't no Punch on a Barb, but like I slapped on a shield and it started getting tough for him. And then he started using poison jab and it just asked me, dude. It forced me to catch him and put me on a clock. And I was like, well, Punch has got different skills though. You put him on a clock, he might be able to catch you. Coooley is never catching you if you put him on a clock. It's just how it is. But TFC Priest used to do that shit all the time. He was like Tribrid. And he would throw those poison jabs, those plague jabs. That shit would hurt, dude. Like, it would just be consistent damage over time. And if he's dodging, avoiding, evading, being evasive in the way that he moves, you're just not getting him. He's gonna wear you down. No, I mean, when he got punched at 25%. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. Yeah, for sure at that point. For sure, the poison doesn't necessarily matter. Yep, at that point, I would just go Telly Boa. I would just be out of there with multi-shot all day. Really, dude? You had the pleasure of dueling Priest? Kreider, did you know? First video I ever put on YouTube, it's still there. There's only like 2 videos ever that I've unlisted on my main channel. So like, just about every video that I've ever put up is still up there. The first video I ever put up was just me losing duels constantly to TFC Priest. I didn't care. I was just like, all right, I got some wins, and it was just like probably like a 10-minute video of me just losing to TFC Priest. Do you really, dude? Does he have Discord? Bro, the fuck? Man, I miss that guy. Last I knew, TFC Priest like opened up like a redemption center or something, or some sort of recycling business that he owned, and like that's why he stepped away from Diablo. I haven't seen him in D2R. It's really a shame, man. That guy was a legendary Zon player. Yeah, he's a good dude. Actually, yeah, Kreider heads. I think Kreider is actually in some of my earlier videos too, like LOD videos of dueling. I'm pretty sure there's clips of Kreider like all over the place. I like saw one randomly the other day. I was looking at something to make sure I had my information correct, and I had to look at my own video. I was like, yes, I've become something. I had to look at when I figured it out before. Like, well, anyways, I saw a clip of dueling Kreider shot. I was like, what? I was like, man, that hasn't happened in a while. Yeah. Because, dude, truth be told, back in my older videos, I was doing mad research trying to figure out mechanics and shit, and I would really make sure, like, all of my information was correct. And I still do that, but it's good to know that, like, sometimes I don't have to refigure things out, or I just have to test them for D2R. So I, like, sometimes will go back to my old videos. Like, with the Immortal Sork, I did that. I was just like, what was it? Like, what was the trick here? And I was like, oh. Okay, yep. Punch is in trouble. Okay, so now he's at about half life. Punch is at half life. And we see Abrasive running here. That could, it's hard to tell. Sometimes Zons run, man, and there it is, a solid 4-0 victory for Punch. Sometimes Zons run at close quarters with barbs, but I'm not sure if it's the right call. It could be. Here's the thing. It could be because you cover more ground and you can actually, if your goal is to dodge their whirlwinds, it covers more ground more quickly. However, if you're planning on taking a couple of whirls and potentially tanking them, sometimes you see people walk. I've seen a mix of both, and I think it really depends on your strategy and how you're going to win. But yeah, that was nasty. Punch avenging his recent loss against a Boazon, and a good one at that, man. Abrasive Party. That was solid. I gotta say, I love seeing Abrasive Party on a Tribrid. That's nasty. Him using the poison damage, the multi-shot, the guideds, the lightning jabs, like all of this shit was really good. Yeah, so Punch did have 75 block. Nasty defense too, which that actually pays big dividends versus the multi-shot. Yeah, that was very nicely done. Punch did show it off. He's just like, yep, I had the 75. Bro, that's sick, man. That is inspirational right there. Makes me actually want to build a BVA next. Oh shit, Abrasive was streaming too. What's this guy got? What's he rocking? Bro, let's pop over to this. Yo, I told you this guy wasn't nothing to shake a stick at, man. Like, this guy's got perfect gear. He's got that perfect Faith Grand Matron for that nasty damage versus Punch. He's got the perfect fortitude. Like, I also saw 160-60 armor in the stash. Dude, he's got a 45-120 helm with 30 faster run walk. Yeah, this guy ain't fucking around, man. I told you this guy was nasty. This is what I meant when I said this is like, it's typical of Zon players to be decked out. I think what I was thinking about is Abrasive Party. Like, this dude, even OG from back in the days, just got the nastiest shit. Like, and he was decked out with that faster run walk, which honestly surprises me with the run at close quarters. But still, this guy knows Zon better than I do. So it's probably a strategy to avoid most of the whirlwinds. Maybe that was what he was trying to do. Is like, he has so much faster run walk, he's trying to avoid the whirlwinds. Like, just not even get hit by them. Whoa, what? Was that a fucking 100% perfect Andes? Punch got the right idea. Smother. Yeah, dude, he's good. Yo, was that a 100% perfect Andes? 150. Oh my god, yep, it is. That's 100% perfect with a 40-15 in it looked like. No, yeah. Wow, what the fucking 100% perfect gaze? Yeah, 100. Okay, the magical fourth ability here, a lot of people don't know on gaze. Does anyone know the magical fourth ability? You have Life Leech, Mana Leech, DR. What's the fourth one? To check if it's 100% perfect. Let's see how many nubs we got out there. What's the fourth one that rolls? Does anyone know? Fourth ability on gaze. What is it? What's the fourth one that rolls within a range? This one is 100% perfect. Ain't nobody. Only the pros knows. Only the pros knows. Yeah, it's the MDR. It's the integer MDR that rolls from, I believe, 10 to 15. All I know is 15 is max. But that's the hidden one. Look at that, dude. Man, beautiful stuff on this dude. What is this? It's a 15 max at 15-15, so 15 max, 15 all res. 100% perfect Enigma Archon plate. Yeah, this guy ain't messing around, man. Ain't messing around. He's got a 15-15 Duel in this, 15 all res, minus 15 Rex. Yeah, just a beautiful looking Zon, man. That is... I told you. I fucking told you. Dude's got kits, for sure. This guy is stacked, man. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, nasty. I love seeing this. He's got a pretty hefty investment into dexterity too. I'd assume that's probably just to use the bows, but that also not only ups your attack rating, but your ranged damage too, which is really good. It's good to see that high. Yeah, chance to block. Oh, it's also for max block. Yep, that makes sense. The 160-60 armor has mismatched Jules Charcy. Easy. Trash. Mismatched Jules Charcy. I like my rainbow Jules. See, he purposely went for that. He went for rainbow. It's rainbow. The 160-60 Pride. That's for those Pride duels. He's got the rainbow set up for the Pride matches, don't you know? It is perfect in its own way. Bro, 6 on, man. That shit is nasty. Very nice setup, man. Very good duel from these two. Anybody else in the Discord here ready to go? Looks like that might be it. Any word from Nate Diesel sound? Heard back from this guy yet? Man, that was one I was really looking forward to. I was looking forward to like Sound versus Nate. Dude, I think that's actually going to be harder than you think. Like, you're a sick Din, but I think Nate is too. Like, waiting on response. Okay. Is he like AFK? Is he green in Discord? Abrasive, was there... Okay, what was the logic behind running up close? Should you have been... Do you regret it and think that you should have been walking when he was close? Or was it to totally avoid the whirlwind and just hopefully not even get clipped by it? Like, just to be well out of the way by the time he telestomps. What was the logic behind it? Best Bone Necro PvP player? It's easily elite. Best Bone Necro player of all time. He defended the title 11 times. He achieved the DFC title and defended it 11 times. Yeah, he's the most decorated, most devastating, most demoralizing Bone Necro to ever play on the build in PvP, and it's not even close. He's very humble and would give credit to other Bone Necro players and say that there's other people on his level. It's yet to be seen, and in my opinion, if those people were that good, they'd be in the fucking DFC. They ain't nearly as good as Elite. Gray on Discord, not online. Oh, damn. I just stupidly try to tank too often. I should have stayed telly now and ran. Yeah, make him catch you. Switch to the jabs, only telly, never walk. Yeah. Well, he never did any of that in the DFC, Drogden. So, look, this is what I say. When people say that he shrined and stuff and, like, it was clearly on camera, I'm just like, don't give a fuck. Wasn't in the DFC. Like... I don't care if it was on purpose or not. Wasn't in the DFC. Not a call I had to make. So I'm like, hey, more power to you, man. You win them how you got to win them. As long as it ain't in the DFC, you rack up those wins however you got to get them. I was like, more power to you, man. He was always good in the DFC, man. He had his phases. Do you know if Gollum can proc Araxlow? I don't believe it can. I don't believe it can. New to D2. But theoretically, let me think. No, it can't, because minions can't proc like amp if you have it. So therefore it wouldn't transfer any of the abilities from your items. Yeah, like minions can't proc amp. Otherwise, Atmas would be used on like... Well, Atmas would be used on a summon druid, if that was the case. Yep, so pets don't proc anything from your items. That's kind of true, actually. That's a good point, Javito. That's kind of a good point. A lot of them are from EU, and I think that was when Elite was chatting with us, and he was like, "Yo, there's some people that are on my level." Like, he was talking about some EU players. But no, that's a fair point. That's fair. A lot of them are from EU, so it's like it's hard. Like, their ping wouldn't be as good. But theoretically, you know, you can switch servers. You can, you know, we can do it right. We can do the FT3 in one server, FT3 in the other. Godfather's IAS seems slow. He's got death. He's got the build. He's probably got the build we used in the video. He's got something similar to it. He's got slow attack frames that damage is real. That would be a Rune Master build right there. Rune Master beats all budget paladins. Rune Master beats them all. I'm curious though. I'm gonna swap to Rune Master real quick for Godfather. Keep that death build. I'm very curious. I can't token to be absolutely optimal, but I'm gonna switch to Rune Master here real quick. Ideally, yeah, we can't give up AR. I'm just gonna do this. This is not ideal. Actually, this might not be bad. Oops. Sorry for the charge. Yeah, he's on a death build too. Rune Master beats all budget paladins. it's just how it is. We don't even have max DR, I don't think. All budget paladins lose to the Rune Master build. It was close. This is RNG. RNG, law of large numbers. What can go wrong will go wrong. All right, but over the course of time, it's just how it is. Got upped G-face. I do have a couple of up G-faces, but the strength requirements are often pretty high. Maybe they're not, though, for this. Maybe I could actually wear them with this. Yeah, that would probably be better for the defense, honestly. Probably should do that. What's game? Just check 1-1. I want to test something. He's gonna bring in a Sork. He's gonna bring in a melee Sork. All right, let's do it. Here we go. All right, Rune Master versus the Death. Rune Master versus Death, baby. Rune Master beats all the budget paladins. It's kind of hard to do that, but maybe as the internet gets better and Spectrum becomes less of a monopoly, you know, they start caring about the quality of internet over who owns it. It's possible that the quality of internet, the speed of internet will get better all around the world, and that eventually ping won't be a thing. It's kind of crazy to think that we're still in a world where ping is a thing, right? Think about it this way. That's the speed of light, which travels around the globe 7 times in a second. So when you think about it, why is there lag if there's like capability of fiber optics and all this stuff? I would imagine if everybody's on fiber all around the world, that there's no lag, right? Like when we reach that point in human history where, like, you know, the cable internet and shit is a thing of the past, and like everybody's on fiber optics, theoretically there should be no lag all across the world, because it's like speed of light. Well, I'm doing my part. Next week I should be on fiber. Just doing my part, boys. Getting that installed, and it's technically cheaper than cable. I'm just so pumped that there's finally somebody that's competing with Spectrum up here. Like, Spectrum has been a monopoly, and you know, they still are, and it's hard to tell if like they will in some way impede on the speed and availability of fiber, but it will be interesting to see over the long run how that goes. Holy shit, man. I don't think that was death, though. I couldn't tell. That's obviously a decked out paladin build. Hit me. Oh my fucking word. What the fuck? Melee sword for the... That's not melee, that's elemental damage. That's not melee. Insta banned. No skills that do significant elemental damage. Insta banned. Where's this melees? I'll do it though. I'll go for it. that was sick though. Was that all cold damage? Was that all chilling armor? Well, that's sick. That's hilarious. Say, I'll go. You're looking good. All right, anybody else on the docket? All right, this is what we'll do. I got to show you guys something. I'm a little pissed that this happened off stream, but I gotta show it to you. All right, because this is gonna be the reason why we're switching gears on stream a little bit tomorrow. All right, it's gonna be the reason why we're switching gears. I'm gonna leave it to the chat though tomorrow to see what we're doing, but let me just show you a little something. Okay, this is wild, right? This is wild. This happened on BattleNet. You see if we can get there. Set up the scene here. Go into theater mode. Bam, here it is. Here it is. All right, let me just show you a little something, okay? This is this happened on BattleNet. All right? This is legit. This is legit. Yeah, look at this. Doom's, yeah, you know it, Big Dane. He's fucking everybody up even in melee with a cold sword. I don't know how he does it. All right, manages to do it. All right, we have a new setup for the barb. We tried something new, and I'm probably gonna, I think I flashed the gear here in a little bit. All right, main story before we get underway here. This is what happened. I got a time I'm very proud of. It's not the best. It could certainly be improved. But I got a time that I'm very proud of for Uber Tristram on a barbarian. You can clearly tell that it can be improved upon. You can see it in the time. Like in the sum of best and all of this stuff, you can still see it. Like there's still room for improvement. But the time is pretty savage. Like, dude, you're gonna love it. Yeah, it's gavel swap OP. So I think I flashed the gear here. Let me see if I can show you the new thing that Sound suggested, or that Master Otis suggested, and he suggested Rattle Cage. After testing Rattle Cage and realizing some things, I made an alternate adjustment to this. And I did something a little different, but it actually works better. So we're showing off a little bit of the gear here. Let me see if I can pause it when I hit it. We got G-Face. We've got the dual grief still. Bam, there it is. Duress. Who would have thought that, like, consistently, this is better than Fortitude? I wouldn't have guessed that. Cast frames and everything. Yeah. Who would have thought that over grinding many runs in single player, we figured out that theoretically this is better. And there's a big reason for it, because you suddenly don't need to use an open wounds belt. I was using a caster belt there. The caster belt to hit a reasonable break point on the swap with Naj's Puzzler. But this gives you open wounds and crushing blow and faster hit recovery and resistance. Like, there's a lot of good things about this that you're kind of missing. Yeah, it's not perfect. I only rolled it once and I got a 17, and I was like, I could roll this like 20 more times. Knowing me, it will be like 150 more times to try to get a 20, or I could just accept it. It's like 3 ED either way. Yeah, I hate it too, Root. But dude, this is what happened. Okay, I'm just showing this off. This is what happened. right? This just so you know why we may or may not be doing Uber runs tomorrow, okay? You can tell the improvement. You can tell that there's room for improvement. That this was on Battle.net. You can see my ping up in the corner. Like, this was on Battle.net. Like, and you can even tell by the splits. There's no gold splits here. This is just a couple of practice runs with this on Battle.net with the new armor. And I will say that even still in my experience, the best possible time with all of my best splits is 125. Like, that's the best possible a barb can do. And you can tell, this is not a good Lilith. This is not a perfect Lilith. So this is obviously where this run could improve. But the good thing about this is there's no ass around fucking Lilith. There's not ass minions around Lilith, which is actually a run killer in a lot of ways. But finally, she was clear, which is like the most important part. It's not about how fast you find her, it's about how many fucking dudes are around her. Because you just can't survive them. And then this is also ass here in Tristram, because Meph runs away and never comes back. But look at the time on it. Go to a little GVN now? Alright, dude, we'll pop over it right after this, bro. Diablo down. 1 amp. Bale down. We still have 1 amp left. Meph down in fucking seconds, bro. For a grand total of 137. Grand total time of 137. My goal was to eventually sub 140. You can tell that we can improve this by almost 10 seconds. Theoretically, 13 seconds. But you know what? I say leave some room for the next guy. And here it is. Like, you can tell I'm in trade channels and shit. Like, I'm online. Like, this is legit. Ain't no juck fuckery going on. This is a Battle.net run. And this is how you know. This is the kicker of how you know this should be the final run that we do. Like, because this is always the torch that we get on every single, like, world record run. Every time we set a world record, right? The one that we can be proud of. What torch do we get? What torch do we nail every time we set a record? I haven't been showing them off in the videos because it just goes without saying these days. Like, it's always the same fucking torch. Like, you beat it in a certain time, you beat it as fast as anybody ever has in the world, you get rewarded handsomely for the torch, right? I'm talking handsomely. Get ready for it. Like, this is every time we've set a world record. This is what we get. We get a fucking 1120 Amazon torch. All right, or 11 stat Amazon torch. This was good res rolls. So this is the best shit fucking Amazon torch we ever got. But it's always an 11 stat Amazon torch. It's so that's just a sign, right? Like, that's just a sign. Like, okay, you've done it. The way I see it is, we could grind for months to get a 125. Like, or like even a sub 130, or like we could just accept the fact that we've set the world record for fucking 3 weeks straight now and just be accepting of this time and just know that someone's basically going to have to copy this build and do exactly this. They can't improve upon the build. Like, the build is just at its peak. Like, it's fast. There's nothing else that can do it faster. The only thing that people can do is grind to get a slightly faster time. And it's possible. It leaves more room for the next guy than, say, the Mosaic Sin run did, or say the Smiter run did. The Smiter run and the Mosaic Sin runs are just practically unbeatable. You can only improve by 2 seconds on the Mosaic Sin run, and only by like 3 seconds on the Din run.
99 cents from Kyle. That's a sign to build a zone and kick ass in DFC.
That's what I say, Kyle. That's what I say. Big cheers to that, man. Thank you so much. $7 Canadian. What the big cheers, man. Holy shit, I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Yeah, this video is unlisted on this channel right here. That's how I always do it. Like, I always share them privately. They're like, it's not listed. I should probably release this to actually the top tier members. We're actually going to make this top tier members only. All right, that's what I'm going to do. Top tier members only can see this. The top secret shit. I don't see why we don't do that. If you're like top 2 memberships on the Like top 2 tiers of membership, easy. Or fuck it, all members. We'll just go all members. Members only. That's it. Hidden video for members only. Yeah, let's get it. I'm gonna cut over to that now. But I just wanted to show you guys that for just so that you know, all right? We may switch gears. We may try something different. But that's why. Because we could grind forever to try to beat that time. And like, it sucks wasting keys on BattleNet. I actually spent forum gold to get more hate keys. I only spent like, it wasn't much, but the fact that like you're constantly depleting, it will take, that was after 600 runs, we got that. If I had to pay for hate keys and all of this to do more, it would be thousands of forum gold and thousands of hours grinding to get a better time than that. It's not ideal because like Lilith wasn't perfect, Tristram wasn't perfect. Literally, if you get any of those better, the time is better. But like, whatever. Leave some room for the next guy. Lilith was clear. Like, it just worked. You know what I mean? It's just how it was. It worked out. Hold up. I don't have my headphones in, but does Dio have the stream up in the background? We gotta listen to this. I'm gonna unmute him. See if we get the echo. If we don't get the echo, we can listen to the audio. Yo, I don't hear nothing. But I also don't hear nothing from his stream. All we want is that pure in-game audio, bro. He was also in the lobby though, so I'm gonna give it a little bit. Just let me know if there's an echo. How's your shoulder? Shoulder is getting better. It's like healing, but I'm still going to be in this thing for like weeks. It sucks, dude, but it is how it is. Yo, what did he do? He's quitting on us. We're cutting over to GVN. It isn't over, is it? No, they're on a Central game. This is Primo's game that he set up on Central. GG Primo. Getting its use. Yeah, another big cheers to Kyle, man. You're always so generous. I really appreciate that, brother. Really appreciate your vibes, your energy. Man, it's so good to have you here. Big cheers to this dude. Yo, is this going on? I hope it isn't. Okay, yeah, he's rejoining. I was going to say, I hope we didn't like miss it or some shit. We only watched like a quick 5-minute video. Like we didn't dick off too long. Like, duh fuck, man. Duh fuck. And here we go. The epic fight of the night.
From Skonky.
Potentially.
Brands, love the melee content. My din is LVL97, aiming for 99 by next week to come and wax off some foos.
By next week, Skonky. Holy shit, man. That is quite the goal. That's going to be some grinding. I'm telling you. I know from experience, especially on a din, 98 to 99 is one of the worst. But bro, good luck to you and big cheers. Thank you so much. That's fucking huge, man. Wow. Wax on, wax off, dude. That's what it is. And truth be told, Skonky, if you get to 98, go check out that melee video I put out. I do a little breakdown in the middle of that for like how much level matters. So if you get sick of it at level 98 and you're just like, man, I can't do this. I need to jump in and test this. I need to get some duels in. Fuck level 99. Dude, if you get there, go look at how much that one level actually matters. It's the difference usually of about 0.13% chance to actually hit. Like, it matters slightly, but I wouldn't let it stop you from getting in. Now, granted, I say that jumping in, making sure I had a level 99 before I jumped in, but that was before I understood how much that one level actually matters. So remember that too. Like, it's, you know, sure, the actual percent chance is like, I think it's like 0.36, but that's assuming no block. When you assume the block, it's like 0.12. It's like, or even less, or like it's something ridiculously low. Yeah, one level gives you a bit more tickets, technically gives you some more tickets. So to min-max, you certainly should do it, but I just think it's awesome, man, that you're doing it on a din. Level 97, congrats on that. And bro, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the DFC waxing off some fools. Look, Skonky's paid his royalties. He's allowed to use the wax on, wax off method. It's patented, all right? But I just want to let you know, Skonky he's paid the royalty fee. He's in. Anybody else who uses it? No. I hired Saul Goodman, and we're coming after you. I'm coming for the throne on the level 93. That's right. Bruno knows what's up. Bruno was still connecting on people. He was level, honestly, I think Bruno only might have lost some of those duels ever so slightly because he was level 93. Like that's literally how much it matters. Like slivers of life sometimes. Just one more connection or whatnot. But that's Bruno giving up 6 levels. And he's doing it so people have a chance. Like, you've seen this guy's creativity. He's doing it so people got a chance. Probably Bill will. I'll probably employ Bill to do it. Yeah. Slippin' Jimmy. That's who we got coming after it. You best be paying those royalties. You best be paying up for that wax on, wax off method. All right, in this corner, we've got this duel underway. We've got GVN on the Trapper. And we've got Dio, somebody challenging this guy who ain't no slouch, all right? This is a tough matchup for the Druid, that's for sure. But GVN, man, it's refreshing to see him on a Sin. This guy, typical legendary, he's typically on a Zon, and a legendary Zon player at that. But this guy switching it up to a Sin for, I believe, like the second week in a row. The second week in recent history that we've seen this guy on a Sin, which is pretty wild, pretty impressive. Good to know that he's got that range of characters that he can play. Any DFC champion or I shouldn't say any, but most have been good at playing different classes, multiple classes. That's how you stay alive. And usually that class is a Sin. If someone is good at a Sin, they've usually held on to the title for a while. With only one exception. I'll actually show you guys some statistics after this that was so kindly brought to us by Sound. This thing is fucking wild, man. Like, the thing that Sound has set up to give us some statistics on this, to use this DFC data, is just nuts. Like, just nuts. There used to be this tab where we would see all of the... Hold up. There used to be a tab. Am I going to... Oh, no. Yeah, champion. All right. Oh, fuck, man. Hold up. I gotta get this ready. I gotta set it up and get it ready. I thought there used to be a tab. Oh yeah, there it is. Hall of Fame. It's the Hall of Fame tab. I gotta show you this. I found it. It's the Hall of Fame tab. The Hall of Fame tab in the data shows all of the title defenses, and it actually surprises me. I was actually surprised by this. It shows you how many title defenses people have, which I'm so glad we have a tab like this now. Fucking love Sound and Montriana for setting this shit up. Primo, like everybody that was involved in this and collecting all this data, putting it together is so nasty. The Hall of Fame is sick. It's a Hall of Fame of all the champions that have ever been in the DFC. With top ranked people on each class, it actually shows that off too. We can check it out. Yeah, but truth be told though, Coolio, I think you actually hit the nail on the head. I'm proud of this, but I think it's a little biased. Like, I will say that it's biased, and I'll tell you why in a sec. I'll show you. Can't wait to show you the Hall of Fame. GVN was bad on Sin, lost to throw barb. I can't believe you remember that, Coolio. And this Sin is decked out too. It ain't no joke, man. Dude, truth be told, he probably had no fucking idea. Like, he was like, how many people like know about the throw barb? You come up, like, you know, you set the traps, and then like you get in the habit of getting just out of the way as they're teleporting, but they never teleport. They just start throwing shit at you on screen. Like, who's prepared for that? Let's be real. Like, there's it's probably something he was like, what the fuck is this? What is this garbage? on a car pavement, then you're just bad. Or throw barb is really good, Coolio. Or throw barb is really good. Throw barb new meta. All right, how dare you insult my throw barb skills like that and assume that it's a bad build? Not necessarily a free matchup. We have seen some wind druids beat assassins before. Now, granted, it does favor the assassin. However, Dio has an interesting charge here. Dio has to do what Dio does. Dio is the best druid versus Sin player that there is out there. He's very good at getting in, picking his angle, stomping you, and if he just immediately gets out. He doesn't get greedy with it. He just takes these pot shots at you and then runs out. Like, you know what I mean? And that's how you have to play versus a Sin. And right now you have GVN, who's actually technically in the lead with life totals here, just taking these, taking his time, looking for that Mind Blast lock. That's what he's got to look for as soon as Dio comes in. He's got to look for the Mind Blast because that sets Dio off of his game plan. Dio's going to teleport in. He's going to look for that stomp. He's going to try to get it, and he's going to try to get out. However, if you have your traps up and then you Mind Blast him before he can stomp you, well, that's going to set him off his game plan. He's probably going to eat some traps, and that's what you got to do. And that's exactly what GVN's doing. He's doing a great job of it so far. But now, when Dio notices that you're going to do that, he's going to do a couple of things. He's going to set some NATOs on the outside. He's going to try to predict where you're going, and he's going to set some NATOs right there for you. And then he's going to stomp you with a CT, which is going to be ridiculous. He's going to CT cast up on you. You're not going to even see him coming, and he's going to CT cast on you. Boom, stomp you. Just like that. Just called it. Do we not call this? Do we know Dio's style by now? GVN just running into a NATO, Dio planted, predicting where he was going to go. Like, that's how it is. Predictable but unbeatable is a good way to describe Dio. Like I shouldn't say unbeatable. Predictable but very difficult to beat. You know what he's going to do, but it's on you to stop him from doing it. True. Yep, he does have a central game. Yep, true. And again, there's that predictive NATO. Dio in a little bit of trouble here. Definitely teleported the wrong way there. Might have ate some of those traps, but he's going to keep recasting that Cyclone Armor too. Cyclone Armor is one of the most useful skills. Beautiful stomp from Dio. Cyclone Armor is one of the most useful skills on a druid because it just absorbs all kinds of elemental damage. And I mean everything, regardless of resistances or anything. Just absorbs it. So it's a flat, like, how much is it? Like 1K or some shit? Like, it's a lot that it absorbs. And it's also just happens to be a synergy of Tornado. So it all just plays in very well to each other. This build is so well thought out and well designed by the creators of the game. Like, it's so synergy against these elemental builds. But unfortunately, the Trapper has that Mind Blast and can kind of set the Druid off their game plan and can deal a lot more than 1,000 damage in an exchange. So therefore, the Sin has the ability to break that Cyclone Armor, forcing Dio to keep it up in these exchanges, right? He's gonna force him to keep it up. Beautiful stomp from Dio there, dealing some significant damage to GVN. But Dio also very low here. Yeah, they're both on high ping, which you can only imagine favors GVN. Slightly favors GVN because his traps are AI damage that are gonna, fire off whether or not he's lagging. So it should technically favor him. However, you still have to have those traps in the right place. You still have to be able to manipulate your opponent into actually landing in them. Like, it's still a mind game that the Sin has to play. And GVN's doing a good job of it so far. Now, Rep Life is on point. Rep Life looks about right. He's probably got the max amount of rep life, which tells me he's probably got some good boots. Questionable stomp there from GVN. I don't think he meant to do it. This is certainly not a caster matchup where the Sin is gonna fire blast a lot, unless she's got the druid on the back pedal, right? Like, unless she's already done some significant damage with traps, the druid's running away, then that's a pretty good opportunity to implement the Fire Blast. But other than that, we probably won't see it. Some nice hits there from GVN. Duel ain't over till it's over. Yeah, this is just round one. Nice stomp from Dio. Hard to tell if he got that off from like a... Oh my god, Dio is so low. Hard to tell if he got that off from a Shadow Bay lock or if he got that off of a name lock proper, but that was beautiful. Beautiful timing on it. Surprised he didn't finish there. Like, it was just such good timing. I think Coolio Low gets a little upset when he sees another sin. He's a little defensive of those sins. We've seen Coolio Low on a sin. Not bad. But Coolio Low in the chat is going to criticize all these sin players because in his mind, nobody's better. And perhaps he's right. Perhaps he's the best sin. We only see him sporadically. We don't really know. But I'm just saying. I see it. I see it in you, Coolio Low, co-host. I see it. I'm just calling it like I see it. All right, I'm pouring out some more Jim Beam and I'm calling it like I see it. That's what we do. Jim Beam stream, baby. It's an absolute potato. I don't know, man. You seen those sin skills? He can lay traps like the best of them. He's got some good angles. He's got that CT. Dio not necessarily low enough for a Mind Blast PK here, but we're at a very interesting spot in the duel where Dio has to be careful on the approach. But if he gets there, he can really get there. Over time, one would figure that the Mind Blast will win this duel. The longer this piece goes on, the more it likely favors the Sin. So Dio's going to be forced to get on the inside and get a clean stomp. If he can get it, this duel's over. Yo, Coolio Low versus Go Gators win. Go Gators is the champ now, bro. You got to get some duels under your belt, Coolio Low. I used to think Daniel Cormier was like the most annoying, experienced commentator. But the more I think about it, Coolio Low is up there. You got to get some duels under your belt. You at least got to get a championship under your belt. Bro, we got to move you up the ranks somehow. Which means you got to join, you got to get some wins, and then we'll go Gators you. All right? By the way, there it is. You talk all the shit you want. GVN just took round one versus Dio. Very nicely done. Very good damage over time. Consistent approach from GVN there. But a very close duel. This certainly does, like I said, favor the Sin. But Dio, even on high ping, this is a central game. So the ping that you're seeing from GVN here is likely the same for Dio. Let me cut over and show you guys this this Hall of Fame here real quick. Hall of Fame, boys. All right, this is the number of title defenses that the player has had. If there ever was a question as to who was better between Coooley and Joby, I know some of you guys were probably debating that. You're just like, who's the top din? Is it Joby? Is it Coooley? It's probably close between these guys, like over time. Fucking read the numbers and weep. Joby can eat shit, all right? 4 title defenses versus 3. I am number 2 for title defenses in the DFC. It's just another day. It's another day. Santiana. Where's the Hall of Shame? Most losses in the... I'd probably be in that one too, embarrassingly enough. Bro, but honestly, I would say it's biased and it's not. So theoretically, in that time, I was the person making matches. So it's biased in that regard. But it's also not biased in the sense that I didn't give myself easy matchups, right? So it's like biased data. One could claim that. But there never was really many easy matchups. with the only exception that one could reasonably argue being my matchup versus Armand P, where I questionably deserved it. And it was a match that I'd won before. However, it made for a good story. I actually didn't expect to win it. I thought Armand P was just gonna like open wounds me or some shit. Like I thought he was just gonna be like, nah man, I'm taking this. Like, you know what I mean? I just didn't expect it. But I had won the match before, and I was the only person in the DFC that had ever beat Armand P. And he was on a 6-fight win streak. So it was like, if Armand P wins, he avenges all of his losses, is technically undefeated. And if Coooley wins, Coooley gets the title. But I didn't expect it.
$2.79 from Kyle. Bias AF. No AFK stats.
What the fuck, Kyle? God, I'm trying to justify this. God damn it. Fucking Kyle. Cheers to you. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that, man. But no, I would say you're right. It's biased and it's not biased. It's biased in the sense that no matter what I say, I was the one making matches. So that's a one way to look at it. So, but at the same time, fuck y'all. All right, fuck y'all. 4 title defenses, number 2 in the Hall of Fame, baby. Second only to Elite. It's gonna be a lot. No, don't do that shit, Sal. Why would you do that? Why would you do so? Why would you? That's pointless. That's pointless. We already have a page for that. They can already find it if they care that much about it. All right, we don't need to be doing that shit. All right. By the way, we're into round 2 here. I see you, Botosaurus.
$20.24 from Botosaurus. Yo, we need to look at the life tap rules. Just had a match where every duel was lost due to a life tap proc. Not reasonable.
Really? Hold up. Botosaurus going up against Sogi on the Din. Sin v Din. Interesting. I will say this. First of all, thank you and big cheers to you, Botosaurus. First and foremost, I appreciate that support, man. And you're one hell of a guy. So big cheers. I'm giving you 2 cheers for that. That's fucking twice tonight with a 2024 donation, man. Holy fuck. You're too kind, brother. But secondly, I'll say this. From my experience, all right? And in all duels where life tap is allowed on the class, Sin v Din has to be the most demoralizing. Were you on straight trapper or were you on hybrid? I would imagine straight trapper versus a Din. It's the most demoralizing because of this. When the Din gets it, it feels bad, especially if they maximize the Sorb rules versus the Sin. Wild. Bro, I don't know why it says this, but it always pops up 0 memberships. I don't fucking know why. But I just want to say, Go Gators official welcome to the team on behalf of Kron Daily for that gifted membership, bro. Big cheers to you. Thank you so much, Kron. Dude, that's awesome, man. Really appreciate that. Yeah, but it's like, it feels the most demoralizing because it takes the Sin so long to do damage against a Pally that has maximized the Sorb rules, such as I think the best Sorb versus a Sin technically is T-Gods in 10, right? Like T-Gods in 10 Sorb. So if they go that route and they have tap, it's pretty wild. But the other side of that argument is the Sin never has to be on screen, right? So when the Sin can aggress and push the pressure against the Din, and most Dins can't handle it, Sogi is actually, come to find out, Sogi is actually not a bad Din. We'll check out his stats after this round. I'll show you Sogi. I knew it was going to be a challenge for you. I didn't know he was going to use life tap, but I knew it was going to be a challenge for him and you. He went the life tap route, which is interesting. But it is demoralizing because when it goes off with like the din regains like 50%, sometimes 100, depending on how much damage they do. You saw it in my duel versus Elite. But what Elite ended up doing was just planting these traps and making me chase him, and there was nothing I could do. I was like, okay, I'm just straight dead. So looking at it from the Din's perspective too, it's just like when the Sin gets low and they just lay those traps and they CT telly and they know the range of those traps, the Din is so fucked. Like if the Sin doesn't want to be touched by the Din, she doesn't have to be. And that was clear from my duel with Chu 30. And he was a weird player in the sense that like he would aggress me, but any time I would go to try to name lock him or charge him or fucking telly stomp him, he was nowhere to be found, and I would eat traps, and it's like demoralizing as shit. So I think it's one of those duels where like, especially, I'm not sure if he was on, what was he on? Was he on a VT or was he on like a murder din? Was he on a murder din shooting bow and casting life tap? Because admittedly, I will say from someone who's done such a thing, cheesy as fuck. But if he was on a VT and had life tap, theoretically, life tap is capped. You can't use exile. If he was on exile, we got to redo the duel or you just win. If you can't redo the duel, you guys just win. Well, you just win. But if he was on like Last Wish or Drax, it's kind of evens it, because like the Din can't get in. Like I know from experience like how difficult it is to actually get a hit. But Sogi again is a different Din player than me. But regardless, I'll say this, something to consider for sure. Like something to consider. But based on what I know and what I've seen, it's still an almost unwin. You have to be a god tier Din. Like, it's tough, but it is something to consider because in my experience, I've seen how demoralizing it is. He was Grief Drax. Okay. Interesting. Don't say that, Coolio. No, Botosaurus is good. He's just as good of a Sin player as anybody. Like, he's not lacking in the Sin department. It's just demoralizing when you get tapped. Can attest. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense too. Yeah, that makes sense too. If he was on VT, you were on the aggressive. Totally makes sense. Yeah. It sucks, but it's something to consider for sure. Something to keep in mind.
24 cents from
I know how demoralizing it feels.
I'm not crying about it. Just seemed cheesy.
Holy shit, man. Another one. What? Bro, big cheers. I can't even believe that. And there it is, dude. Dio takes round 2. Holy shit. Evening up the score. Botosaurus, big cheers to you, man. That is super generous of you. I really appreciate that. Hold on. Before we go over and check the stats here of this guy, we've got a special one. Kill it. Reaching under the desk, man. We're pulling out the good stuff. The Jim Beam. Botosaurus. Bro, thank you so much. That really means a lot. That is super generous, brother. I appreciate that. Something to consider. And I think, in closing...
$20.24 from Botosaurus. I'm not crying about it. Just seemed cheesy.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Bro, I really appreciate it, man. Something to consider, because I think the original tap rules like that were figured out before the lightning res was raised, noticing how powerful the traps were from a Sin. That being said, all right, I want full disclosure. I don't want to be dishonest with you. The Sin stats in the DFC are fucking ridiculous. Like, the Sin just wins. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's kind of a catch-22. It's like, it's wild. Well, let's check it out. Let me see. So what we've got here, all right? Yeah, you can bring it back, Bill. You can bring it back. We need the thinking music, all right? Like, so if you look at what is it? Like summary, or yeah, we could go summary and we could go player Sogi.
$20.24.
Look, I am okay with it repeating.
I'm not crying about it. just seem cheesy.
I want you guys to know that. I'm glad it repeats it because I want you to know that. He's just pointing something out which is healthy to do. Okay? This guy is actually really good. Like he is extremely good. You can see from this 67% win rate, mostly plays on the Din. Sogi is really good. He's had a handful of duels in the DFC, but he's performing very well on a Din. There's a lot of Savage Din players that have come into the fray in recent history. And yeah, so he's also, just like to put it in perspective, Sogi, I expected to challenge him with a Sin matchup, and especially a good player on a Sin. He's got those sound skills, like much like sound. He knows how to adapt that build to what he's going up against. So it's like, man, tough opponent. And I think, like most opponents, he'll make it feel demoralizing when that tap goes off. But I promise you this, I will consider it. I'll look into it and do some more testing, bro, for sure. But this guy is just a good player. Speaking of good players, man, we've got a couple going at it right here. Yeah, guy's off to a good start, man. Getting with the right pilot is same as Sin, for sure. But the thing is, like the skill gap from like to say that, you know, all the good Sin players are, you know, have the skill of the best Din player or some of the best Din players is just false. I think like Sin just is either easier to learn or has something to it that just puts it ahead in the statistics. Like it's technically the best class, even with the current absorb rules. So it's so weird, man. Like it's one of those things that I you know me, I won't make a rule change on stream because I hate doing that. It needs testing, it needs thought, we need to look at the data. But like I see it. Some things feel demoralizing. I get it, and I feel bad. I honestly expected the Botosaurus win there. I expected Botosaurus to shut down the hype train, honestly. I was like, Botosaurus gonna come in and do this. But dude used life tap, man. That was wild. I feel for you though, dude. It feels demoralizing. I used to use life tap on my Din to demoralize Sins. You know me, I fucking hate Sins, and I would almost use life tap against every single one of them. So I know how demoralizing it is. But yeah, something to consider. Well, I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna give it some serious thought because I don't want duels to feel demoralizing for people. And more importantly, much like Botosaurus says, I don't want the Sin to feel like she has to go into lates mode. You know what I mean? Where like it's just like, okay, I'll set traps and you tally into them. Like the duel with Elite was fun for me, and I'm sure it was fun to watch, but it was probably not fun for Elite. Right? Like getting tapped all the fucking time. Like, can you imagine how demoralizing that? He was pissed. We got him into phase 4 within round 2. Like it was crazy. But we want to avoid the demoralizing duels. Like that's the new goal of the rule set. Avoid demoralizing duels. So it's certainly something I'm going to revisit, and I can promise you that. Most importantly, too, though, thank you so much for that support and those kind donos, Botosaurus. That was awesome, man. That's like over $60 here tonight, man. That's wild. $80, I think. I don't know, man. I've had some whiskey now, and I haven't drank in weeks. Look, it's a lot. Regardless, I appreciate that, man. And I promise you I'm going to look into it. I don't know what change will come of it, but thank you for putting it on my radar. Doom is like, fuck those Sins. You wonder why you get matched against so many Sins, Doom. It's because everybody else feels exactly how you feel about a Sin right now when they go against you. They're like, fuck it, raise the cold stack. Fuck. That's it. That's how they feel, man. It's like the fairest duel is like Sin v Cold Sork. Yeah. Put it this way, Blizz and Sins have something in common in the sense of when the duel gets close, they both have a similar game plan. They can increase the distance and bait you into some bullshit. They both can do that. Current score is 1-1 for this duel. Currently, It's hard to tell, but I would guess GVN is up in life totals. Let me check and see if Dio is streaming this, and we can pop over. Let's check it out. I would guess he's up. He's not. Dio is doing some work. Bro, Dio's doing some work this round. This is a duel of patience. Dio has to be patient. He has to pick his angle. Look at this fucking savage CT, and this dude is like basically like toe shank on a druid. Like, this guy is just ridiculous. Guy is a savage. This is wild. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, here's an honest thought that I've had, but it's so hard to do this. And Max would never let me live this down, right? I couldn't do this because Max would talk me out of it. But one of the things that I've thought about is reverting for a sin, reverting the absorb rules to what they used to be, and banning all shadow pets. Shadow Master, Shadow Warrior banned. And that way, if you get the Mind Blast, it's still there, it's still broken, but you gotta fucking get it. Like, you have to get it. Like, not your AI fucking bullshit Shadow Master. Like, you know, that thought has crossed my mind. But more testing is needed. I would probably need to talk with Max about it. Max is already here. Elephant Sin is kind of similar to Vita Blizz. It's a glass cannon, 100%. Yep, 100%. Yeah, Shadow Bay doesn't share the same plot armor as, say, Blizz does, right? Sure. If it was up to me, we'd just ban Blizz and then reduce cold resist, like, and have orb only and ice blast. But Blizz is an iconic plot armor skill. Shadow Bay does not enjoy the same plot armor as Blizz. Like, it's not an iconic skill. It's a beastin' skill, but it's not iconic. Fuck it, throw on a T-Gods and Wisp and let play something else. Well, you can do that now. You can do that in the DFC. Fucking T-Gods and Wisp is legal. T-Gods and 10 Wisp is legal. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Ban all Shadow Bay and Shadow Warrior ban. Like, you can get the Mind Blast, but you have to get it. Like, not Shadow Bay. Yeah. I also value Steezish's opinion. Like, I don't know enough about the sin to make that call and would have to consult some intelligent minds. But if we reverted the Sorb rules to like 80-20, you know, what they were before, no T-Gods Wisp bullshit, but made it so that Bay and Warrior are banned. Just ban facets, easy peasy. Yeah, but now the sin sucks, and the Elephant Sin, which is the only one that destroys people with traps, is irrelevant. Anti-shadow tech, put on life tap. Yeah, but if you're not a barb or a din, then you're not going to win. And other than that, a sin has a 66% win rate, I think. We could check this out, but like anybody could check this out now with the DFC datasheet. Dude, the commands don't work on YouTube. I'll link you guys to the sheet. You guys can check it out, dive into it, and feel free to make suggestions on it. Because of sound, we now all have some awesome data here. I'm gonna link you guys to this. This link is too long, but it'll take you there. It'll take you to the page that we were just looking at. But feel free to look at it. I'm open to suggestions. I really like to think about these things, but I think the sin is in an awkward place. Like, we've literally increased the Sorb rules. We've done so much to say fuck sins, and sins are still on top, which says I alone don't know the answer to like making it so that sin maybe has even a 60-40 at this point. I'd settle for. Sin does well, but it has losing matchups. What are the losing matchups? I don't know any that it loses flat out. True, but Jess was also like high as shit, I guess.
$6.99 from Kyle. Sounds like we need Trap Sin versus Blizz Sork grudge matches soon. Let the salt flow tears of joy.
Kyle, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. We might get one soon. I think, literally, the result of Dazer versus Doom is going to be very interesting, and I think that person will go for the title next. Like, Dazer lost to Toshank, but holy shit, what an exciting champion to watch. Like, when you pick a Sin player champion, and it's just like, yep, I want to watch this guy go up against anybody. Dazer's that guy. Right? Like he'll aggress people. He's very good. He's very technical. He has the items, got all that gear. He's very smart, very good player, exciting hybrid Sin player. Like he's such a good champion, right? But also Doombringer fucking deserves it. Like whether you like Cold Sorks or not, Doombringer is a force to be reckoned with. Like the fact that people get demoralized and butthurt going up against Doombringer says something. Like he's just good. Like no matter how you slice it, he's got the wins to back it up. He's good. He is the boogeyman of the DFC. Nobody wants to go up against him. Like it's how it is. So I think the winner of that matchup is probably next in line for title contention. Like it's just undeniable between those two. 60-40 neck advantage. Interesting. Trapson shouldn't be nerfed just because y'all don't like him to do low damage. I would agree. I don't ever want to nerf a build to the point where like it can't do something. We're talking about the DFC where fucking Oridins are allowed. Let's be real. Like technically Oridins are allowed. They're just not allowed versus fire-based characters in their natural form, right? Like if your build does fire damage, you probably should switch some things up on your Oridin so that you don't have BM res, right? But that's hard to do. I don't like banning builds. I don't like banning skill. I don't like banning anything. But there's certain things that just make for exciting duels. And with the Sin and with the Blizzsork, both of them are very interesting in the sense that they have distance, they have tools, they have tricks. Not all of them are fun to watch. But they're kind of they're there. You can't get rid of them. By the way, Kyle, thanks again to you, man. Big cheers. Yeah, but we might get it. We might get some sort of Blizzsork versus Sin, and I'm sure we'll see it in the Discord, if not here. I think the Dazer versus Doombringer is probably happening in the next couple of days or so. They weren't able to work it out tonight. Doom was working late. I figured that might be the case, honestly, but was wishfully hoping we'd get to see it because I think it will be a long duel, no doubt. It will be a long duel, but it will be a good and crucial one. Like it's not easy for either player, but this is the top tier of competition. Doombringer, top Sork, and it's not even close. And Dazer, one of the top players, one of the best players in the world. Like it's not even close. Just how it is. Yeah. No, I get you, Doom. I get you, bro. Nice stomp from Dio there. This is actually incredible. Dio is doing very well, and you notice he's very good at keeping that Cyclone armor up. After just about every exchange, he's always in recasting that Cyclone armor. Predictive NATOs, and Dio gets there, making it 2-1. Incredible performance so far from Dio. This guy is good, man. Just to put this in perspective, there have been people that have straight up denied this matchup, that have like welched out on this matchup. And they're just like, nah, man, I'm on a Druid. He's on a Sin. Can't do this. This is stupid. Bro, Dio is like the exception to the rule and shows how to do it. Every time. Here's the thing, Doom. Don't even get bothered by anything Coolio Low says. Coolio Low has mastered the art to the point where I'm actually jealous of it. Has actually mastered the art of online trolling. So just don't let him get to you. Just know that everything he says has a bite to it. Just don't let him get to you. Just take it with a grin and know he's at his core is probably kidding, but he'll never admit it. If you know and understand that. Can Coooley show us who's on top for each class? I'm pretty sure we can. Let's do it. Let's cut over to it, man. Sound might have to coach me through this, but let's see. So, class distribution of class by builds, distribution of players by class. This has got to be it, right? Just on this page. Here, let me refresh. This has got to be it, right? This will show, yeah, leaderboard HLD. Leaderboard HLD. Ah, there it is. Easy peasy. There it is. Kim Sol Ki, aka Jinshin, top Amazon right now. Polytheus, top Druid. Nate Diesel, top Din. Lamp, top Sorceress. What? That's impressive. I think that's really only because Lamp has gotten more duels in the last 100 days than Doombringer has. But both of those guys are savage. We might need a King of the Cold going on. That might actually be something. Bro, if it goes like this where Doombringer beats Dazer and then Doombringer gets like title, we might have to see King of the Cold, Lamp versus Doom for the title. Bro, that would be nasty. Yeah, Go Gators, top Barb. That seems odd, but I'll trust it. I'm surprised Punch isn't there. That's very surprising, actually. Tempest is top Sin. Also very surprising, not gonna lie. How much can we trust this shit? What is this? What is this? I trust the data though. I learned to trust it. It's probably not wrong. He has the highest win rate per duels on Barb. Ah, okay. So that's how it calculates it. It's win rate on that character. Well, that's interesting, because then if somebody duels once on a Barb, and they win, they have a 100% win rate. That also would explain why Lamp is higher up than Doom, because Doom consistently has had like the most wins and over the most amount of duels, highest win rate. Like, yeah, we got to figure that out. I feel like Doom is undoubtedly the best cold sorceress. Index. So it's wins divided by total duels by alpha. What's the alpha? By the power of alpha times total duels power of beta minus match losses on the dashboard. Okay, I'll check it out. I mean, that seems legit. That seems legit. That doesn't seem bad. I'm assuming alpha and beta are some sort of calculation based on a score of like either rounds or performance or just experience. Adjustment factor to consider weight on win rate set to 1. Okay, B equals parameter to increase weight to total duels. Yeah. Penalization variable on losses to maintain incentive to minimize losses. I like the concept of losses not mattering in the DFC too, though. I wonder what happens. Probably not much, but I wonder what happens if we remove that. I just don't. I don't like losses counting against people. Just because, like, they can happen through dodges. They can happen through, you know, like, I don't want a loss to hurt. Like, that's the thing. The only thing a loss should feel is that you don't get a win for that week. You know what I mean? I feel like in the rankings, that's all that it should matter. You just denied a win for that week, and that's it. Like, other than that, they really don't matter unless you're being compared against somebody with, like, similar wins. Yeah, set to very low number of 0.01. Yeah. That's true. Filtered out all the dodges. Interesting. GG. How are we putting in dodges? Is it just like... Is it like the old school where the matchup isn't thrown in there? It's just like this person wins against this person and the class isn't put there? Like, it's just like the duel didn't happen, so the class isn't there, but the win is? If that's the case, yeah, easy. As long as you don't get a fake win for a dodge loss, yeah. Yeah, label, okay, default. Okay, perfect. Yeah. seems legit. Like I said, I'll trust it. Sounds a pretty good dude with that stuff too. Like he's pretty on top of it. I'll trust it. I mean, even with my old formulas for this, I was surprised at some of it. So like, yeah, you just get surprised with data. You can't have an assumption about something and then when the data doesn't match your assumption, just doubt the data. You just got to go with the data. Yeah, we got to nerf sound. Yep, sound is instantly starts off 3 losses. Every DFC match now, sound 3 losses for the start. Tempest just underrated all the time. That's actually probably true, official. Like, Tempest is way better than people think he is. He just beat Doom. Tempest just beat Doom recently. Like, in a very good match. Like, both players were on point. Like, doing what they had to do. It was a very long match. We saw it on stream. But it's like, Tempest won that. That's a good win. Like, Doom is good. Like, and it's a demoralizing fight when you're like 3-4 blizzes. Yeah, I trust it, sound. I don't doubt it for a minute. I know how data works. You have assumptions and data sometimes proves you wrong. I don't doubt it. Yep. I don't doubt it. It all makes sense. Like, there's all a scenario where all of that makes sense. Like, Go Gators was playing on a barb for a while, did well on it. Here's the other thing. Here's the underlying bias in all of the data. Though this is the thing that I ran into. There's an underlying bias in all of the data, and it is the matchmaker. The matchmaker is the underlying bias in all of the data, because what we try to do is make semi-smart matches where they're not demoralizing and they're kind of fun to watch, right? Like they're either high profile, like they're not a great matchup, but they're high profile, or they're just not demoralizing. So it's very rare that we see Zon versus Barb. We only saw Zon versus Barb this week because of a special request from Punch. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen it. So it's like, some matches don't have a lot of data behind them because of semi-smart matchmaking. Stream smart matchmaking is what I call it. Like, you don't want the player to feel demoralized because the matchup is so bad. But that's the underlying bias of all of the data. And you kind of have to take it like that. Yeah, it's just true. Thank you, Coolio. Big cheers to that, man. Appreciate you, brother. Right, exactly. Nailed it on the head, sound. So some of that you have to take with a grain of salt. That, like, the matchups that they've had, oftentimes you see Sin versus Cold Sork, or you see, like, you know, like you rarely see this. Tonight was an exception and probably won't ever be again. Like, you know, under rare circumstances, Din versus Cold Sork. That was like Sound versus Lamp. I thought Sound would be able to punish with CT stomps. Then I just realized how demoralizing the Cold Sorceress is. It's just like, okay, this is why we don't do this matchup. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like unwinnable for the Din. It just doesn't matter. The Din can't win. Like, you know what I mean? So we avoid that matchup. I did it this week because I'm like, well, Sound has 2 matchups, and like, I think Sound can catch Lamp. You know what I mean? No. Like, so we'll probably avoid those matchups, like Din v Sork. Sorry, Din v Cold Sork. It's just miserable. Like, Din can't win it. Yeah, exactly. And I think randomized matchups would be infinitely worse. You'd have a lot more dodges. You have a lot more people that just don't show up. They don't want to do it. They don't want to lose on stream. They want to feel like they have a chance at winning the duel. And that's how the matches are set up, to be like, okay, this is either a high profile match that needs to happen. It might be unfair, but it's just like the rankings say it needs to happen. It's not fair to the person to deny them this matchup, but it's also not fair. Or most commonly, it's just a fair matchup. Like, it's, you know, like this matchup here tonight. We typically would avoid this. Like this matchup that we're watching right now, we would typically avoid this. Sin versus Druid. However, I knew GVN is playing from Hawaii. His ping is higher. He technically has the advantage with AI traps and on the class, but Dio is like Sin killer, like one of the best Drew v Sin players we've seen. So it could potentially be a good match. It's almost like UFC in the sense that like you're just not gonna randomly see some noob go up for the title and get smashed. Like it will likely be a good duel or very exciting. Yeah, Lamp is good, man. Lamp is also very good. Something not to count out for sure. Yeah, exactly. Doom is the exception to the rule for sure. Truth be told, Doom, I've tried to never give you a like a biased matchup where like the Cold Sork wins it. I've tried to never do that just because I think the Cold Sork naturally, the class has a lot of haters, and it's like it's good to see the Cold Sork come out on top against a challenging matchup. And Doom has shown improved every time, which is why, like I said, I'm really paying attention to the winner of Dazer versus Doom, because it's like I think that person is just undeniable for a title shot. I would love to see Doom versus Lamp. Funny story, Cooley. Doom versus Lamp was actually originally on the card. It was called the King of Cold, but I'm like, Doom deserves a title. Who's the next person that deserves a title? Dazer. Like, you know what I mean? He lost a very close matchup, very epic matchup with Jess. This guy has clout in the DFC. He's one of the most decorated players. Like, when you think about that next level of champion, it's between those two. Like, so I switched it, but that was originally on the card. I was like, who's the better Cold Sork player? Lamp or Doom? I think it's very entertaining. Yeah. Coolio for matchmaker, dude. I honestly think that would be a good job for Coolio. Matchmaker, you can't deny it. The troll skills, the ability to get people fired up, Coolio would be best matchmaker ever. If it doesn't happen, it will be Doom versus Lamp next week. For like almost for sure. Like if that duel doesn't happen and y'all can't figure it out, and it's just like it's not a dodge, it's just y'all can't figure it out with your schedules, it's just Doom versus Lamp next week. And probably somebody else for the title. Like whoever signed up on a class that's exciting to play against whatever Go Gators signs up against. No doubt. Yep, no doubt Coolio would nail it. Punch versus Gators next week. I'd be down for that. And Punch deserves it too. He's high rank. He's high rank previous champion. Totally deserves it. I'd be okay with that. See what I mean? This is what I mean. Coolio, good matchmaker. Coolio, you want to be the match? You want to just do the matches? I'll give you admin in fucking in arena or gamer.xyz. Just fucking do it. Just do the matchups. Save me some work. Build up the excitement. Jam it. Co-host for sure. Yeah, and sound, that's predominantly on a barb. Wild win rate. Yeah, nasty. Server admin with the ability to ban people? Dude, we wouldn't have a Discord. Coolio, we wouldn't have a Discord. Like, immediately, 50% of the people would be banned. I can't fucking do that. Primo just got server admin and he's useful for, like, programming and shit. The fucking server would be gone. It'd be shut down. Yeah, exactly. It'd be like giving North Korea 10 trillion nukes. Exactly. Well said. We don't want North Korea having all those nukes. Fucking hey, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly. Admin privileges. It would be like someone posts a bad item in the trophy room and gets banned from the Discord. That's Cooleyolo's. That's Cooleyolo's server admin. It would happen. They'd be like, yo, man, I'm looking for a good sin setup. You just ban them because they're on a sin. You want to play sin? Get good. Ban. Need someone to pool? All right, hold up. I'm going to try to pop in here and pool for these guys. DFC 104. I'm going to get on a character that can teleport and that runs fast. All right, that seems good. I'm going to guess DFC 104. See if my password cracking skills are good. See if I can still crack. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so fucking good at cracking passwords. It's not even fucking funny. Y'all wonder how I got so rich in LOD. I'm so good at cracking passes. They tried to make this one difficult too. They tried to make it fucking... Go ahead, try to crack it. Y'all just try to crack it. Y'all just try. Just give it your God's honest. DFC 104 is the game name. Just try. Y'all ain't got it. Y'all ain't got that shit. Magnum Opus, but just see Coooley. What?
Not in town.
Bro, we're watching Dio right now. We're watching Dio and GVN. Alright? I'm not in Magnum Opus discussions. What is this? That's why we're watching the real duelers. Alright. There's a lot of potions by town. I'm gonna keep pulling. That's why you see GVN right now just kind of chilling. We'll switch over to Dio. See how Dio's doing. I'm gonna keep pulling though. I'm gonna keep pulling for these guys. Dio in a lot of trouble. I'm gonna keep pulling for these dudes. All right, gonna spread them out, put them up in the corner.
I can't do that here.
Yeah. I mean, this is typically a longer matchup too, because Dio has to be very patient, has to pick his angles, has to CT, has to do what he can do to get on the inside. And I'll tell you, GVN's smart sim player. He ain't gonna let him in there willy-nilly, especially when he's got him low. He ain't gonna take those risks. He's gonna try to punish him. Like that's just how it is. I'm gonna spread these things out so ain't nobody can camp that. Ain't nobody can camp that. We got some big pools going. I'm doing so good at pooling. Y'all might be able to hear it in the background. Best pooler. Coooley. Best top pooler of DFC 104. Sorry, very soon, dude. Recent sigil just come get me, duels. Well, bro, here's the thing that we've...
Yes?
Sound says crack the code. Sound did it. Sound nailed it. Sound also top tier hacker.
Hello.
I'm so good, dude. Only Sound on this level of password cracking. I didn't friend join, no nothing. I didn't even see if we could friend join. I just cracked it. Yeah. No, but that's the thing. It's the thing that we've tried to address in a lot of ways but the Sin is just a powerful class, man. It's just how it is. Like, we've tried to address it with like limiting the mana pools and all of this stuff. And the Sin can just still win even with no mana, just sitting in the 5-stack, like doing what she has to do, sitting in the 5-stack. You know, it's just how it is, man. Like, there's a few things that you can do with the Sin, and you know, we've done them all. It's just comes down to it, and man, oh man, like the sin just prevails. I think the sin is, with the current rule set, better, like, is in a better spot than it's ever been with regards to bad matchups across the board. Like, it can lose to a Zon, it can lose to a Barb, it can lose to a Druid, it can lose to a Necro. It's not to say that they do most of the time, but the fact that they can lose to a Din. Like, the fact that they're in a spot where they can lose to a lot of these builds, depending on the player, is the healthiest spot the Sin's been in a very long time. Beast cast rate, highest damage, spam skill. Yeah, Necro for sure. But here's the thing. That we have two good Sorceress players right now, and they're good for different reasons. Doombringer rarely switches up his build. Rarely tokens. He just has a setup for every class, and he'll switch to it. Lamp will token for his matchup. And versus a Necro, he'll go ES, which puts him at an interesting advantage. Like, because the ES makes him way more tanky. His damage is low, but he's way more tanky. So, like, he can afford to not CT to try to set these, set his blizzes up. He really utilizes, like, the 1v1, one duel per event meta to the best of his ability. So there's, like, tonight when he went up against Sound, he went full Vita Cold Sork. We set that matchup because I thought there was a chance he'd be on ES and wouldn't CT. And I'm like, if he's on ES and doesn't CT, there's a chance Sound gets him. But dude, he goes full Vita when he needs to. He goes ES when he needs to. This dude just does what he needs to do. Like, he wins via, like, picking the right build for the matchup. One would think that he might even do it versus a Sin. He might. Yeah, I think we've seen him do it versus a Sin before. Like, he will switch his entire setup. Doom will, like, he'll switch his entire build, like his skill points and shit. Doom will probably just switch his gear setup. You know what I mean? So it's, in both cases, you see two very good cold sorceresses approaching duels in a very different way, which I'm so happy to see that, because it's like, okay, there's a couple of different ways this can be done.
27 Canadian dollars and 99 cents from Kyle. It has been said before. Ban all classes and just at 10 DFC into Parley Fight Club. Sit down and drink some water because some of you are getting too salty rolling on the floor laughing.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Ban all the female builds and the Necro, because the Necro's a bitch anyway, right? And then eventually, when anything beats the Din, ban that too. Kyle, holy shit, man. Thank you so much. Brother, big cheers to you. Look, after this, we're going to the tavern for a special cheers to Kyle. If y'all don't know, this guy's super, super supportive. Man, thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. That's huge, man. Yeah. Yeah, like, bro, I mean, we're kind of getting there, right? Like, we've got melee, we've got FPK, but eventually we just no bitches. That's the next category. We've got LLD too. No bitches. No Sins, no Zons, no Sorceresses, and no Necros. Rest of y'all, all right. What do we got left? We got Druid. Now, fuck, ban the Druid too. While the Din Fight Club. Actually, you said it well. No bitches, Dins only. Like, that could be how it goes. Dio setting up for a stomp here. This is a very, very interesting, very long duel, but you get to see these moments where it could end. Right there, Dio had that sneaky name lock, dude. He was going for it. He was gonna eat that trap damage and just fucking go for it. Big hits there. He's gonna have to reclass Cyclone armor. Game for Din only. Put a 10-minute timer on each match. If nobody dies within 10 minutes, they both lose the round. Here's the thing. Call me crazy, right? Call me crazy. And I know sometimes some people have something to say about this, but it's like Max has said before, right? Max is a very wise soul, man. These are the real duels, right? If not for the DFC and HLD, where would the real duels be if we did that? Think about it. Think about it for a second. If we put a timer on the rounds, where would the real duels be? It might not be the craziest, most exciting thing to watch, but these are the real fucking duels. And when you think about the original point of the DFC, right? The reason I even started making content in the first place is because nobody fucking liked PvP, right? There was no real PvP players out there that did Diablo content. Holy shit. Dio just got there again, making this 3-1. I can't believe he won that. This dude was Mind Blast PK for like 5 minutes. Like, not Mind Blast PK, but like, you could have held Mind Blast for like 30 seconds on him and he was dead. Dio just won this, making this 3-1. That's fucking wild. But where would the real duels be? Gotta think about that. As much as people give them shit, I kind of enjoy these grindy. Exactly. I feel the same way. Admittedly, I used to feel different about it. I used to be like, man, it'd be so cool if all of these were quick and it was easy. But dude, truth be told, the reason we ever started doing this is because nobody had eyes on PvP. I think adding time limits to a round is odd. Because, dude, think about the guy that's gonna come comment on shit. That has no idea about PvP. Think about what we were talking about earlier. The hardcore player that when they play softcore, they're just town guarding and trying to PK people because they're not actually good at PvP. Think about that guy, right? He's killed people before. He's PK'd him and he thinks he's good. He comes in and he says, "Oh, this ain't a real duel. You get if that would have gone on, this person would have won." You know what I mean? We want to know the real shit. Like, sometimes duels happen like this, and I personally have grown to actually like them. Like, think of it this way. Some duels end, rounds end, and then we have nothing to watch. If you think about the positive of this, like, we have duels that are quick. We have melee duels that are close range, no teleport. Thank God we have some amazing people in the melee community. They've stepped up and shown off some amazing shit. Whole different, refreshing way to approach it. And we also have long, drawn out, sometimes even prideful duels. There is no realer sense of PvP. That is the realness. It's the realness of it. Like, people are gonna love it or they're gonna hate it. But the truth of it is, that's how it is. If you go to a pub game, like, if someone watches this, if they're new to PvP, they go to a pub game and they're like, all right, I'm going to duel this person. I expect it to be over like in a reasonable amount of time. You're going to be sorely disappointed because some people will just drown it out. They'll just pride it out. Pull out the piss jug. Like Toshe. Yeah. But dude, honestly, there's a lot to these duels as well. And that's kind of what I've learned over time. And honestly, I will say Max has kind of like convinced me of that. Like, listen, like, I feel as though I have very strong opinions, but I'm also very open-minded, right? I'm open to being wrong, especially with good logic behind it. And like Max has pointed out over the course of many duels that like, these are the real duels. Holy shit. Dio just got there 4-1. The fucking sin. I'm pretty sure it's 4-1, right? Yeah, that's it. 4-1. Dio the sin killer. And this is what I mean. That round right there was like less than 5 minutes. But sometimes they can be longer. These are the real duels. This is why it's hard to put a cap on it. Bro, right here, Dio the Sin Killer. Jess versus Bowie. I remember that, dude. I remember that. The Sin v Sin Pride match was fucking hilarious. And I'm pretty sure hold on. Did Bowie win that? At some point it's no longer about the winner, it's about the longevity of the duel, right? At some point it's just about who's got more rep life. I'm pretty sure Bowie won it. Like, Bowie was a savage Sin. Dio played how he needed to and got the win. Yeah, that was very well done. Like, Dio the Sin Killer, man. This is why we set this match up the way that we did. GVN technically had the class advantage, but I knew this would be a great fight between these guys, and it was. Like, GVN played very well, and Dio, knowing how to play this matchup makes it exciting. It is a longer matchup, but Dio knows how to play it, man. He knows what he's got to do. He knows he has to be patient. He knows he has to get in and get out and recast the Cyclone armor. This is the type of dude that will surprise you with the angles that he's coming in at. Yeah, look at the setup. He used a 320 there with a low. 320 helm with a low. Interesting. Rep life on the boots, even right down to the build. This guy's showing off. He knows what this duel is going to do. Fire, lightning, and rep life on that. On those, and 20 faster hit recovery as well. Or 10, sorry. I've had a lot of whiskey and I haven't drank in weeks. But yeah, bro, this guy knows what to do. Like, he's no stranger to this matchup. Wild, dude. 45 lifers. Ain't no dicking around. Yeah, this guy knows what's up. Very good matchup, man. Holy shit. That is wild. Insane, boys. We're over here in the tavern because I promised Kyle a cheers, and I meant it. This guy, dude, Kyle, thank you so much for the support tonight, man. Really mean that. Incredible. Just poured out a fresh one so that we had enough for you, brother. Really appreciate that, man. You're always super generous, super kind, and keep the dream alive, man. Really appreciate it. Big cheers. Sin S plus, Druid S tier. Yeah, it was really good, man. That was a long duel, but it was very good. Like, that is PvP at the highest tier. GVN, one of the top players. Dio, one of the top players. These guys going at it. GVN on a build that he doesn't have as much experience on a Sin as he does a Zon, and you have to remember that. Like, he doesn't have as much experience on the Sin as he does the Zon, but he's got the gear. He's got the knowledge and PvP know-how. It will only be a matter of time if this guy sticks to the Sin before he's one of the top. Like, this guy's good. Dio just so happens to be the type of Druid player where if you make a mistake, he'll punish you for it. And that's always how it's been, man, with Dio. You can't sneak one by this guy. What a good match, man. What a good night of fights. Incredible night of fights. So, by the way, I just want to say, this is what I've decided to do in recent history, okay? Y'all can love it or y'all can hate it, but you definitely have to eat it. This is what I'm going to do. I'm actually just going to choose Fight of the Night. I like to have a vote in there, right? I should have done this. I should have taken notes for Performance of the Night, but this week I'm just going to award it. And I want to say it on stream so these guys know to expect it. I'm not always fast at sending forum gold, especially after I drank whiskey, but just know y'all will get it. All right. I think Fight of the Night should go to a melee fight tonight. Those were extremely cool and refreshing to watch. I think Fight of the Night was Vegeta versus Tempest. That was insane. It was crazy to see just back and forth and see Vegeta just shine among an up-and-coming promising melee player like Tempest. It was just crazy to see. Like, very fun to watch, back and forth, such close rounds. First ever melee fight of the night. I think Performance of the Night goes to Bruno. Bruno continues to be inspirational to so many Diablo players, especially up-and-coming PvP players. There was many great performances tonight, but I think Bruno encompasses everything any Diablo player should ever look forward to, and that is venturing into PvP, learning things as he goes, and experimenting and being creative. I think those 3 things right there lead to new discoveries, new big things that get us all excited about this wonderful game that no ARPG will ever be greater than. And I think Bruno is just like embodies all of that. So yeah, performance of the night, Bruno for sure. Seeing his build adapt all through those duels, even though he got 0-10'd, it was so fucking cool to see him learn and adapt on the spot. But yeah, I'm coming for that belt, Bruno says. GG's, a good night of fights. Hold on, I gotta write this down. So I know. Fight of the night. Vegeta versus Tempest. POTN. Oh, y'all should see my notes. They're so bad, dude. I feel like this whiskey is hitting me harder, whereas I haven't drank in like weeks. Bruno. All right. If y'all are listening to it, just PM me or JSP. We'll send you some 500 forum gold. In the future, this is what I'm going to do. I'll let you guys vote on performance of the night. I'm going to pick fight of the night. Just because I want to reward the people that I know are, it's just awesome to watch. It's really good talking points, and really is a good build up for the future. I love that. Love seeing it. Love seeing the new stuff. Either way, I think that's a good way to do it. And that way y'all still have a say. Tonight I'm taking that say from you though. We're just giving performance of the night to Bruno. Just makes sense. I almost gave it to you, Root. Like that Kramer versus Root was up there. I almost had to flip a coin for that one. I was like, that was good too, because you saw the adaptation as well throughout the duel from both players. I was like, man, and it's just melee. It's new, people getting into it. I was like, it's so good. You were a close second though. Yeah, GG's boys. What an incredible night. Thanks so much for joining me here in the tavern. Make sure come on in. If you're, if you're staying a while, just stay by the fire. We just bought a cord of wood the other day, thanks to the support from Botosaurus, and thanks to the support from Kyle. We were able to buy some cords of wood to keep that fireplace going. So just come on in, chill by that if you're cold. But if you're not, feel free, grab a seat. We've got a few open here. We're serving drinks all night. We'll see you guys in the Discord if you're not already there. Thanks so much for joining me. Nice job. Great duels tonight from you guys. Really enjoyed watching all of you. This is, again, the highlight of my week. Appreciate you guys so much. Like Root been begging, I don't want to because I know the crying will resume after. Oh my God. Let's take it to the Discord, boys. Can't wait to see it. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate you. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for some theory crafting. Like I said, we set a nasty time on that barb, as I showed you. We set a nasty time. We could grind for months trying to beat it, or we could just move on to the next, dude. Here's what I want to do. Full spoiler. This is what I might start with before I start doing Uber runs tomorrow. We might theorize 2 builds. Uber build, and here's what I want to do. I actually want to ban something in the DFC, but I have no good reason to ban it because no one's ever done it. And I want to do it and demoralize people and then ban it. So that's probably in store for some PvP tomorrow. We're going to do some theorizing. Make sure to leave a like, send that email to YouTube and let them know this is the best PvP in D2R, period, and it's not even close. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining me. Really appreciate you guys. Thanks again. Big special cheers to Botosaurus and to Kyle. You guys are awesome. Big cheers. Catch you guys soon. Peace.